Okay, Book 4. Following the capture of Babylon, Darius led an army against Scythia, for Asia was flourishing. It had both numerous fighting men and ample revenues, and Darius had developed a desire to punish the Scythians for having earlier invaded Media, and having conquered those who had tried to oppose them, for in doing this, the Scythians had been the unjust aggressors. As I mentioned earlier, the Scythians had invaded in pursuit of the Cimmerians, and they remained and ruled inland Asia for 28 years, interrupting the rule of the Medes, who had held the power there before they arrived. Thus, for 28 years, the Scythians were absent from their own land, and when they returned after so much time had passed, they found trouble there that was no less serious than their confrontation with the Medes. They found a large army there prepared to oppose them, for during their long absence, their wives had resorted to consorting with the slaves. The Scythian custom is to blind all their slaves to conform with the process by which they obtain the milk that they drink. To get their milk, they take a fluke-like tube made of bone, and inserting it into the mare, they blow through it. And while others milk the mare at the same time, they say that they do this because the ducts of the mare becomes full when air is blown into them, and then the others descend. They pour the mare's milk into deep wooden pails, and then place the blind slaves at intervals around the pails and make them stir the milk. Then they skim off what rises to the top, which they value more than what sinks to the bottom. That is the reason they blind everyone they capture, since they are nomadic and not an agricultural people. So the slaves and the Scythian women raised a new generation to adulthood, and when their offspring realized the circumstances of their birth, they tried to oppose the return of the Scythians from Media. First of all, they attempted to block access to the land by digging a broad trench all the way from the Tauric Mountains to Lake Maeotis at its widest extent. Then they took up their blocking positions against the Scythians and engaged them in battle when they tried to invade. There were many battles, but the returning Scythians were unable to gain anything by fighting until one of them said, "What are we doing, Scythians? While we fight our own slaves, we're being killed and reduced in numbers. And by killing them, we will have fewer left to rule over in the future. Therefore, let us stop using spears and arrows and take up instead our horsewhips and advance upon with those. For as long as they saw us holding weapons, they considered themselves our equals, aside by men who are our equals. But when they see us wielding whips instead of weapons, they will realize that they are our slaves. And once they become aware of that, they will not stand their ground." The Scythians, upon hearing this suggestion, the Scythians carried it out, and their opponents, astounded by what they saw approaching, abandoned all thought of battle and fled. That is how the Scythians, once ruled Asia, were driven out by the Medes, and then came back to their own land. By now, Darius wanted to punish them and begin mustering an army to march against them.
According to the Scythians, theirs is the youngest of all nations, and it came into existence in the following way. The first man born in this land, when it was still uninhabited, was named Targetaus. They say that the parents of this Targetaus were Zeus and the daughter of the river Borysthenes, though this does not sound credible to me. Nevertheless, that is their claim. From such stock, then, came Targetaus, and to him were born 3 sons, Lipoxais, Arpoxais, and the youngest of them all, Colaxais. While they reigned, certain objects made of gold fell from the sky. They were a plough, a yoke, a battle axe, and a cup. When these objects came to rest on Scythian ground, they were seen first by the eldest son, who wanted to take them up, approached where they lay, but as he came near them, the gold caught on fire, so he left them there. And when the second son approached, the same thing happened. Thus the burning gold drove both of them away. But when the third and youngest son approached, the fire stopped burning and went out, and so he carried the gold home. And the elder brothers reacted to this event by agreeing to surrender the entire kingdom to the youngest. From Lipoxais were descended the Scythians known as the tribe of the Aucatai. From the middle brother, Arpoxais, the tribes of the Catiairoi and the Trespies, and from the youngest, the royal tribe, called the Paralatai. The name of all these tribes collectively is Skolatoi, derived from the king's name, but the Hellenes have named them Scythians. So that is how the Scythians explain the origin of their race. They say that the entire interval between the birth of their race and the reign of their first king, Targataus, and Darius's crossing over to their land was no more than 1,000 years. The kings guard the sacred gold objects with great care. Each year they approach this treasure reverently and offer large, rich sacrifices to it. According to the Scythians, if the person tending the sacred gold at this festival should fall asleep at this time in the open air, he will not live out the year. And in return for the performance of this duty, the man appointed to do it is granted as much land as he can ride his horse around in a single day. Since Scythia is vast, Colaxius established 3 separate kingdoms within it for his sons, and made the kingdom sheltering the gold treasure the largest. The region above this land, towards the north, is inaccessible to anyone trying to get very far into it. Nor is it open to view, because both the land and air are full of feathers, which obscure one's vision. This is how the Scythians describe themselves in the land north of them. But the Hellenes, who inhabit the Pontic region on the coast of the Euxine Sea, say that Heracles came to this land before it was inhabited by the Scythians as it is now, when he was driving the cattle of Geryon. According to the Hellenes, Geryon lived far from the Pontus, on the island of Erythea, near Gadara, outside the Pillars of Heracles in ocean. The story is that ocean flows around the entire earth, beginning at the rising sun, but no evidence is produced to prove this theory. When Heracles came from there to the land now called Scythia, the cold winter and frost overtook him, and he drew his lion's skin around him and fell asleep. Meanwhile, by divine fortune, his horses disappeared from where they had been grazing while yoked to his chariot. When Heracles awoke, he searched everywhere in the land and kept going until he reached the place called Hylaea. There he found a cave, and within it a creature that was half girl, half viper. From her hips up, she was a woman, from the legs down, a snake. At first, Heracles just marveled at the sight of her, but then he asked her if she had seen his horses wandering anywhere. She declared that his horses were actually in her possession, but that she would not return them until he had intercourse with her. So on these terms, Heracles had intercourse with her, but she delayed returning the horses to him as she wished to spend as much time as possible with Heracles, while all he wanted was to take his horses and leave. At last, she gave them back, saying, "When your horses came here, I kept them safe for you, and you in return have rewarded me with the 3 sons I have had by you. But tell me what you think I should do when they grow up. Shall I settle them here, for I rule over this land, or shall I send them away to you?" That was her question, and they say that he replied, "When you see that the boys have reached manhood, you will not go wrong if you follow these instructions. Have the one you see drawing this bow and girding himself with this belt, as I shall show you, become an inhabitant of this land. But those who fall short of this requirement should be sent away from this land. If you do these things, you will not only carry out my orders, but you will make yourself very happy as well." So to demonstrate what he meant, Heracles drew one of his bows, until then he carried 2, and showed her how he put on the belt, which had a gold libation cup hanging from its clasp. Then, after giving her the bow and the belt, he left. And when the boys reached manhood, she gave them their names. The firstborn she called Agathyrsos, the one who followed Galonos, and the youngest Scythes. Then, remembering the advice of Heracles, she did as she had been instructed. And indeed, 2 of the boys, Agathyrsos and Galonos, could not manage the trial set before them, so they were expelled by their mother and disappeared from the land. But Scythes, the youngest, performed the task and remained there. The descendants of Scythes, son of Heracles, have succeeded ever since to the kingship of the Scythians. And because of the original libation bowl, the Scythians to this day wear cups hanging from their belts. As for the mother of Scythes, this is the only role she is reported to have had in the origin of this race. And so that is the version of the story given by the Hellenes of the Pontic region. But there is yet another account, to which I myself am most partial. According to this theory, the Scythians were nomads who originally lived in Asia until, pressured in war by the Massagetae, they left Asia and crossed the Araxes River into Cimmerian territory. Indeed, the land now inhabited by the Scythians is said to have belonged to the Cimmerians a long time ago. While the Scythians were approaching to attack with their large army, the Cimmerians discussed what to do and finally split into 2 groups of different, vehemently held opinions. The common people proposed to leave the land. They felt no need to endanger themselves by fighting against so many invaders. The royal Cimmerians, whose proposal was the more noble of the two, thought they should fight to the end in defense of their land. Each side refused to be persuaded by the other. People decided to leave without a fight and give over their country to the invaders. While the royal Cimmerians, as they contrasted all the good things they had experienced there with all the bad things they could expect to happen to them if they fled, resolved not to run away with the people, but to die and lie buried in their own land. Since this was their decision, the royal Cimmerians divided themselves into two equal groups and fought with each other until they all died. Then they were buried by the Cimmerian people beside the Tyras River, where their tombs are still visible. After the burial, the people departed from the land, so that when the Scythians invaded, the country they took was completely deserted. But even today in Scythia, one can still see Cimmerian walls, the river crossings called Cimmerian ferries, a region called Cimmeria, and the strait that is called the Cimmerian Bosporus. It is obvious that the Cimmerians, in their flight into Asia to escape the Scythians, established a settlement on the peninsula on which the Greek city of Sinope is now situated, while the Scythians, in pursuit of them, clearly went way off course and invaded Media. The Cimmerians continually stayed near the coast in their flight, while the Scythians, in pursuit, kept the Caucasus on their right, which turned their course into the interior of Asia, so that they invaded Media. So this is yet another story, and one that is told by both Hellenes and barbarians alike.
A man of Proconnesus, when Aristeus, son of Castrobius, says, in a poem, being inspired by Apollo, he visited the Isidones, and that above them there lived a tribe of Arimaspians, being men with one eye, and above these the griffins that guard the gold, and above these the Hyperboreans, whose land reaches to the sea. All of these peoples, beginning with the Arimaspians and accepting only the Hyperboreans, continually make war upon their neighbors. The Isidones, says Aristeus, were thrust out of their lands by the Arimaspians, the Scythians by the Isidones, and the Cimmerians, living by the southern sea, being hard pressed by the Scythians, also left their country. So this story of Aristeus also does not agree with the Scythians about this country. I have told you where Aristeus came from, who said all this, but I will tell you a story about him that I heard in Proconnesus and Cyzicus. The story goes that Aristeus, who was, in family, second to none in the Proconnesus, went into a fuller's shop in the town and died there. The fuller closed up his shop and went off to tell the relatives of the dead man the news. The news spread through the town that Aristeus was dead. But to contradict it, there came a man who was a citizen of Cyzicus, but had come to Proconnesus from the town of Artaca, and he said that he had met with Aristeus, who was on his way to Cyzicus, and that he had spoken with him. This man then sharply disputed the death, but the relatives of the dead man came to the fuller's shop with all of the equipment appropriate to taking up the corpse. When they opened up the house, there was no Aristeus to be seen, dead or alive. In the 7th year after this, he appeared in Proconnesus and wrote the poem that is now called by the Greeks the Arimaspeia. After having produced this poem, he vanished for the second time. That is the story told in these towns. But I know something that happened to the Metapontines in Italy 240 years after the second disappearance of Aristeus, as I have calculated, from what I know of what happened in Proconnesus and Metapontum. The Metapontines say that Aristeus appeared in their country and bade them establish an altar to Apollo, and set beside it a statue of Aristeus of Proconnesus, so denominated. For Aristeus said to them that they were the only Greeks living in Italy to whose country Apollo had come, and that he himself, who was now Aristeus, had followed him. But then, at the time he had followed the god, he was a crow. After he told them this, he vanished. And the Metapontines said that they sent to Delphi to ask the god what this phantom of a man might be. The Pythia said that they should hearken to the phantom, and, if they did so, it would be the better for them. So they received this oracle and did what it said. So now there stands there a statue that bears the name of Aristeas, next to the image of Apollo, and round about it are bay trees. The statue is set in the marketplace. Let that be enough for me to have said about Aristeas. North of this land, which this part of my history has started to discuss, no one knows what there is, for I could not learn from anyone who claimed to be an eyewitness. Not even Aristeas himself, whom I have just now mentioned, said, even in those very poems, that he had gone anywhere beyond the Isidones. What he said about the parts beyond, he spoke by hearsay, declaring that it was the Isidones who were his informants. I shall, however, tell everything as exactly as I can, depending on the furthest researches to which my hearsay evidence goes. From the port of the Borysthenites, which is the midmost point of the coastline of Scythia, the first tribe are the Callipygi, who are Greek Scythians. Beyond these, there is a tribe called the Alazones. These and the Callipygi in other matters have much the same practices as the Scythians, but they sow and eat grain and onions, garlic, lentils, and millet. Beyond the Alazones live the Scythians, who are tillers of the ground, but who sow corn for sale and not for their personal food. Beyond these live the Neroi, but north of the Neroi, the whole country is uninhabited, as far as we know. These are the tribes along the river Hypanis, to the west of the Borysthenes. If you cross the river, Hulaya, the woodlands, is the first country nearest to the sea. As you go north of this, there dwell Scythian farmers whom the Greeks who live by the Hypanis River call Borysthenites. These Greeks call themselves the people of Albiopolis. These farmer Scythians inhabit the land to the east for a distance of 3 days' journey as far as the river called Pantacapes, and northward, a journey of 11 days by boat up the Borysthenes. North of this, the land is empty of men for a long way. After this uninhabited land are the man-eaters, a tribe that is entirely peculiar and not Scythians at all. Beyond that is truly desert, and not a tribe of mankind lives in it, as far as we know. East of these farmers, if you cross the river Pantacapes, is the territory of the nomad Scythians, who neither sow nor plow. The whole country is bare of trees except for Hulaya. These nomads occupy the country to the east for a journey of 14 days, as far as the river Garus. Across the river Garus are the territories called Royal, and here live the best and most of the Scythians, who regard the other Scythians as their slaves. The land of these people stretches to the south as far as the Tauric country, and to the east, to the trench that was dug by the children of the blind slaves, and on the Maetian lake, to the trade station called Kremnoi. Part of their country, too, stretches to the river Tanais. Above this country of the royal Scythians, to the north, live the Black Cloaks, another tribe, which is not Scythian at all. Above the Black Cloaks is Marshland, and this is desolate of men, as far as we know. If you cross the Tanais, you are no longer in Scythian country, but here, in the first of the divisions, are the Soromatians, who begin from the corner of the Maetian lake and have territory to the north to the extent of 15 days' journey, it being all bare land and treeless, and respect both of wild and cultivated trees. Above these leave the Budini in the second division, and all their land is thick with every sort of tree. Above the Budini to the north is, first of all, a desert of 7 days' journey, and after the desert, if one turns a little towards the east, there are the Thusagetai, a large tribe, quite peculiar to themselves. They live by hunting. Near them, in the same stretch of country, dwell the people called the Iroquois. These also live by hunting. And the manner of their hunting is this. A man of this tribe climbs a tree and lies in wait. Trees are plentiful through all this land, and has his horse trained to crouch on its belly, to lie low on the ground and be ready, as is also his dog. When from his lookout post in the tree the man spots a quarry, He shoots at it with his bow and mounts his horse and makes after it, the dog following him close behind. Above these folks, a little to the east, live other Scythians, who revolted from the royal Scythians and so came to this country.
Up to the land of these Scythians, the terrain of the countries mentioned is uniformly even and has a deep layer of soil, but then it becomes rocky and rugged. Far past this rugged terrain, in the foothills of a mountain range, live people who are said, men and women alike, to be bald from birth. They are also supposed to have snub noses and large chins, to have a distinct language, to dress like Scythians, and to live off trees. The tree is called ponticos, and is about the same size as a fig tree. Its fruit looks like a bean, but it has a pit inside. When the fruit is ripe, they strain it through cloths and extract a thick, dark juice from it, which they call ashku. They lick this juice and drink it mixed with milk, and compress the thickest sediment into cakes for eating. They do not have much livestock, because the grazing there is poor. They each live under a tree and wrap white waterproof felt around their trees in winter, while dispensing with the felt in summer. They are said to be holy, and no one acts unjustly towards them, and they do not have any weapons of war. When disputes arise between neighboring tribes, they are the ones who settle them, and any fugitive who takes refuge among them is safe from unjust treatment. They are called the Argipae. Now there is a great deal of good information available about the land and all the tribes up to and including these bald people, because Scythians sometimes reach these parts, as do Greeks from the trading center Orosthenes and from other trading centers on the Euxine Sea. And it is not hard to get information from them. The Scythians who travel to these tribes conduct their business in 7 languages, each requiring its own translator.
like the girls, they lay on the tomb too. There is also a Delphic story that before the time of Hyperoche and Laodice, two other Hyperborean girls, Arge and Opis, came to Delos by the same route. Hyperoche and Laodice came to bring Aletheia, who presides over childbirth, the thank offering which they had promised for easy labour. But Arge and Opis came to the island at the same time as Apollo and Artemis, and therefore honoured in a different way. The women of Delos make collections for them and name them in the hymn which Olin of Lycia wrote in their honour, a ceremony which the other islanders and the Ionians too have learned from the women of Delos. Olin of Lycia was also the author of the other ancient hymns which are sung in Delos. The ashes from the thigh bones burnt upon the altar are all scattered upon the tomb of Opis and Arge, which stands behind the temple of Artemis, facing east, close to the banqueting hall of the Canes. So much then for the Hyperboreans, for I will not tell the tale of Aberus, who was supposed to have been Hyperborean, and carried his arrow all round the world without eating a bite. Let me just add, however, that if Hyperboreans exist beyond the north wind, there must be This branch of the continent contains 30 different nations. The other starts from Persia and embraces successively Persia, Assyria, and Arabia, and ends conventionally at the Arabian Gulf, which Darius connected by a canal with the Nile. Between Persia and Phoenicia lies a very great area of country, and from Phoenicia, the branch I'm speaking of runs along the Mediterranean coast, through Palestine, Syria, to Egypt, where it ends. It contains 3 nations only, such as Asia from Persia westward. Eastward, beyond Media, and the territories of the Saspires and the Colchians lies in the Red Sea, and the northern limit, the Caspian Sea and the river Araxes, which flows eastwards. Asia is inhabited as far as India. Further east, the country is uninhabited, and nobody knows what it is like. Such then are the shape and size of Asia. Libya is a part of the second branch I mentioned, for it adjoins Egypt. Egypt itself forms a narrow neck, only about 120 miles across from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, but it soon broadens out, and what is known as Libya covers a very large area. In view of what I have said, I cannot but be surprised at the method of mapping Libya, Asia, and Europe. The 3 continents do in fact differ very greatly in size. Europe is as long as the other 2 put together, and for breadth is not, in my opinion, even to be compared with them. As for Libya, we know that it is washed on all sides by the sea except where it joins Asia, as it was first demonstrated, so far as our knowledge goes, by the Egyptian king Necho, who, after calling off the construction of the canal between the Nile and the Arabian Gulf, sent out a fleet manned by the Phoenician crew with orders to sail round and return to Egypt and the Mediterranean by way of the Pillars of Hercules. The Phoenicians sailed from the Red Sea into the Southern Sea, and every autumn put in where they were on the Libyan coast, sowed a patch of ground, and waited for the next year's harvest. Then, having got in their grain, put to the sea again, and after 2 full years rounded the Pillar of Hercules in the course of the 3rd and returned to Egypt. These men made a statement, which I do not believe myself, though others may, to the effect that as they sailed on the westerly course round the southern end of Libya, they had the sun on their right, to northward of them. This is how Libya was first discovered, to be surrounded by sea, and the next people to make a similar report were the Carthaginians. For Sataspes, son of Tiaspes, the Achaemenian, Those sent out for the purpose took fright at the length and loneliness of the voyage and turned back. It was Cataspes' mother who sent him upon this venture. He had raped a daughter of Megabius' son, Zopyrus, and was about to be impaled as a punishment by Xerxes when his mother, who was a sister of Darius, begged him off by promising to inflict upon him a punishment even more severe. This was to force him to circumnavigate Libya, returning by way of the Arabian Gulf. Xerxes agreed, and Cataspes, on his arrival in Egypt, procured a vessel and a crew and sailed to the Straits of Gibraltar. Passing through the straits, he doubled Cape Salais in Libya and continued on a southerly course for many months. When he found that, far though he had sailed, there was always need to sail further yet, he put about and returned to Egypt. From Egypt, he went to Xerxes' court, where he reported that at the most southerly point they found the coast occupied by small men who wore clothes made from palm leaves. When they landed, the small men used to abandon their settlements and escape to the hills. Cataspes' men had done them no harm, beyond entering their villages and taking some of their cattle. As to the failure to complete the circumnavigation, Cataspes declared that the reason was that his ship was brought to a standstill and was unable to make headway. Xerxes, however, refused to pardon him, and on the ground that he had failed to accomplish his set task, exacted the original penalty and had him impaled. A eunuch in Cataspes' service, when he learned of his master's death, escaped to Samos with a great deal of money. It was all seized, however, by a certain Samian, whose name I willingly forget, though I know it well. The greater part of Asia was discovered by Darius, who wanted to find out where the Indus joins the sea, and Indus is the only river, other than the Nile, where crocodiles are found. And for this purpose sent off an expedition down the river, a number of men, whose word he could trust, led by Corinthian men named Scylax. The expedition sailed from Caspatyrus in the district of Pactia, following the course of the river eastward until it reached the sea. Then turning westward, the ships followed the coast, and after a voyage of some 30 months, reached the place from which the king of Egypt had sent out the Phoenicians, whom I had already mentioned, to circumnavigate Libya. After this voyage was completed, Darius subdued the Indians and made regular use of the Southern Ocean. In this way, all Asia, with the exception of the easterly part, has been proved to be surrounded by sea, and so to have a general geographical resemblance to Libya.
Okay, sorry, 445 should still be free if you want to read that. Sorry, I couldn't see in the participant menu before.
Okay, I started 45 then. Bei Europa hingegen ist von keiner Seite deutlich zu erkennen, weder in dem Teil, der sich zum Sonnenaufgang hin erstreckt, noch in dem zum Nordwind hin, ob das Meer umfließt. Bezüglich seiner Länge aber ist bekannt, dass es sich so weit hinzieht wie die beiden anderen. Ich kann auch nicht ermitteln, weshalb das Land, das doch eines ist, 3 unterschiedliche Namen trägt und Namen von Frauen hat, und warum man als Grenzen für es den ägyptischen Nil und den kolchischen Phasis ansetzt. Manche nennen auch den Tanais-Fluss an der Mäotis und den chimerischen Fährhafen. Und ich kann auch nicht die Namen derer in Erfahrung bringen, die diese Begrenzungen gemacht haben und woher sie diese Beinamen festsetzen. Dass nämlich Libyen nach der Libye heißt, wird von vielen Griechen gesagt, ein Name nach einer einheimischen Frau. Asien aber habe seinen Beinamen nach der Frau des Prometheus. Diesen Namen aber beanspruchen auch die Lyder, die behaupten, dass nach Asies, dem Sohn des Kotys, des Sohnes des Manes, Asien benannt sei, also nicht nach der Asie des Prometheus, nach jenem aber heiße auch eine Fühle in Sardes, Asias. Von Europa aber weiß keiner der Menschen etwas, weder ob es von Meer umströmt ist, noch woher es diesen Namen erhalten hat, noch wer in ihm gegeben hat, ist klar. Wenn wir nicht sagen wollen, das Land habe den Namen von der Europäer aus Tyros erhalten. Zuvor war es also namenlos, wie auch die anderen Erdteile. Aber bei dieser ist ja offenbar, dass sie aus Asien ist und nicht in dieses Land gekommen ist, das von den Griechen Europa genannt wird, sondern nur von Phönikien nach Kreta, von Kreta aber nach Lykien. Dies soll nun darüber genug gesagt sein. Die Namen, die üblicherweise genannt werden, wollen wir nutzen.
Now, the region of the Euxine upon which Darius was preparing to march has, apart from the Scythian race, the most ignorant nations within all of its lands. For we can neither put forward any nation of those who dwell within the region of Pontus as eminent in ability, nor do we know of any man of learning having arisen there, apart from the Scythian nation and Anacasis. By the Scythian race, one thing which is the most important of all human things has been found out more cleverly than by any other men of whom we know. But in other respects, I have no great admiration for them. And that most important thing which they have discovered is such that none can escape again who has come to attack them. And if they do not desire to be found, it is not possible to catch them. For they who have neither cities founded nor walls built, but all carry their houses with them, and are mounted archers, living not by the plough but by cattle, and whose dwellings are upon cars, these assuredly are invincible and impossible to approach. This they have found out, seeing that their land is suitable to it, and at the same time the rivers are their allies. For first, this land is plain land and is grassy and well watered, and then there are rivers flowing through it, not much less in number than the channels in Egypt. Of these, as many as are noteworthy, and all can be navigated from the sea. I will name them. There is Ister with 5 mouths, and after this Tyras, Hypanis, Borysthenes, Panticarpes, Cupucarus, Geros, and Tanais. These flowers I shall now describe. The Ister, which is the greatest of all the rivers which we know, flows always with equal volume in summer and winter alike. It is the first towards the west of all the Scythian rivers, and it has become the greatest of all rivers because other rivers flow into it. And these are they which make it great. 5 in number are those which flow through the Scythian land, namely that which the Scythians call Parata and the Hellenes Pyreteos. And besides this, Tierantos and Araros and Naparis and Ordessos. The first mentioned of these is a great river lying towards the east, and there it joins waters with the Ister. The second, Tierantos, is more to the west and smaller, and the Araros and Naparis and Ordessos flow into the Ister, going between these two. These are the native Scythian rivers, which join to swell its stream, while from the Agaristians flows the Maris and joins the Ister, and from the summits of Hymos flow 3 other great rivers towards the north wind and fall into it, namely Atlas and Aras and Tidesis. Through Thrace and the Thracian Crabistians flow the rivers Athris and Noes and Artanes, running into the Ister. And from the Paeonians and Mount Rhodope, the river Chios, cutting through Hymos in the mist, runs into it also. From the Illyrians, the river Angros flows northwards and runs out into the Trabalian plain and into the river Brongos. And the Brongos flows into the Ister. Thus the Ister receives both these, being great rivers. From the region which is above the Ombricans, the river Carpis and another river, the Alpis, flow also to the toward the north wind and run into it. For the Ister flows, in fact, through the whole of Europe, beginning in the land of the Keltoi, who after the Kynesians dwell furthest towards the setting of all the peoples of Europe, and thus flowing through all Europe, it falls into the sea by the side of Scythia. So then, it is because these who have been named and many others join their waters together that Ister becomes the greatest of rivers. since if we compare the single streams, the Nile is superior in volume of water, for into this no river or spring flows to contribute to its volume, and the Ister flows at an equal level, always both in summer and in winter for some such cause as this, as I suppose. In winter, it is of the natural size, or becomes only a little larger than its nature, seeing that this land receives very little rain in winter, but constantly has snow, whereas in summer, the snow which fell in the winter, in quantity abundant, melts and runs through all parts into the Ister. The snow of which I speak, running into the river, helps to swell its volume, and with it also many and violent showers of rain, for it rains during the summer, and thus the waters which mingle with the Ister are more copious in summer than they are in winter, by about as much as the water with which the sun draws to himself in summer exceeds that which he draws in winter. And by the setting of these things against one another, there is produced a balance, so that the river is seen to be of equal volume always. One, I say, of the rivers which the Scythians have is the Ister, and after it the Tiras, which starts from the north and begins its course from a large lake that is the boundary between the land of the Scythians and the land of the Neuroi. At its mouth are settled those Hellenes who are called Tiritai. The third river is the Hypanis, which starts from Scythia and flows from a great lake round which feed white wild horses, and this lake is rightly called the mother of Hypanis. From this then are the river Hypanis take its rise, and for a distance of 5 days' sail it flows shallow and with sweet water still. But from this point on towards the sea for 4 days' sail it is very bitter, for there flows into the water of a bitter spring, which is so exceedingly bitter that, small as it is, it changes the water of the Hypanis by mingling with it, though that is a river to which few are equal in greatness. The spring is on the border between the lands of the agricultural Scythians and of the Alazonians, and the name of the spring and of the place from which it flows is in Scythian Exampios, and in the Hellenic tongue, Hirai Hodoi. Now the Tiras and the Hypanis approach one another in their windings in the land of the Alazonians. But after this, each turns off and widens the space between them as they flow. Fourth is the river Borysthenes, which is both the largest of these after the Ister and also, in our opinion, the most serviceable, not only of the Scythian rivers, but also of all the rivers of the world besides, excepting only the Nile of Egypt, for to this it is not possible to compare any other river. Of the rest, however, the Borysthenes is the most serviceable, seeing that it provides both pastures, which are the fairest and the richest for cattle, and fish, which are better by far and more numerous than of any other river, and also it is the sweetest water to drink, and flows with clear stream, though others beside it are turbid, and along its banks crops are produced better than elsewhere, while in parts where it is not sown, grass grows deeper. Moreover, at its mouth salt forms of itself in abundance, and it produces also huge fish without spines, which they call antikaioi, to be used for salting and many other things also worthy of a wonder. Now, as far as the region of the Gerians, to which it is a voyage of 40 days, the Borysthenes is known as flowing from the north wind. But above this, none can tell through what nations it flows. It is certain, however, that it runs through desert to the land of the agricultural Scythians, for these Scythians dwell along its banks for a distance of 10 days' sail. Of this river alone and of the Nile I cannot tell what the sources are, nor, I think, can any of the Hellenes. When the Borysthenes comes near the sea in its course, the Hypanis mingles with it, running out into the same marsh, and the space between these two rivers, which is, as it were, a beak of land, is called the point of Hippolytes, and it is placed a temple of the mother. Opposite the temple upon the river Hypanis are settled the Borysthenites. That is that which has to do with these rivers, and after these there is a fifth river called Panticarpes. This also flows both from the river and from a lake, and in the space between this river and the Borysthenes dwell the agricultural Scythians. It runs out into the region of Hylaea, and having passed by this, it mingles with the Borysthenes. Sixth comes the river Hypacorus, which starts from a lake and flowing through the mists of the nomad Scythians runs out into the sea by the city of Carchinitis, skirting on its right bank the region of Hylaea and the so-called racecourse of Achilles. Seventh is the Geros, which parts off from the Borysthenes near about that part of the country where the Borysthenes ceases to be known. It parts off, I say, in this region and has the same name which the region itself has, namely Geros. And as it flows to the sea, it borders the country of the nomad and that of the royal Scythians and runs out into the Hypacris. The eighth is the river Tanais, which starts its flow at first from a large lake and runs out into a smaller lake called Myotis, which is the boundary between the royal Scythians and the Soromati. Into this Tanais falls another river whose name is Hergis. So many are the rivers of note with which the Scythians are provided. And for cattle, the grass which comes up in the land of Scythia is the most productive of bile of any grass which we know. And this is so you may judge when you when you open the bodies of the cattle. This abundant supply have they, of which is most important. And as for the rest, their customs are as follows. The gods whom they propitiate by worship are these only, Hestia most of all, then Zeus and the earth, supposing that earth is the wife of Zeus, and after these Apollo, and Aphrodite Urania, and Heracles, and Aries. Of these all the Scythians have the worship established, and the so-called royal Scythians sacrifice also to Poseidon. Now Hestia is called in Scythian Tabiti, and Zeus, being most rightly named in my opinion, is called Papaios, and Earth, Api, and Apollo, Oitosiros, and Aphrodite, Urania, is called Agrimpaza, and Poseidon, Phagimazidas. It is not their custom, however, to make images, altars, or temples to any except Aries, but to him it is their custom to make them. They have all the same manner of sacrifice established for all their religious rites equally, and it is thus performed. The victim stands with its 4 feet tied, and the sacrificing priest stands behind the victim, and by pulling the end of the cord, he throws the beast down. And as the victim falls, he calls upon the god to whom he is sacrificing, and then at once he throws a noose round its neck, and putting a small stick into it, he turns it round and so strangles the animal without either lighting a fire or making any first offering for the victim or pouring any libation over it. And when he has strangled it and flayed off the skin, he proceeds to boil it. Now, as the land of Scythia is exceedingly ill-wooded, this contrivance has been invented for the boiling of the flesh. Having flayed the victims, they strip the flesh off the bones and then put it into the cauldrons, if they happen to have any, of native make, which very much resemble lesbian mixing bowls, except they're much larger. Into these they put the flesh and boil it by lighting it under the bones of the victim. If, however, they have not at hand the cauldron, they put all the flesh into the stomachs of the victims, and adding water, they light the bones under them. And these blaze up beautifully, and the stomachs easily hold the flesh when it has been stripped off the bones. Thus an ox is made to boil itself, and the other kinds of victims each boil themselves also. Thus, when the flesh is boiled, the sacrificer takes a first offering of the flesh and of the vital organs and casts it in front of him, and they sacrifice various kinds of cattle, but especially horses. To the others of the gods they sacrifice thus, and these kinds of beasts, but to Aries as follows. In each district of the several governments they have a temple of Aries set up in this way. Bundles of brushwood are heaped up for about 3 furlongs in length and in breadth, but less in height. And on top of this there is a level square made, and 3 of the sides rise sheer, but by the remaining one side the pile may be ascended. Every year they pile on 150 wagon loads of brushwood, for it is constantly settling down by reason of the weather. Upon this pile of which I speak, each people has an ancient iron sword set up, and this is the sacred symbol of Aries. To this sword they bring yearly offerings of cattle and of horses, and they have the following sacrifice in addition, beyond that what they make to the other the gods, that is to say, of all the enemies whom they take captive in war, they sacrifice 1 man in every 100. not in the same manner as they sacrifice cattle, but in a different manner. For they first pour wine over their heads, and after that they cut throats of the men so that the blood runs into a bowl. And then they carry this right up to the top of the pile of brushwood and pour the blood over the sword. This, I say, they carry up. And meanwhile, below, by the side of the temple, they are doing thus. They cut off all the right arms of the slaughtered men with the hands and throw them up into the air. And then, when they have finished offering the other victims, they go away. And the arm lies wheresoever it has chanced to fall, and the corpse apart from it. Such are the sacrifices which are established among them. But as swine, these make no use, nor indeed are they wont to keep them at all in their land. That which relates to war is thus ordered with them. When a Scythian has slain his first man, he drinks some of his blood, and of all those whom he slays in the battle, he bears the heads to the king. For if he has brought a head, he shares in the spoil which they have taken, but otherwise not. And he takes off the skin of the head by cutting it round about the ears, and then taking hold of the scalp and shaking it off. Afterwards, the scrapes of the flesh, he scrapes off the flesh with the rib of an ox, and works the skin about with his hands. And when he has thus tempered it, he keeps it as a napkin to wipe the hands upon, and hangs it from the bridle of the horse in which he himself rides, and takes pride in it. For whosoever has the greatest number of skins to wipe the hands upon, he is judged to be the bravest man. Many also make cloaks to wear off the skins stripped off, sewing them together like shepherds' cloaks of skins. And many take the skin together with the fingernails off the hands of the enemies when they're dead, and make them into covers for their quivers. Now, human skin, it seems, is both thick and glossy in appearance, more brilliantly white than any other skin. Many also take the skins off the whole bodies of men and stretch them on pieces of wood and carry them on their horses. Such are their established customs about these things, and to the skulls themselves, not of all, but of their greatest enemies, they do thus. The man saws off all below the eyebrows and clears out the inside. And if he is a poor man, he only stretches oxhide round it and then makes use of it. But if he be rich, besides stretching the oxhide, he gilds it over within and makes use of it as a drinking cup. They do this also if any of their own family have been at variance with them, and the man gets the better of his adversary in trial before the king. And when strangers come to him, he highly esteems, he sets these skulls before them and adds the comment that they are being of his own family and had made war against him, and that he had got the better of them. And this they hold to be a proof of manly virtue. Once every year, each ruler of a district mixes in his own district a bowl of wine, from which those of the Scythians drink by whom enemies have been slain. But those by whom this has not been done do not taste of the wine, but sit apart dishonoured. And this is the greatest of all disgraces amongst them. But those of them who have slain a very great number of men drink with 2 cups together at the same time.
Tietäjiä on Skyyteillä paljon, ja nämä ennustavat pajun vitsoista seuraavalla tavalla. He tuovat mukanaan suuria risukimpuja, panevat ne maahan, purkavat ne, asettavat kunkin vitsan yksitellen paikoilleen ja lukevat sitten loitsuja. Ja niitä lukiessaan he jälleen käärivät vitsat kokoon ja sitten he uudestaan asettavat kunkin paikoilleen riviin. Tämä heidän ennustapansa on esi-isiltä peritty. Mutta enareit, jotka ovat miesvaimoja, sanovat, että Afrodite on heille opettanut ennustustaidon. Joka tapauksessa he ennustavat niinipuun kuoresta. He pilkkovat niinen 3 kaistaleeseen, kietovat nämä sormiensa ympäri ja purkaessa ne auki he ennustavat. Kun Skyyttien kuningas sairastuu, noudattaa hän luokseen 3 enimmin arvossa pidettyä miestä tietäjien joukosta, ja nämä ennustavat yllä mainitulla tavalla. He puhuvat tavallisesti jotenkin siihen suuntaan, että se tai se on vannonut väärän valaan kuninkaan kotiliesien kautta, mainiten jonkun maan miehistään. Mutta kuninkaan kotiliesien kautta on Skyyteillä tapana vannoa varsinkin silloin, kun he tahtovat vannoa suurimman valansa. Paikalla otetaan kiinni ja tuodaan se, jonka he väittävät tehneen väärän valan. Ja kun hän saapuu, niin tietäjät todistavat häntä vastaan, että hän on vannonut väärän valan kuninkaan kotiliesien kautta, ja että kuningas siitä syystä on pahoinvoiva. Hän kieltelee, väittää, ettei ole vannonut väärin ja valittelee kovasti. Koska tämä kieltelee, noudattaa kuningas luokseen 2 vertaa niin monta tietäjää. Ja jos nämäkin katsoessaan arpoja selittävät hänet syypääksi väärään valaan, niin ensimmäiset tietäjät suoraa päätä leikkaavat pään häneltä poikki ja saavat hänen rahansa. Mutta jos lisäksi tulleet tietäjät vapauttavat hänet, saapuu muita tietäjiä ja taas muita. Jos nyt useammat vapauttavat henkilön, on säädetty, että ensimmäisten tietäjien itsensä täytyy menettää henkensä. Seuraavalla tavalla he siis surmaavat nämä. He täyttävät vaunut risuilla, valjastavat niiden eteen härkiä, sitovat tietäjät, kytkevät heiltä kädet takaa kiinni, pistävät kapulan heidän suuhunsa, painavat heidät keskelle risuja, sytyttävät ne tuleen, säikäyttävät härkiä ja laskevat ne menemään. Monet härät palaavat poroksi yhdessä tietäjien kanssa, monet taas pääsevät liekkien keskeltä pakoon, sitten kun niiden aisa on palannut poroksi. He polttavat ylämainitulla tavalla muistakin syistä tietäjiä ja kutsuvat niitä valetietäjiksi. Eikä kuningas jätä jäljelle niiden lapsiakaan, jotka hän tappaa, vaan hän surmaa kaikki miehen puolet, mutta naispuolia hän ei vahingoita. Valaliittonsa skyytit tekevät niiden kanssa, joiden kanssa tekevät tällä tavalla. He valavat suureen savimaljaan viiniä ja sekoittavat siihen liitontekijän verta, jonka saavat joko pistämällä ruumista naskalilla tai viiltäen puukolla hiukan ihoa. Sitten he pistävät maljaan tikarin, nuolia, tapparan ja heittokeihään. Tämän tehtyään he lukevat pitkiä rukouksia ja sitten juovat siitä sekä ne itse, jotka liiton keskenään tekevät, että arvokkaimmat heidän seuralaisistaan. Kuningasten haudat ovat Gerrien maassa. Sinne he, kun heiltä on kuollut kuningas, kaivavat suuren neliskulmaisen maakuopan. Saatuaan sen valmiiksi, he ottavat ruumiin ylös vaunuihin ja kuljettavat sen lähimmän kansan luo. Sitä ennen he ovat vahalla sivelleet ruumista sekä viiltäneet auki, puhdistaneet ja täyttäneet vatsan survotulla kyperoksella, suitsutuksella, ynnä sellerin ja dillin siemenillä, sekä sitten jälleen ummeleet sen kiinni. Ne, jotka ottavat vastaan täten tuodun ruumiin, tekevät aivan samoin kuin kuninkaalliset skyytit. He leikkaavat kappaleen korvastaan, keritsevät hiuksensa yltympäri pään, viiltävät viiruja käsivarsiensa ympäri, raastavat otsaansa ja nenänsä ja pistävät nuolia vasemman kätensä läpi. Maastaan he sitten vaunuissa kuljettavat kuninkaan ruumiin seuraavan luo niistä kansoista, joita he hallitsevat. Ja ne, joiden luo he aikaisemmin ovat tulleet, seuraavat heitä. Ja sitten kun he viedessään vainajaa ovat matkaneet kaikkien kautta, niin he ovat Gerrien maassa, jotka asuvat kauimpana niistä kansoista, joita he hallitsevat, sekä hautojen luona. Sitten he laskevat ruumiin hautaan oljille, iskevät keihäitä maahan ruumiin kummallekin puolelle, panevat riukuja niiden päälle ja kattavat ne sitten risuilla. Haudan jäljellä olevaan avaraan tilaan he hautaavat yhden hänen jalkavaimoistaan, jonka ovat kuristaneet kuoliaaksi, hänen juomanlaskijansa, ruoanlaittajansa, tallirenkinsä, palvelijansa, sanantuojansa, hevosensa, ynnä esikoiset kaikista muusta sekä kultaisia maljoja. Ja näet eivät ollenkaan käytä hopeaa eikä vaskea. Tämän tehtyään he kaikki luovat suuren maakummun, jolloin he kilpailevat keskenään ja pyrkivät tekemään niin suuren kuin mahdollista. Vuoden kuluttua he taas tekevät näin. He ottavat kelvollisimmat muiden palvelijain joukosta, ja ne ovat syntyperäisiä skyyttejä, sillä kaikkien niiden täytyy palvella, jota kuningas itse siihen käskee, heillä kun ei ole rahalla ostettuja palvelijoita. Ja kuristavat näistä palvelijoista 50 hänen kauniista hevosistaan. Viimeksi mainittujen vatsaontaloon he tyhjentävät ja puhdistettuaan sen, he täyttävät sen akanoilla ja ompelevat sen sitten kiinni. Sen jälkeen he pystyttävät pyörän kehän puoliskon 2 tangon nenään, niin että se riippuu alaspäin, toisen puoliskon 2 toisen tangon nenään, ja iskevät sillä tapaa useita semmoisia maahan. Edelleen he ajavat paksuja seipäitä hevosten läpi pitkittäin kaulaan saakka, ja nostavat ne pyörän puoliskoille, joista etummaiset kannattelevat hevosten lapoja, toiset takana olevat taas vatsoja reisien kohdalta. Jalat riippuvat kummallakin puolen ilmassa. Sen jälkeen he pistävät niiden suuhun suitset ja puolaimet, vetävät niitä eteenpäin ja kiinnittävät sitten vaarnoihin. Nyt he asettavat kunkin 50 puristetusta nuorukaisesta hevosen selkään ja asettavat ne sillä tavoin, että ensin ajavat suoran tangon kunkin kuolleen selkärankaan myöten kaulaan saakka, Alaspäin ulottuu osa tästä tangosta ruumiin ulkopuolelle, ja sen he iskevät toisessa hevosen läpikulkevassa tangossa olevaan reikään kiinni. Ja pystytettyä nämä ratsumiehet piiriin hautakummun ympäri, he lähtevät pois. Sillä tavoin he hautaavat kuninkaansa. Mutta aina milloin muut skyytit kuolevat, vievät lähimmät sukulaiset vainajat vaunuihin sijoitettuina ympäri ystävien luo. Näistä jokainen ottaa vastaan ja kestitsee saattomiehiä sekä asettaa vainajan eteen aivan samaa kuin muillekin. 40 päivää yksityisiä henkilöitä sillä tapaa viedään ympäri ja sitten ne haudataan. Ja hautajaisten jälkeen skyytit puhdistavat itsensä seuraavalla tavalla. He saippuivat ensin päänsä ja pestyään saippuan pois, he ruumiilleen tekevät näin. He pystyttävät 3 salkoa niin, että ne nojaavat toisiaan vasten, levittävät niiden ympärille villahuopia ja kiinnitettyä ne toisiinsa niin tiukkaan kuin suinkin, he viskaavat tulesta hehkuvia kiviä salkojen ja huopien keskellä olevaan hinkaloon. Heidän maassaan kasvaa liinaa, joka lukuun ottamatta paksuutta ja kokoa muistuttaa hyvin paljon pellavaa. Mutta viime mainitun voittaa liina suuressa määrin. Se kasvaa niin hyvin itsestään kuin kylvettynä, ja siitä tekevät traakialaiset itselleen vaatteetkin, jotka ovat aivan pellavasta tehtyjen kaltaiset. Niinpä joka ei ole erittäin perehtynyt siihen, ei voisi erottaa, onko kangas pellavaa vai liinaa. Mutta se, joka ei ole vielä nähnyt liinakangasta, saattaa luulla vaatetta pellavakankaaksi.
Fast work. So 75 now.
Yep.
Okay.
75 now.
Okay. Tautes own hoiskuthai tis canabios tos sperma epian labosi. Hupodunusi hupotus pilus kai epeta epibalusi tos sperma epitus diaphaneas lithus to puri. Todithumiatai epibalomenon kai atmida Perekatai tosauten hosteliniki udemia an min purii apocratisea. Hoidiscuthai agamonoiti purii oruontai. Tutos fi antilutru esti. Uga de luontai hudati to parapan tosoma. Haidigunaikes auton hudor parakeusai kata sohusi perilithon trukein tes kuparisu kai kedru kai libanu xulu. Kai apeta to kata sochomenon tuto pahu ion kata plasontai pantosoma kai to prosopon. Kai hamamen uodie spheas apututu iske hamade apaireusai te jutere hemere ten kata plastun ginontai catharai kai lamprai. Xenikoisi de nomaioisi kai hutoi ainos chrastai fugusi miti tion alone Hellenikoisi di kai hekista hos diedexan anachasis to kai jutera autis scules. Tutomenga anachasis epete gain pollen theorisas kai apodexamenos caut autein sophiein pollen ecomisdator as ithia tascutheon. Pleon di hellespontu pros isque as cusdicon. Kai juriga te matre ton theon anagontas tus cusdicanus, horten cauta megaloprepios, juxato te matre anarchasis, ein sos, kai hugies aponostese es heotu, thusein te catatauta catha hora, tus cusdicanus poiuntas, kai panucida stisein. Hos de apicator estain scuthicain, catadus estain caliomenain hulaein, heid este men paraton achilleion dromon, tuncane de parsa iusa dendrion pantoion plei, est tauten de catadus ho anachasis, ten hortein epitelie parsan te theo, tumpanon te echon kai ecti samenos agalmata. Kai ton tis scuthion cataphrastes auton, tauta poiunta esse mene to basileie saulio, hode kai autos apicomenos hos ede ton anachasin poiunta tauta, toxiusos auton apectene, kai nun ein tis eretai peri anachasios, facimen scuthai ginoskein, dio tuto hoti exe di misite estin helada, kai xenikoisi ethesi diacrisato, host ego ecusa tumnio tu Ariapatheos epitropu, enai auton idanthiosu tu Scythion Basilios patron, paidadi enai gnuru tu Lucu tu Spargapatheos, eon tautes ein tes oikies ho anachasis, isto hypotu adelphiu apothanon. Idan thosos gar ein pais saulios de ein ho apoktenas anachasin. Kaitoi tina ede ecusa logon alon, hypopeloponnesion legomenon, hos hypotu Scythion Basilios anachasis apopemphthes, tis helaudos mathitis genoitor, opiso te aponostisas phae proston apopempsanta Helenos pantas ascolus enai, es parson sophien plain lacedaimonion, tutoisi di enai munoisi, sophronos dunai, ticai dexastai logon, al hutos men hologos, allos pepaistai, hup auton Helenon, hod on aner husper proteron erethe diaphtari, hutos men nun huto de te eprixi diaxenica tinomaya kai Hellenicas homilias. Holoisi dicata etasi husteron scules, ho Ariopathios epithe paraplesia tuto. Ariopathe gar to Scythion Basile ginatai met alon paidon scules. Ex istrienes de gunaikos hutos ginatai, kai udamos enchories. Ton hemitia aute glossant helada kai grammata edidaxi. Metade chrono husteron Ariopathes men telutar dolo hypospargapatheos ton agathuson Basilios. Scules detain Basileien paralabe, kai ten gunaika tu patros, te unima ein opoie, ein de haute he opoie aste, ex heis ein orikos Ariapathei pais. Basilion de Scythion hoscules diaite men udamos e rescator Scythicae, al Apollon prosta Hellenica malon tetramenos ein apopaidusios tis epipaiduto, epoie et toiuton. Iute agagoi ten stratien ten Scythion esto borostheneation astu, hoidi borostheneatai hutoi legusis spheas autus enai Milesius, est tutus hocos elthoi hoscules, ten menstratien catalipesci ento proastio, autoste, hocos elthoi estotechos, kaitos pulas encleisee, ten stolen apothemenos ten Scythicaen labesci an Hellenida estheta, econ dan tauten egorasde ute dorophoron hepomenon ute alu udenos, tas de pulas effulason, metis min Scythion idoi econta tauten ten stolen, kai tale echrato diaite Hellenicae, kai theoisi hera epoie, catonomus tus Hellenon. Hoti de diatripsea mina e pleon tutu, apalasato endus ten Scythicaen stolen. Tauta poiesci e policis, kai oikia te edemato en borostheneie, kai gunaika egime es auta epichorein. Epete de edea hoi kakos genestai, egeneto apoprophasios toiesde. Epethumise Dionyso Baccheo telestinai, melonte de hoi es heras agestai tin teletin egeneto phasma megiston. Ein hoi en borostheneation te poly oikios megalis kai polutelios periboli, tis kai oligo te proteron tuton mnemin echon, ten perix leuculithus finges, te kai grupes hestasan, es tauten hotheos en escipse belos, kai hemen katekai pasa, scules de uden tutu heneca histon epitelesi tinteletin, Scuthai de tu Bacchuain, perihelisi onne de Zusi, ugar farsi oikos enai theon ex heuriskein tuton hostis minesthai enage anthropus. Epetide, et elesthi to Baccheo hoscules, dia prisjuce ton tis Boristheneation prostus scuthas legon, hemingar catagalati o scuthai, hotibacchuomen kai hemias hothios lambane, nun hutos hodaimon kaiton humeteron basilea lelabica, kai bacchue te, kai hupotu theu minatai, edimoi apisteati hepesthi, kai humin ego dexo, he ponto ton scuthion hoi proestiotes, kai autus anagagon hoburesthenites lathre epipogon catese, epetidit pereie sun to thiaso hoscules, kai edon min bacchuonta hoi scuthai, carta sumforin megalin epoi santo, exelthontes de esi minon, parsi ti stratii ta idoien, hosde metatauta exi laune hoscules es ethia ta hiotu, hoi scuthai prosti samonoi ton adelphion autu octamasadin, gegonoto ectis tyrio thugatros, epanisteato to scule, hode mathon toginomenon epioto kaitein aitiein dihein epoieato, catafuge estin threikein, Puthomenus de ho octamasadis tauta estratuato epitein threikein, epete de epito istro egeneto, entiasan min oithreikes, melonton de auton sonapsein, epempsis italkis paraton octamasadin legon toiadi, tide hemios alilon perethinai,
I think hour and a half.
Aesmen mu tis Adelphies pais, eches de mu Adelphion, sut emoi apodos tuton, kai ego soi ton son sculein paradidomi, stratie de mitesu kindunusis mit ego.
I don't think anyone will mind.
Tauta hoi pempsas hositalkis epicerucuator. Engar parato octamasadi Adelphios sitalcio pefugos tuton. Hodi octamasadis katainei tauta. Ectus de ton hiotu mitroa sitalki elebe ton Adelphion sculein. Kai sitalces men paralabon ton Adelphion apigato. Sculio de octamasadis autu taute apeteme ten cephalin. Huto men peristelusi tas veteronomia scuthai, toisi de paractomenoisi xenicus nomus, toiauta epitemia dedusi.
The numbers of the Scythians I was not able to learn with accuracy. I heard, indeed, different accounts of how many they are, some saying they are very many, and some few. Few, that is, as far as they are true Scythians. But they showed me something that I could actually see in the matter. There is between the river Borysthenes and the river Hypanis a place, Exampeus. I mentioned it a little while ago when I said that there was a brackish spring there, and that the water flowing from it renders the river Hypanis undrinkable. In this place is set a bronze bowl that in size is some 6 times larger than the bowl at the mouth of the Pontus that Pausanias, son of Cleombrotus, dedicated. For anyone who has not yet seen Pausanias's bowl, I will show the size of the other this way. The Scythian bowl contains easily 5,400 gallons, and in thickness is about 4 inches. This vessel, the natives say, was made out of arrowheads. For they say their king, Ariantus, wanted to know the number of the Scythians, and he bade them all bring each one an arrowhead. He threatened with death whoever failed to bring the arrowheads. Thus was collected a huge mass of arrowheads. and then he resolved to make and leave after him a memorial made of them. So he made this bowl from the arrowheads and dedicated it in this place, Exampeus. So much I have heard of the number of the Scythians. The country does not have great marvels, except for the rivers, which are the greatest and most numerous in the world. But the thing, apart from the rivers and the size of the open country, that is most notable, I will tell you. They showed me the footprint of Heracles on rock. It is like a man's footprint, but is 3 feet long, and it is by the river Tirus. That is enough about that. I will go back to the story I began to relate. When Darius was making his preparations against the Scythians, and had sent out messengers commanding some of his subjects to furnish a land army, and others ships, and others still to bridge the Thracian Bosporus, Artabanus, son of Hystaspes, and thus a brother of Darius, begged him by no means to make a campaign against the Scythians. The Scythians, he said, were impossible to deal with. But for all his good advice, he failed to persuade Darius. So Artabanus gave over his urging, and Darius, when all was prepared, marched his army off from Susa. Then Oiabastus, a Persian, begged Darius to leave behind one of his sons. He had 3, and all were with the army. The king said, as to one who was his friend, and indeed had made a moderate request, that he would leave them all. Oiabastus was delighted, believing that his sons were released from their military service. But the king ordered those who were responsible for such things to kill the sons of Oiabastus, all 3.
Hello, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Sorry, just I'm getting it up on my computer and making sure I start from the correct location. Kad otun de crusoioi tada egento. En oi pais tui kai proteron epimenthethen. Tamen ala epikenes afun unos. De. Enton un palathon sen. Usestoi oi crusoies topan es uton epek poinke alate efinfrazumenos. Sorry, I ended up accidentally in the wrong book. My apologies.
Would you like me to do it, Ethan, while you find the place? Because
no, I have it now.
We're behind schedule a bit, but the quicker that you can go, the better, and then Paul can take over.
I'm sorry.
No worries. You're at book 4, chapter 85.
I'll just read it in English to make it easier.
Excellent.
But Darius, when he came to that place in his march from Susa, when the Bosporus was bridged in the territory of Chalcedon, went abroad ship and sailed to the dark rocks, as they are called, which the Greeks say formerly moved. There he sat on a headland and viewed the Pontus, a marvelous sight. For it is the most wonderful sea of all. Its length is 11,100 stadies, and its breadth 300 stadies at a place where it's widest. The channel at your entrance of the sea is 4 stadies across. A narrow neck of your channel called Bosporus, across which the bridge was thrown, is about 120 stadies long. The Bosporus reaches as far to your Promprotus. And the Promprotus is 500 stadies wide and 1,400 long. Its outlet is a Hellespont, which is no wider than 7 stadies and 400 long. Yet a Hellespont empties into a gulf of your sea, which we call your Aegean. These measurements have been made in this way. A ship will generally accomplish 7,000 augere in a day's voyage and 60,000 by night. This being granted, seeing that from your Pontus's mouth to your Phasis, which is the greatest length of your sea, it is a voyage of 9 days and 8 nights, the length of which will be 1,110,000 augei, which makes 11,000 stadies. From your Syndic region to Firmiscura on the Firmidon River, your greatest width of Pontus, it is a voyage of 3 days and 2 nights. That is of 330,000 augei, or 3,300 stadies.
Are we still? Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah, thus I have measured the Pontus and the Bosporus and Hellespont, and they are, as I have said. Furthermore, a lake is seen issuing into your Pontus and not much smaller than the sea itself. It is called the Mytesian Lake and the mother of your Pontus. After having viewed the Pontus, Darius sailed back to your bridge, whose architect was Mandronicles of Samos. And when he had viewed the Bosporus also, he set up 2 pillars of white marble by it, engraving on the one in Assyrian, and the other in Greek characters, the names of all your nations that were in his army, all your nations subject to him. The full census of these, over and above your fleet, was 7,000 men, including horsemen, and the number of ships assembled was 600. Your pillars were afterward carried by your Byzantines into their city, and they were used to build the altar of Orpheus Artemis, except for one collar covered with Assyrian writing that was left beside the temple of Dionysus at Byzantium. Now, if my reckoning is correct, the place where King Darius bridged the Bosporus was midway between Byzantium and the temple at the entrance of your sea. After this, being pleased with his bridge of boats, Darius made a gift of 10 of everything to Mandrocles, the Samian, the architect of it. Mandrocles, your first fruits of these, and had a picture made with them, showing the whole bridge of your Bosphorus, and Darius sitting aloft on his throne and his army crossing. He set this up in the temple of Hera with this inscription. After bridging the Bosporus that teems with fish, Mandrocles dedicated a memorial of your floating bridge to Hera, having won a crown for himself and fame for your Samians, doing the will of King Darius. This memorialized the builder of your bridge.
Still a bit hairy.
All right,
because...
it's on to Paul now.
Hello, everybody. Good. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Here it is. Can you hear me okay? Good,
yes.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Ταυταμένην του Ζεύξαντος στην γέφυραν μνημόσυνα γένετο. Δαρείος δε δωρησάμενος Μανδροκλέα διέβαινε εστιν Ευρώπην. Τύση Ίωση παραγγείλας πλέιν εστον πόντων μέχρι Ίστρου ποταμού. Επιάν δε απίκονται εστον Ίστρον. Εν θαύθα αυτόν περιμένειν ζευγνύντας των ποταμών. Το γάρ δι ναυτικών ήχων Ιωνέστε και Αιωλές και Ελισπόντιοι. Ο μεν δι ναυτικός στρατός Κιανέας διεκπλώσας έπλειε ηθή του Ιστρού. Αναπλώσας δε ανά ποταμών διών ημεραίων πλών από θαλάσσης του ποταμού των Αυχένα. Εκ του χίζεται τα στόματα του Ίστρου εζεύγινε. Δαρείος δε ως διέβη των Βόσπορων κατά την σχεδίην επορεύεται διά της Θρυίκης, απεικόμενος δε επί τεάρου ποταμού τας πηγάς εστρατοπεδεύσατο ημέρας 3. Ο δε τέαρος λέγεται υπό των περιοίκων είναι ποταμών άριστος, τα τε άλλα τα εσ άκεσιν φέροντα και δι και ανδράση και ύπηση ψώριν ακέσαστε. Εσύ δε αυτού επιγέ διόν δέουσε τεσσεράκοντα, εκ πέτρης της αυτής ρέωσε, και εμέν αυτέων εσύ ψυχρέ εδέ θερμέ. Οδός δε επ' αυτάς έστι ίσι εξ ηρέω τε πόλεως της παρά περίνθω και εξ Απολλωνίης της εν το ευξήνο πόντο. Διόν ημεραίων εκατέρι. Εκ διδί δε ο τέαρος ούτως έστων κοντάδεσδον ποταμών. Ο δε κοντάδεσδος έστων αγριάνιν. Ο δε αγριάνιν έστων εύρων. Ο δε εστάλασαν την παρ ένω πόλη. Επί τούτων ον των ποταμών απεικόμενος ο Δαρείος ως εστρατοπεδεύσατο, ιδίς το ποταμό στήλην έστησε και ενθάφθα γράμματα εγγράψας λέγοντα τάδε. Τεάρο ποταμού κεφαλέ είδωρ αριστόντε και κάλιστον παρέχονται πάντων ποταμών. Και επ' αυτάς απίκετο ελάβνων επί σκήθα στρατών ανήρ αριστώστε και κάλιστος πάντων ανθρώπων, Δαρείος ο εις Στάσπιος, περσέονται και πάσης της υπήρου βασιλεύς. Ταύτα δε εν ταύτα εγγράφει. Δαρείος δε εν θεύθεν ορμηθής απίκετο επ' άλλων ποταμών, το όνομα αρτισκός έστι, ως διά οδρυσέων ρέι, επί τούτων δι των ποταμών απεικόμενος επίσε τιόνδε. Αποδέξας χωρίων τη στρατή εκέλευε πάντα άνδρα λίθων, ένα παρεξιόντα τυθένε εις το αποδεδεγμένον τούτο χωρίων. Ως δε ταύτα η στρατή επετέλεσε.
He pause. We've lost. Can you see if I do this? Can you see it?
No, but we don't see that here. Yes. So he's the one with connection issues. Does he have still much to go?
No.
So perhaps just.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, here is a contribution from Mexico City.
Fantastic.
Antes de llegar al Istro, Darío sometió previamente a los getas, que se creen inmortales, pues resulta que los tracios que ocupan Salmideso y los que están establecidos al norte de las ciudades de Apolonia y Mesambría, que reciben respectivamente el nombre de Sirmíadas y Nipseos, se rindieron a Darío sin presentar batalla. En cambio, los getas, que son los tracios más valerosos y más justos, se obstinaron en una imprudente resistencia y fueron reducidos enseguida. Athanatitsusi de ton tropon, ute apodneskei jautus nomitsusi ienai de ton napolimenon para salmoxin daimona. Hoide auton tuton onomatsusi gebeleitsin, diapenteteridos de ton palo la jonta alleis feon auton apopempusi angelon para ton salmoxin, entelómeno y ton angecasto tedeontai. Pempusi de jode, hoimen auton taxentes acontia tria ejusi, aloi dialabontes to apompomenu para ton salmoxin tas heiras, caitus podas, anaquinesantes auton meteoron ripteusi estas lonjas. En mende apozane anapareis, toisi de gileos joceos dokeiyeinai, en deme apozane, aitionta y autonton angelon, famenoimin andra cacon einai, aitiesamenoi de tuton alon apopempusi. En telontai de etitzoonti, jutoi hoi autoi threques kai prosbrontente kai astrapentoxeuontes ano prostonuranon apeileusi toceo, udena alon theon nomitsontes einai eimeton spheteron. Josde ego pintanomai tonton gelesponton kai ponton oikeonton helenon, ton salmoxin tuton eonta anthropon aduleusa ensamo, duleusa de Pitagore topnesarhu, en ceuten de auton genomenon eleuceron crema tactesas taisigna, tesamenon de apelthein esten geutu. Jate de cacobionte eonton ton threcon kai hipafronesteron ton salmoxin tuton epistamenon dia itante iada kai ece abacitera e catathrecas, joyageles y tejomilesanta kai helenon uto acenestato sofiste Pitagore, catasqueuastai andreona estompandoquewon tatonaston tus protus callegogeon tanadidaskein, jos ute autos ute coisimpote yautu ute coyectuton ayei ginomenoi apozaneontai. Al hexus y escoron tuton hina ayei peri eontes hexus y tapanta agatha. En jode epoyeita catalexenta cayelegetauta, en tuto catagayon oikoma epoyeto. Josde hoipanteleos eigeto oikema ekmenton threcon efaniste, catabas de cato estocatagayon oikema diaitato epeteatria, hoidemin epoceonte cayepenceon hostesmeota, de tarto de etei efanetoi sitrexi, caijuto pizana esfi egeneto ta elege hosalmoxis, tauta fasi mim poyesai.
I was just going to ask if he has the charger for the laptop over there.
Yes, I have checked the computer here, so no.
Por mi parte, yo ni dejo de creer, ni en cualquier caso creo ciegamente en la historia de este hombre y en la de la cámara subterránea, pero considero que el tal Salmoxis vivió muchos años antes que Pitágoras, y bien que Salmoxis haya sido un ser humano, bien que se trate de una divinidad propiamente nacional de los getas, dejémoslo estar. La cuestión es que estas gentes, que poseen semejante creencia, fueron reducidas por los persas y se unieron al resto del ejército.
I think it's downstairs, Tom.
Is it me?
Yes.
The Getae lived in this way. They were subdued by the Persians and now followed along with the rest of the army. Darius and the land army reached the Ister, and once all had crossed, the king ordered the Ionians to take apart the bridge of boats as they came across, and from then on to follow him and the army on land. The Ionians were about to start taking apart the bridge when Coes, son of Erxander, who was the leader of the Mytileneans, first ascertained whether or not Darius would be prepared to listen to someone who would offer well-intentioned advice, and then addressed the king. "O king, you are about to campaign in a land where no cultivated land, nor any populated city will present itself to you. For now, leave this bridge standing in place. The men who built it can be left behind as guards. If we succeed in finding the Scythians, we have a way back, and if we don't, we still have a safe way back. I am not worried about the Scythians defeating us in battle, more of what we might suffer if we struggle while wandering about trying to find them. I am not saying this so that I can stay behind, whatever others might think. I am giving you, my king, in front of everyone, my very best advice. Then I will follow you. I have no desire to be left behind.
Darius was delighted with this advice and said in reply, "My friend from Lesbos, come before me when I have returned home safely, so that I may answer your good advice with beneficial services of my own." This is what Darius said, and then he tied 60 knots in a long leather strap. He then summoned the Ionian tyrants to a meeting and said this to them: "Men of Ionia, my previous intention regarding the bridge has been rescinded. Take this strap and do the following. As soon as you see me leave to march against the Syrians, undo 1 knot for each day until I return. But if I don't return within those 60 days, you should sail home. Until that time, in accordance with the new plan, you are to guard the bridge, doing whatever you can to protect it and keep it safe, and I will be grateful for this." Darius said this to them and began his march. Thrace, which sticks out into the sea, is closer to us than Scythia. Scythia begins where the coastline forms a bay and the river Ister flows to the east. Starting from the Ister, I will now describe in detail the nature of the Scythian coastline. Scythia is an ancient land and faces the south and the south wind, stretching from the Ister to the city which is called Karkinitis. From here, the coastline continues to run along the same sea and becomes mountainous, jutting out into the Black Sea. The Turians live there, up to the area known as the Rugged Peninsula, which juts out eastwards into the sea, so that the southern and eastern borders of Scythia are the coastline, just like Attica. This means that the Tauri living in a part of Scythia would be like if a different race to the Athenians lived on the promontory of Sunion, from Thorikos to Anaphilstus, if Sunion struck further out into the sea. If it is helpful to compare something big with something smaller. The land of the Tauri is like this. But if you have never sailed around Attica, I will suggest a different comparison. It would be like if a different race to the Apygians claimed an area on the promontory from the harbour of Brentisium up to Taras. I have used these 2 examples, but there are lots of other locations, like the land of the Tauri. The Scythian territory is next to the Turians. They live to the north of the Tauri as the coast continues east to the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and then up to where the river Tanais flows into Lake Maeotis. Now, going from the river Ister, the Scythians are bordered inland to the north by the Agathyrsi, then the Nuri, next the Man-Eaters, and finally the Black Cloaks. So, Scythia is a 4-sided country. The 2 coastal borders and the 2 inland borders forming a perfect square. To travel from the river Ister to the river Borysthenes would take 10 days, and then another 10 from the river Borysthenes to Lake Maeotis. To travel from the coast to the Black Cloaks tribe in the north would take 20 days. So, as 1 day's journey is 22 miles, by my calculations, Scythia is 440 miles across and about the same distance inland from the coast. This is the extent of Scythia. The Scythians discussed the invasion and decided that, in a battle, they would not be able to drive back the army of Darius by themselves, so they sent messages to the neighbouring tribes. The kings of these tribes had already met and considered their options with such a great army marching against them. These were the kings of the Turians, the Agathyrsi, the Nuri, the Man-Eaters, the Black Cloaks, the Galoni, the Budini, and the Saromatai. I will describe the customs of these people, starting with the Turians. They sacrifice any shipwrecked sailors, along with any Greeks they can capture by piracy, to the Virgin Goddess. They do so in the following way. They begin the rites and then hit the victim on the head with a club. Some say they put the head on a stake and then throw the body off the cliff on which the temple stands. Others agree about the treatment of the head, but not the body, which they say is buried, not thrown off the cliff. The Tauri themselves say that the Virgin Goddess to whom they sacrifice is Iphigenia, daughter of Agamemnon. They treat their defeated enemies in the following way. Each man cuts off the head of one of the enemy and takes it home with him. He puts the head on a tall pole and sets it up above the highest point of the house, which, in most of the houses, is above the smoke vent. They then say that these heads guard the whole house. The Tauri live by plundering and by war. The Agathyrsi, however, all dressed up in their golden finery, live more luxurious lives than all other men. They have polyamorous relationships so that all jealousy and hatred might be removed from their lives as they all share this closeness with each other. Their other customs are basically Thracian. The Nuri live in very similar ways to the Scythians, but the generation before those who faced the invasion of Darius were forced to leave their land because of snakes, which appeared in great numbers all over their tribal lands, and even more came out of the deserted regions to the north, until, finally, they were forced to leave their own territory and live amongst the Budini. They might even be wizards. For the Scythians and the Greeks who live in Syria say that once a year, each of the Nuri becomes a wolf for a few days and then turns back into a man. Personally, I don't believe this story, but they are convinced and even swear to it. The man-eaters have the most savage customs of all men. They have no concept of justice and do not live under the rule of law. They are nomads. They dress like Scythians, but speak their own language, and they are the only one of these tribes who eat human flesh. The Black Cloaks all wear black cloaks. This is why they are called the Black Cloaks. They have Scythian customs. The Budini are a large and powerful race who have bright blue eyes and red hair. They have a city built from wood, which is called Galonus. There is a high wooden wall around the city, which is just over 3 miles long on each side. Their houses and temples are also all made of wood. Some of these temples are dedicated to Greek gods and are constructed in the Greek way, with statues, altars, and wooden shrines. Every 2 years, they have a festival for Dionysus and celebrate Bacchic rites. The Galoni are Greek by origin, descended from those who left the trading ports to live among the Budini. They speak a language which is a hybrid of Scythian and Greek. But the Budini and the Galoni share neither a language nor a way of life. The Budini are an autochthonous people. They are nomadic and are the only one of these tribes who eat lice. But the Galoni till the soil, eat grain and cultivate gardens. They look and seem completely different to the Budini. Nevertheless, the Greeks incorrectly refer to the Budini as Galoni. The country is thickly wooded with every kind of tree. Right in the middle of their biggest forest is a vast lake with a marsh fringed with reed beds. They catch otters and beavers here, along with other animals which have square-shaped faces, and use their skin for the hem of their cloaks. They use the testicles of these animals as a cure for diseases of the womb. Thank you.
Soromateon de perihode legita, hote Helenes amasdosi mahesento, tas de amasdonas kaleusi hoiskita ioiorpata, dinatai de to uno ma tuto catachelada glossa na droptonoi, oiorgar kaleusi andra to de patak teini. Tote logustus Helenas nicesantas te Peter modon timache apopleinaguntas trisiploioisi ton amasdonum, hossa zedinea tos dogresai. Tas de entoi pelagi epitemenas e copsai tus andres. Ploia de uginoski nautas o de pedalioisi rasta o de histioisi o de iresie. Alepei exe copsantus andres eferon to katakima kaianemo. Kai epicneum taitas limnes tes maietidos epiclemnus. Hoidec noi siges tes kiteon ton eleuterum. En tauta pobasa e potum ploion hoiamas dones hodoioporeon est tenoi keumenen. Enti russai de protoi hipoforbioi tuto dierpasen cae epituton hipasdomen aevaisdon taton skiteon. Hoides kita iukeihon simbalestai to pregma. Ute garfonen, ute esteta, ute toetinos ginoscum. Alentoma tiesen hocoten eltoiem. Edoceon dautazei andras ten reliquie nehontas, machenten de pros altas, epoieunto. Ec de tes maches ton necron, ecrates en hoiscitai, cae hoto egnos neusas vinaicas. Boleumenos ion autois edoxectene menu de nitropoi, et altas, reuton de tus neotatus apopempsai eis altas. Pletos e cassantas, rossa e periqueina esam. Tutos de stratopedeu estai plesion e keineon, cae poienta perancae keina e poieusi. Ende autus, Diócosi, magistai meme, apofeugen de pean de pausontai, eltontas autis plesion stratopedeuestai. Taute buleusan tovoiscitai, bulomenoi exalteon paidas imnesestai. Apopeftentes de hoineniscoi epoion te entetalmena, epeide ematon autus haiamasdones, epidemiae delesi apigmenos, eon hairen. Prosehoreon de plesiaitero, to stratopedon, toi stratopedeo, epremerei hecaste. Eichon de udenu de hoinenisco e hosperu de haiamasdones, eimeta hopla caitus hippus, alas doen esdoon ten, e keinesi, tereontes te cai leis dominoi. Epoieon de haiamasdones esten mesambrien toionde, e ginontos porades catamiante caidio, proso de apeleleones eumareien, aposcidinamenai, matontes de cai hoiscitai, epoion tutu. Caitis monoteiseon tini auteon, enechrinteto, kai reamasdon, ucapoteto ala periei de restastai. Kai funesai menuceihe, ugarcineies analelum, tei de reiri evras de esten histeraien eutenes touto horion kai heteronagen, semainos a diogenestai kai aute hetere ne axin. Hodene niscos epe apelte elex et auta prostus loibus, tai de histeraie elte sto horion autos te hutos kai heteronege, kai tenamasdona eure, deutere nauten hippomenusem. Hoideloi poine niscoi, hosem piton totauta, kai autoi, ectilosan totas loibaston amasdonon, metade simexantes ta stratopeda oikeon homu, ginaica ehon hecastos tauten teito proton emichte. Ten defunen, ten menton ginaikon, hoiandre zuke dineato maten. Ten de ton andron, haginaike sinelabon. Epeide sineca nalelon, elexan prostas amasdonas, ta de hoiandres. Remine simentoceis, eiside caetesies. Nion meceti pleon achronons doen toiende. Toiende echomen. Alapeltontes estopletos diaitometa, ginaicas de exomen rimeas, caiudamas alas, haide prostauta elexantade, remeisu candinaimeta oiken metaton rimetereon ginaikon, ugartauta noma iachminte caceine siesti, remeis mentoxeumente caia contisdomen cae hipasdometa, erga de ginaiceia ucematomen, haide rimetera inaices tuton menu denton remeis atelexamen, poieusi, erga de inaiceia ergasdon cae menus aientesi hamaxesi, ute piteren iusa iute aleudame, ucanon dinaimeta ekeines si sinferis, alei bules de inaicas erren remeas, cae docen einai di caiotatoi, el tontes paratostoceas apolachete ton ctematon tomeros, cae epeit el tontes oikeomen epremeon auton, epeiton to cae epoias tauta hoineniscoi, epeite de apolachontes ton ctematon ton epibalon elton, opiso paratas amasdonas, elexan haiginaikes pros autustade. Faz-nos medo e deixa-nos preocupadas a ideia de termos de viver nesta região, depois de vos termos separado dos vossos pais e de termos causado muitos danos à vossa terra. Mas dado que vocês acham bem manter-nos por mulheres, acompanhem-nos nesta decisão. Vamos, partamos desta terra, atravessemos o rio Camas e passemos a morar do outro lado. Os jovens acederam também a esta reivindicação. Depois de atravessarem montanhas, fizeram um caminho em direção à nascente durante 3 dias a partir do rio, e outros 3 desde o lago Meotis no sentido norte. Chegados a essa região em que agora vivem, fixaram lá residência. A partir de então, as mulheres dos Sorômatas mantêm o seu antigo padrão de vida. Vão à caça a cavalo, com os maridos ou sem eles, tomam parte na guerra e usam vestuário semelhante ao dos homens. Os Sorômatas falam a língua cita, que, por tradição, utilizam de forma incorreta, já que as Amazonas a não aprenderam a falar bem. Em matéria de casamento, a regra que praticam é: nenhuma moça se casa antes de ter matado um inimigo. Há mesmo algumas que acabam por morrer já velhas sem terem se casado, por não conseguirem satisfazer esse requisito. Os embaixadores dos citas, portanto, compareceram diante dos soberanos dos povos de quem acabamos de falar e expuseram-nos, em pormenor, como é que o persa, depois de ter dominado por inteiro o outro continente, tinha construído uma ponte sobre o pescoço do Bósforo e tinha atravessado para o lado de cá. E como depois de a ter passado e submetido os Thrácios, se preparava para lançar uma ponte sobre o rio Istro, na intenção de dominar também toda esta região ao seu poder. Vocês, em caso algum, se deixem ficar inativos à margem do conflito, indiferentes à nossa destruição. Bem pelo contrário, unidos por um objetivo comum, enfrentemos o invasor. Não é assim que vão proceder? Então nós, pressionados pelas circunstâncias, ou abandonamos a nossa terra, ou, se ficarmos, negociamos um acordo. De fato, que saída nos resta se vocês não quiserem vir em nosso socorro? Mas nem por isso a vossa sorte há de ser mais confortável. O persa, de modo algum, vem com mais empenho contra nós do que contra vós. Nem se satisfará em nos dominar e em poupar-vos a vocês. E do que afirmamos, vamos dar-vos uma prova cabal. Se fosse só a nós que o persa viesse atacar, como vingança de submissão que antes lhe foi imposta, deveria respeitar todos os outros povos e atacar-nos só a nós. Assim, mostraria a todos que era contra os citas que avançava e contra mais ninguém. Porém, o que se passa é que, desde o momento em que atravessou para este continente, vem subjugando todos aqueles que encontra pela frente. Tem já sob seu domínio os outros Thrácios, entre os quais os que são nossos vizinhos mais próximos, os Guetas. Perante essa solicitação dos citas, os soberanos dos povos ali presentes deliberaram. As opiniões dividiram-se. O Guelono, o Budino e o Sorômata, de comum acordo, comprometeram-se a socorrer os citas. O Agatirso, o Neuro, o Andrófago, bem como os reis Melanclenos e dos Tauros, deram-lhes esta resposta. Se não tivessem sido vocês a iniciar um processo de agressão contra os persas e a tomar a iniciativa da guerra, perante esses pedidos que nos fazem, nós entenderíamos que a razão vos assistia, e então havíamos de ouvir-vos e de nos pormos do vosso lado. Mas a verdade é que foram vocês quem invadiu a terra deles e quem subjugou os persas, sem nós termos sido ouvidos nem achados, durante todo o tempo em que a divindade o permitiu. Agora eles, incitados contra vós pelo mesmo Deus, dão-vos a paga. Nós, porém, nem cometemos qualquer infração contra esses homens no passado, nem neste momento tomaremos a iniciativa de os ofender. Se, todavia, eles atacarem também a nossa terra e enveredarem pela agressão, nesse caso, não deixaremos de lhes fazer frente. Mas até o momento em que tal situação se verifique, vamos aguardar no nosso território, porque temos a ideia de que não é contra nós que os persas avançam, mas contra os culpados de uma agressão anterior.
There, it should be here.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, good morning from Belgium. I'll be continuing 120, I think, in Dutch. Toen hun dit antwoord ter oren was gekomen, besloten de Scythen volstrekt af te zien van een regelrecht gevecht in het open veld, nu ze niet zouden kunnen beschikken over deze bondgenoten. Het was een plan zich met voetvolk en ruiterij terug te trekken en dan de putten die ze passeerden en de bronnen dicht te gooien, het gras te vertrappen en zich in tweeën te splitsen. Bij het ene deel, waarover Scopasis koning was, moesten de Soromaten zich aansluiten. Deze strijders moesten, wanneer de pers die kant op ging, zich al vluchtend terugtrekken langs het Maïetische meer, recht op de rivier de Tanais af. Wanneer de Perzen zich op hun beurt terugtrokken, moesten zij op hen afgaan en hen achtervolgen. Dit wat betreft het ene deel van het gehele koninkrijk, waarvan de mannen opgesteld stonden langs de genoemde route. De andere twee rijken, het grote, waarover Idantirsos regeerde, en het derde, waarover Taxakis regeerde, moesten hun manschappen op één plaats concentreren, gesteund door de Giloniërs en de Boudiniërs. Ook zij moesten zich terugtrekken en de Perzen steeds een afstand van 1 dagmars voorblijven, en tijdens die terugtocht de strategie volgen waartoe besloten was. Ze moesten deze terugtrekkende beweging allereerst maken in de richting van de gebieden waar men het bondgenootschap met hen had afgewezen, om op die manier ook de bewoners daarvan in de strijd te betrekken. Ze hadden aan de strijd tegen de Perzen dan niet vrijwillig willen deelnemen, nu zouden ze er onvrijwillig toe worden gedwongen. Daarna moesten ze rechtsomkeert maken naar hun eigen leefgebied en de strijd pas opnieuw beginnen als men daartoe in gemeenschappelijk beraad zou besluiten. Na dit te hebben besloten, trokken de Scythen Darius tegemoet. Als verkenners hadden ze hun beste ruiters erop uitgestuurd. Alle wagens, waarin hun vrouwen en kinderen verbleven, stuurden ze vooruit, en al het vee, met uitzondering van een bepaalde veelheid, die toereikend zou zijn om hen te voeden, stuurden ze mee, met de instructie steeds noordwaarts te blijven trekken. Dat alles werd dus door de hoofdmacht uit in veiligheid gebracht. Wat de Scythische verkenners betreft, toen ze de Perzen op een afstand van ongeveer 3 dagmarsen van Istros aangetroffen hadden, sloegen ze telkens op 1 dagmars afstand van de Perzen hun kamp op. Tijdens de mars trapten ze alles wat er groeide plat. Toen de Perzen Scythische ruiters op zich af zagen komen, volgden ze hen op de voet, maar de Scythen weken steeds terug. Daarna richtten de Perzen zich op de eerste van de 3 afdelingen en achtervolgden die in oostelijke richting, recht op de rivier de Tanais af. Nadat de Scythen de Tanais waren overgestoken, staken ook de Perzen over en zetten ze hun achtervolging voort totdat ze het grondgebied van de Soromaten waren doorgetrokken en in het gebied van de Boudiniërs kwamen. Zolang de Perzen door het gebied van de Scythen en de Soromaten trokken, viel er niets te plunderen, omdat het onvruchtbaar is. Maar toen ze vervolgens het land van de Boudiniërs binnenvielen en daar de uit hout opgetrokken vesting aantroffen, die door alle Boudiniërs volledig was verlaten, staken ze die in brand. Daarna bleven ze de Scythen onafgebroken op de voet volgen, tot ze door dit gebied heen waren en in de woestijn kwamen. Deze woestijn is volkomen onbewoond en ligt voorbij het land van de Boudiniërs, waar men trekt er in 7 dagmarsen doorheen. Voorbij die woestijn wonen de Tissagetai. Vanuit hun gebied stromen 4 grote rivieren door het land van de Maïetiërs, om daarna uit te monden in het Maïetische meer. De rivieren heten Lycos, Oaros, Tanais en Syrgis. Toen Darius de woestijn had bereikt, staakte hij zijn snelle mars en liet zijn leger halt houden bij de rivier de Oaros. Daarna bouwde hij 8 grote vestingen, op een gelijke afstand van telkens 60 stadien van elkaar. De resten ervan zijn tot in mijn tijd behouden gebleven. Terwijl Darius hiermee bezig was, maakten de Scythen, die hij steeds had achtervolgd, een omtrekkende beweging om het verder weg gelegen gebied en keerden terug naar het Scythische gebied. Zo waren ze volkomen verdwenen en vertonen zich niet meer aan de Perzen. Dat was de reden dat Darius die vestingen half afgebouwd opgaf en rechtsomkeer maakte, in westelijke richting. Hij dacht dat deze Scythen het hele volk vormden en dat zij bezig waren westwaarts te vluchten. Toen hij het Scythische gebied langs de snelste weg met zijn leger had bereikt, stootte Darius daar op de beide andere groepen Scythen, die hij daarop achtervolgde, terwijl ze hem steeds 1 dagmars voorbleven. Daarna namen de Scythen, aangezien Darius zijn achtervolging bleef voortzetten, volgens plan de wijk naar het gebied van volkeren die een bondgenootschap met hen hadden afgewezen, allereerst naar het land van de Melanghlainoi. Toen de Scythen met de hen achtervolgende Perzen daar waren binnengevallen en er grote verwarring hadden gesticht, gingen de Scythen de Perzen voor naar het grondgebied van de Androfagen. Nadat ook daar verwarring was teweeggebracht, weken de Scythen verder uit naar het gebied van de Neuriërs. Toen ook daar verwarring was ontstaan, vluchtten de Scythen verder naar de Agathyrsiërs. De Agathyrsiërs zagen dat ook hun buurvolken door de Scythen opgejaagd werden en in verwarring verkeerden. Daarom stuurden ze, voordat de Scythen hun land binnenvielen, een afgezant met de boodschap dat ze de Scythen verboden hun grenzen te schenden. Ze waarschuwden hen dat ze, als ze probeerden binnen te vallen, allereerst met hen zouden moeten vechten. Na deze boodschap te hebben gestuurd, trokken de Agathyrsiërs naar hun grenzen met het voornemen de aanvallers tegen te houden. Wat de Melangchlaenoi, Androfagen en Neuriërs betreft, toen de Perzen tegelijk met de Scythen hun gebied binnenvielen, maakten ze geen aanstalten zich te verdedigen, vergaten hun dreigementen en vluchtten in verwarring steeds verder noordwaarts, in de richting van de woestijn. De Scythen gingen niet verder in de richting van de Agathyrsiërs, omdat die hen hadden verboden, maar gingen vanuit het gebied van de Neuriërs de Perzen voor naar hun eigen land. Toen deze gang van zaken lange tijd voortduurde en zich steeds bleef herhalen, stuurde Darius een ruiter naar de koning van de Scythen, Idantirsos, met de boodschap: Vreemde man, waarom vlucht u steeds verder, terwijl u de kans hebt een keus te maken uit twee mogelijkheden? Als u meent voldoende gevechtskracht te bezitten om u tegen mijn macht te verzetten, blijf dan staan, staak uw zwerftocht en bind de strijd aan. Maar erkent u dat u de zwakste bent, staak ook in dat geval deze wedloop. Breng voor uw meester aarde en waarde als geschenken mee en ga het gesprek met hem aan. Hierop antwoordde de Scythische koning Idantirsos: Dit is mijn standpunt, pers. Ik ben in het verleden nog nooit uit angst voor één mens op de vlucht gegaan en ben ook nu niet voor u op de vlucht. Ook heb ik nu tegenover u niet anders gehandeld dan ik in vredestijd gewoonlijk doe. Waarom ik nu niet meteen de strijd aanbind, zal ik u ook uitleggen. Wij Scythen hebben geen steden, geen grond waarop wij gewassen verbouwen, waarvan we zouden moeten vrezen dat ze veroverd of vernietigd zullen worden, zodat we daardoor sneller geneigd zouden zijn de strijd met u aan te gaan. Mocht het beslist onvermijdelijk zijn daartoe toch spoedig over te gaan, dan hebben wij onze voorvaderlijke graven. Probeer die te vinden en te verwoesten. Dan zult u merken of wij met u om die graven zullen strijden of niet. Maar voor die tijd zullen wij de strijd niet aangaan, tenzij er goede redenen voor zijn. Dat wat betreft het aanbinden van de strijd. En wat die term meester betreft, ik beschouw mijn voorvader Zeus en Hestia, koningin van de Scythen, als mijn enige meesters. Verder zal ik u, in plaats van aarde en water, andere geschenken sturen, geschenken die u toekomen. En mijn antwoord op uw verklaring dat u mijn meester bent, dat zult u betreuren.
Homen de Kirux oichuke angelion tauta dareo, hoi discussion basileas accusantes tis dulosunis tu onuma orges eplistisan, tin mende metasauramation moiran taxesan, tes erche scopasis, pempusi iosi celiontes es logus apicestai, tu toisi hoi ton istron es eugmenon efflureon, auton de toisi hypolepomenoisi edoxe planan men micete persas, cita de hecastote anairiomenoisi epitithestai, no montes on cita anairiomenus tus dareu epoiuen ta bebulumina, hemen de hippos ten hippon ae trepesci heton scuthon, hoiditon persion hippotai fudontes es epipton eston pesdon, hode pesdos an epicuree, hoide scuthai es araxantes ten hippon hupestrefon ton pesdon phobeomenoi, epoeonto de kaitos nuktas paraplesias prosbolas hoi scuthai, Tode toisi persesi te ein sumakon kai toisi scuthesi antixuon epithemenoisi to dareu stratopido thoma megiston ereo ton te onon he phone kai ton hemionon to eidos utega onon uti hemionon ge he scuthike fere hos kai proteron moi de delotai ude esti ente scuthike passe chore to parapan ute onos ute hemionos diapsapsuchea hu brisdontes on hoi onoi et tarasson ten hippon ton scutheon polakis de epelaun nonton epitus persas metaxu hokos acusean hoi hippoi ton onon tis phones et tarassonto te hypostrephomenoi kai enthomati esgon author histantes ta ota hati ute accusantes proteron phones toiautes uti idontes to eidos tautamen nun epismicron te efferonto tu polemu hoi discuthai hokos tus persas idoien tethorubimanus hina paramenoien te epipleo chronon en te scuthike kai paramenontes ani oato ton panton epiduesiontes epoiontoiadi hokos ton probaton ton spheteron auton catalipoien metaton nomion autoi an hupexe launon es alon choron hoide an persai epelthontes labescon ta probata kai labontes eperonto an to pepoiemeno.
Okay. After this had happened a number of times, things were starting to go very badly for Darius. The Scythian kings realized this and sent a herald with gifts for him: a bird, a mouse, a frog, and 5 arrows. The Persians asked the man who had brought the gifts what the kings meant by them, but he said that all he was supposed to do was hand over the gifts and leave straight away. He had received no further instructions. However, he told the Persians that if they were clever, they would work out what the gifts meant. So the Persians talked the matter over amongst themselves. Darius' opinion was that the Scythians were giving him earth and water as tokens of their surrender. His reasoning was as follows: a mouse is born in the ground and eats the same food as human beings. A frog lives in water. A bird closely resembles a horse, and they gave arrows as symbols of their own military might. This was the view that Darius expressed, but Gobryas, who was one of the 7 who had overthrown the Magus, challenged this view of Darius and came up with an alternative. This is how he explained the message of the gifts. Listen, men of Persia, if you don't become birds and fly up into the sky, or mice and burrow into the ground, or frogs and jump into the lakes, you'll never return home because you'll be shot down by these arrows. So the Persians were trying to work out what the gifts meant. Meanwhile, the Scythian Division, the one which had been detailed originally to retreat past Lake Metaeus, but subsequently to talk to the Ionians on the Ister, reached the bridge. Once they were there, they said, "Men of Ionia, the gift we have come to bring you is freedom from slavery, if you are prepared to do as we suggest. Our information is that your orders from Darius were to guard the bridge only for 60 days, after which, if he still hadn't appeared, you were to go back home. All you have to do then, to avoid his censure, is wait for the prescribed number of days and then leave. If you do that, we won't blame you either." Having gained the Ionians' promise to do as they suggested, the Scythians lost no time in returning to their country. Once Darius had the gifts, the Scythians, who had stayed in Scythia, drew up their infantry and cavalry and prepared to attack the Persians. They were ready and waiting in their ranks when a hare ran across the open space between the 2 sides, and one after another, all the Scythians spotted it and gave chase. Seeing the Scythians in disarray and hearing their cries, Darius asked why his opponents were in such a state of commotion. When he heard that they were chasing a hare, he told his confidants, "These Scythians certainly hold us in contempt. I now think that Gobryas' interpretation of their gifts was right, and what we need is a good plan for getting safely back home."
Na het vallen van de nacht bracht Darius dit advies ten uitvoer. De meest uitgeputte soldaten, van wie de dood het minste schade zou betekenen, liet hij ter plaatse in het kamp achter, evenals alle ezels vastgebonden. Het achterlaten van de ezels en de zwakkere manschappen had als bedoeling dat de ezels zouden gaan balken. De mensen werden wegens hun slechte conditie achtergelaten, maar natuurlijk wel met een voorwendsel. Hij was zelf van plan met het meest capabele deel van het leger, de Scythen, aan te vallen en zij moesten intussen het kamp bewaken. Nadat hij de achterblijvers dit had voorgehouden en vuren had laten ontsteken, ging Darius langs de kortste route in hoog tempo op weg naar Istros. Toen de ezels door het leger in de steek gelaten waren, begonnen ze veel luider te balken en bij het horen van het gebalk van de ezels raakten de Scythen er vast van overtuigd dat de Perzen nog steeds ter plaatse waren. Bij het aanbreken van de dag begrepen de achtergebleven manschappen dat ze door Darius in de steek gelaten waren. Daarom gaven ze zich aan de Scythen over door hun armen naar hen uit te strekken en vertelden ze hoe de zaken ervoor stonden. Toen ze dat hoorden, brachten de Scythen hun eenheden zo snel mogelijk bij elkaar. Zowel de twee afdelingen Scythen als die afzonderlijke, waar de Soromatiërs, de Bondiniërs en de Heloniërs zich bijgevoegd hadden. En begonnen ze de Perzen te achtervolgen, recht op de Istros af. Nu bestond de Perzische troepenmacht voor het grootste deel uit voetvolk. Zij kenden de wegen niet, omdat de wegen niet duidelijk gemarkeerd waren, terwijl de Scythische ruiters ook de kortste wegen kenden. Daardoor liepen ze elkaar mis en kwamen de Scythen veel eerder dan de Perzen bij de schipbrug aan. Toen ze begrepen dat de Perzen de brug nog niet hadden bereikt, zeiden ze tegen de Ioniërs die zich op hun schepen bevonden: Ioniërs, het vastgestelde aantal dagen is voorbij. Het is ten onrechte dat u hier nog bent. Blijkbaar bent u tot nu toe uit vrees hier gebleven, maar nu kunt u de verbinding onklaar maken en zo snel mogelijk vertrekken, verheugd over uw vrijheid en de goden en de Scythen dankbaar. De man die tot nu toe jullie meester was, hebben wij zo klein gekregen dat hij tegen geen enkel volk meer een expeditie gaat ondernemen. De Ioniërs beraden zich op deze suggestie. De Athener Miltiades, een aanvoerder en tiran over de Chersonesos aan de Hellespont, was van oordeel dat men naar de Scythen moest luisteren en Ionië de vrijheid moest geven. Maar Histiaios uit Milete was daartegen gekant. Hij hield hen voor dat het aan Darius te danken was dat ieder van hen tot nu toe tiran van een stad was. Wanneer Darius' macht vernietigd werd, zou hij zelf niet meer over Milete kunnen regeren en niemand anders over welke stad dan ook. Iedere stad zou immers de voorkeur geven aan een democratisch bewind boven de heerschappij van een tiran. Toen Histiaios deze mening naar voren bracht, schaarden alle aanwezigen zich meteen achter dat voorstel, hoewel ze tot dan toe het standpunt van Miltiades hadden gedeeld. De mannen die bij deze stemming een beslissing namen en bij de koning in aanzien stonden, waren als tirannen in het gebied van Hellespont Daphnis uit Abydos, Hippoklos uit Lampsakos, Hierophantos uit Parion, Mithrodoros uit Proconnesos, Aristogaros uit Kyzikos en Ariston uit Byzantion. Tot zover diegenen die in het gebied van de Hellespont regeerden. Uit Ionië kwamen Stratis uit Chios, Ajakes uit Samos, Laodamas uit Phocaia en Histaios uit Milete. Het voorstel dat hij had ingebracht stond tegenover dat van Miltiades. Uit Aeolië was als enige man van aanzien aanwezig Aristogaros uit Kyme. Toen deze mannen van Histaios voorstel de voorkeur gaven, besloten ze er ook nog daden en woorden op te laten volgen. Ze zouden aan de Scythische kant een deel van de schipbrug onklaar maken, maar slechts over de afstand van een pijlschot, om de indruk te geven dat ze iets deden, terwijl ze in feite niets deden. Om te voorkomen dat de Scythen zouden proberen de Istros met geweld over te steken via de brug. Hun verklaring zou zijn dat ze de brug aan de Scythische kant afbraken om alles te doen wat de Scythen prettig vonden. Zo voerden ze het voorstel uit. Namens allen antwoordde Histiaios vervolgens de Scythen als volgt. Scythen, u brengt ons een goed bericht en bent op tijd zo snel hierheen gekomen. U wijst ons van uw kant de goede weg en wij maken ons ten opzichte van u verdienstelijk. Zoals u ziet, Wij zijn bezig de brug af te breken en wij zullen ons met alle bereidwilligheid opstellen, want wij willen vrij zijn. Terwijl wij met het afbreken bezig zijn, is het voor u het uitgelezen moment de Perzen op te sporen en wanneer u ze hebt gevonden, ze hun verdiende loon te geven voor wat ze u en ons hebben aangedaan. Zo geloofden de Scythen voor de tweede keer dat de Ioniërs de waarheid spraken. Daarom maakten ze rechtsomkeer om de Perzen te gaan zoeken, maar liepen elke weg die de Perzen gekozen hadden mis. De Scythen waren hier zelf de oorzaak van, want ze hadden inderdaad indertijd de weidegronden voor de paarden in die streek vernietigd en de waterbronnen dichtgegooid. Hadden ze dat niet gedaan, dan hadden ze de Perzen gemakkelijker kunnen vinden als ze dat gewild hadden. Maar nu leidde juist het plan dat ze als het beste hadden beschouwd tot een fiasco. Hoe dan ook, de Scythen trokken door de gebieden van hun eigen land, waar gras en water voor hun paarden beschikbaar waren, en zochten daar naar hun tegenstanders, die zich volgens hen door een dergelijk gebied terugtrokken. Maar de Perzen hadden juist de route in het oog die ze op de heenweg hadden gevolgd en trokken daar langs, en zo vonden ze de plaats van de oversteek tijd met moeite. Omdat ze er 's nachts aankwamen en de brug onklaargemaakt was, waren ze uiterst bevreesd dat de Ioniërs hen in de steek hadden gelaten. In Darius' omgeving bevond zich een man uit Egypte, die de krachtigste stem ter wereld had. Aan deze man gaf Darius het bevel op de oever van de Istros te gaan staan en Histiaios uit Milete te roepen. Zodra de man de opdracht uitvoerde, gehoorzaamde Histiaios aan de allereerste oproep. Hij stelde alle schepen beschikbaar om het leger over te brengen en bracht de schipbrug weer in orde. En zo ontkwamen de Perzen terwijl de Scythen hen bij hun zoektocht voor de tweede keer misliepen. De Scythen vinden de Ioniërs, beschouwd als vrije mensen, het lafste en slapste volk ter wereld. Beschouwt men ze als slaven, dan zijn ze volgens de Scythen trouw aan hun meesters en volstrekt niet geneigd om weg te lopen. In dergelijke termen veroordelen de Scythen de Ioniërs. Darius trok door Thracië en bereikte Sestos, een stad op de Chersonesos. Vandaar stak hij zelf per schip over naar Azië, terwijl hij als bevelhebber in Europa Megabossos achterliet, een Pers aan wie Darius eens een grote onderscheiding had gegeven door zich met de volgende uitspraak tot de Perzen te richten. Darius stond een keer op het punt granaatappelpitten te eten. Zodra hij de eerste pit openpelde, vroeg zijn broer Artabanos hem waarvan hij er evenveel zou willen krijgen als er pitten in de granaatappel zaten. En Darius antwoordde dat hij net zoveel megabassossen zou willen hebben, liever dan de onderwerping van Griekenland. Door dit te midden van de Perzen te zeggen, had hij Megabassos eer bewezen. En nu liet hij hem hierachter als bevelhebber over 80.000 man van zijn leger. De herinnering aan deze Megabassos is bij de bewoners van de Hellespont onsterfelijk gebleven vanwege de volgende uitspraak. Toen hij namelijk in Byzantium was gekomen, hoorde hij dat de burgers van Chalcedon hun gebied 17 jaar eerder hadden gekoloniseerd dan de burgers van Byzantium hun stad hadden gesticht. Toen hij dat hoorde, verklaarde Megabassos dat de Chalcedoniërs bij die gelegenheid blind moesten zijn geweest. Ze zouden nooit op de mindere plek een stad hebben gesticht in plaats van op de betere, wanneer ze niet blind waren geweest. Het was deze Megabassos die als bevelhebber in het gebied was achtergelaten en hij onderwierp de steden in de Hellespont als ze niet met de Perzen wilden samenwerken.
Utos mennyn tauta epresse, ton auton de tuton chronon egineto epilibuen, allos staties megas stolos. Dia profesinte ego apegesomai, pro dieges amenos proteron tade. Tonec tes argus epibateum paidum paides excellastentes hypopellas don, ton ec prauronos leis ameno tas Athenaion gunaicas. Hypotuton excellastentes ec lemnu oichontop leontes es lacedaimona. Id zomenoide ento te ugeto pur anecaion. Lacedaemonioide idontes angelon epempon, pius omenoitines te kai hocothen esi. Hoide, do angelo erotonti elegon Hoseas an men minuae, aides de ean tonente argoi pleonton heroon, Proschontas de tutus est lemnon futusas spheres. Oide Lacedaemonio, ac cootes ton logon tes genees ton minueon, empsantes to deuteron, eroton tithelontes he coien te est in horen, cae pur aethoien. Oide Ephasan, hypopelasgon ec plethentes hecen es tus pateras, dicaiota ton garenai hutu tuto ginestai. De estai de oikeen hamatu toisi, moiran timeon me dechontes, caites ges apolachontes. Lacedaemonioisi de heade decestai tus minuas ec hoisi thelusi autoi. Malestat enege spheres hoste poiein tauta ton tundarideon he nautilie ente argoi. Examenoite tus minuas geste metedosan cae es phylas die dasanto. Oide dothen men gamus egeman, daste eclemnu he conto exedosan aloisi. Chrono de upolu di elfontos autica hoi minuae ex hybrisan, teste by Sileies metaiteontes cae alla poiuntes hosia. Doision Lacedaemonioisi edoxe autus apoctenae, Sylabontes de spheres catebalones herten, ctenusi detus an ctenosi Lacedaemonioi nuctos met hemerente udena. Epeon e mellon spheres catachresestai paretes santo haegunaikes ton minueon, eusi astaite, cae ton protons partiete un thigataves. Es elthente, esten herten, caes logus elthen hecaste to heutes andri. Oides spheres parhecan, udena dolon doceontes exauteon esestai. Aide epete es elthon poiusi toiade. Pasan ten echon esteta, paradusaitus andrasi, autai ten ton andron elabon. Oide minuae duntes ten gynaikeien esteta, hate gynaikes exeis an exo, ec fugontes de tropo toiuto hidsonte autis, esto te ugeton. Donde auton tuton chronon, teras ho autasionos tutis amenu, tu tesandru, tu polynekeos, estelle es epoikien ec Lacedaemonos. En de hotheras hutos genos eon cadmeios, des metros adelpheos toisi Aristodemu paisi Eurysthenes cae proclei, eon ton detiton paidon tutum nepion, epitropaien e Herodotus ten in Sparte Basileien. Auxethen ton de ton adelphideon, cae paralabonton ten archen, huto de hotheras, denon poiumenos archesta uvalon, epete geusato arches, ugefe mene ente Lacedaemoniala apoclusestai, estus syngeneas. Esan de ente nun tere caleomene neso, roteron de caliste, de aute, apogonoi membliareo tu poikileo andros phoenikos. Cadmoscar ho agenos, Europentis demonos, pros esce este nun theren caleomenen. Pros schontide, ete de hoi hec hore erese ete cae allos e thelesse poiesai tuto, cata leipegar en teneso taute, allus te ton phoenicon cae, ton heotus syngeneon membliarion. Utoi en nemonto, ten calisten caleomenen epigeneas, prine theran elthen ec Lacedaemonos, octo andron. Epitutus deon ho theras, leon echun apotum furion estele, sunoikesun tutoisi caeudomos excelon autus, alla carta oike iumenos. Epete decae, ho minuae, ectrantes ectes hertes, hidsonto est tote iguton, ton Lacedaemonium buliomenon spheres apollunae, paraite etae hotheas, hocus metephonos genetai, autos te hypedecator spheres ex axein ectes hores. Sun horesantum de tegnome ton lacedaemonion, trie conteroisi estus membliareo apogonus eplose, uti pantas agon tus minoas al olicus tinas. Oigar pleunes auton et rapondo estus paroreatas cae cauconas, tutus de excelassantes ectes horas spheas autus hex moeras dihelon, cae epeta ectissan polias taste en autoisi, leprion, maciston, frixas, purgon, epion, nudion. Tuteonde tas plunas, emeo, eleoi, eporthesan. Tedeneso, epitu oikisteo thera, he eponumie egeneto. Hode pais ugar efe hoi simplus estai, toigaron efe auton cataleipsein o in en lucoisi, epitu epeos tutum, uno ma to ne enisco oiolucos egeneto, caicos to uno ma tutu epecratese. Oiolucu de kinetai aigius, ebihu aigeidai taleontai, fule megale in sparte. Toiside ente fule taute anthrasi, ugar hup emenan ta tecna. Hidrus sancto ec theopropiu erinuon ton laiu te cae oedipodio hiron, cae metatuto hup emenan, sun ebe de to tuto, cae enthere toisi apo ton andron tuton gegonosi. Mechimen nun tutu logu lacedaemonioi theraioi catata auta legusi. Tode apo tutu, bunoi theraioi hode genesta legusi. Grinnos ho aisaniu eon thera tutu apogonos crepasiniu there estes nesu. Apiceto es delfus, agon apotes polios, hecaton ben. He ponto de hoi kai aloi tun polieteon kai de kai patos ho polunestu, eon genos eufemides tun minueon. Creumeno de tu grino tu basilei tun theraion peri alon, cra he pythie ctidzein en libue polin. Hodea mebeto legon e gomen o nax, presbyteros te ede emi, cae parus a erestai, sude, tina tonde ton neoteron celio tauta poein. Hamate elege tauta cae edec nue es ton baton. Tote mentos auta, meta de, pelfontes, allogien eichon tu cresteriu, ute libuen eidotes, hocu gesee, ute tolmontes es afanes crema apostelein apoicien. Hepta de eteun metatauta, uc hue tenferen, entoisita dendrea pantas fitta ente neso plenhenos, exauanthe. Creumenoisi de toisitheraioisi proefere hyputhie ten es libuen apoicien. Epeite de cacu uden ens fimechos, pempusi escreten, angelus, disdemenus e discretum, emetoicum, apigmenos, eie es libuen. Periplanomenoi autem, hutoi apiconto, cae es itanon polin, entaute decimisbusi andri porphyrei to unoma en corrubios. Ose fer, hup anemon ap enixes apicestai es libuen, cae libues es platean neson, misto de tuton pesantes egones theren, ecte theres eprion catascopoi andres, taprota upoloi, categisamenu de tu corrubio est neson tauten de ten platean, ton men corrubion catalepusi sitia para catalipontes hoson de menon, autoide epleon ten tahisten apangeleon tes theroi oisi peri tes nesu. Apodemeonton de tutum pleo chronon tu synkemenu, ton corobion e belle beta panta. Meta de neus samie, des nauteros en kulaios, pleusa eb Aegyptu, abenethe esten platean tauten. Uthomenoi de hoi samioi, paratu corobio tun pantalogon, sitia hoi eniautu kata leipusi. Toide, anexentes ectesnesu, kai klichomenoi Aegyptu, epleon, apopheromenoi ab heliote animo, kai ugar anie to pneuma Heracleas stelas, diec peresantes, epiconto estartes son, theie pompe chroeomenoi. Tode emporion tuto en aceraton tuton phomon, hoste aponostesantes hutoi, opisso megista de Helenon pantonton hemes atrekeien idmen, ec fortion ec certesan. Metage sustraton, ton la odamantos agineten, tuto igar, hoiat esti erisaiaron. Oide samioi, ten decaten ton epicerdion excellentes, hex talanta et poiesanto chalceion creteros, argolicu tropon. Perix de auto, grupon cephalai, procrossoi eisi, cae anethecan estoheraion, hypostesantes auto tres chalceus colossus hepta pegias, toisigunasi ereris menus. Curerai oisi de caetherai oisi, es samius apotutum, tu ergu prota filiae megalai sine crethesan. Oide theraioi, epete, ton corobion lipontes tun enteneso, apiconto estentheren, ab engelon hos sphiae mesos, epi Libyae ectismene. Therai oiside heade adelpheonte, ab adelpheon pempen, palo lachonta, kai aporton choron hapanton hepta eonton andras. Enai desfeon kai hegemona kai basilea baton. Uto des de luci duo pente conterus esten platea.
Well, that is what the Thracians say. And for the rest of the story, the Thracian and Cyrenian accounts agree, except that the Cyrenians disagree completely with the Thracian version concerning Battus. This is how the Cyrenians tell the story. There is in Crete a city, Axos, where Etearchos ruled as king. He had a daughter named Phronime, whose mother had died, so he had married another woman, who, when she moved in, assumed the right to play the role of stepmother. She abused and harassed the girl, contriving all kinds of plots against her. Finally, she accused her of licentiousness and managed to persuade her husband to believe the charge. Convinced by his wife, he devised the following impious offense against his daughter. There was in Axos a merchant, Themision of Thera, with whom Etearchos pledged guest friendship, and whom he asked to swear to perform whatever service he would request. When Themision had sworn the oath, Etearchos brought forth his daughter and handed her over to him with instructions to take her away and throw her into the sea. Infuriated at being deceived by the oath in this way, Themision renounced his pact of guest friendship, and then, to release himself from obligation under the oath that he had sworn to Etearchos, he sailed away with the girl, tied a rope around her, lowered her down into the sea, and then, after pulling her back up, took her with him back to Thera. There, Phronime was taken in by Polymnestos, a distinguished Thracian, to be his mistress. In the fullness of time, she bore to him a son who stuttered and spoke with a lisp. According to the Thracians and Cyrenians, the boy was named Battus. I think, however, that he was initially given some other name, since he changed his name after coming to Libya because of what the oracle at Delphi had told him, and also because of the honor he thereby acquired by taking this as his surname, for the Libyans call a king Battus. Indeed, I believe the Pythian knew that he would be king in Libya when, in her prophecy, she called him by that title in the Libyan language. When he grew to manhood, he went to Delphi to ask about his speech defect, and the Pythia gave this response to his question. Batos, you have come here for speech, and here is the speech of Lord Phoebus Apollo. He sends you to Libya, feeder of flocks, to found a colony. As if the god had said in Greek, O king, you have come here for speech. Batos replied, My lord, I did come for advice about my speech, but you have responded by presenting an irrelevant and impossible recommendation. You order me to colonize Libya, but how could I be capable of that? What men would I take along? The god, however, was not persuaded to give him a different response, and as Batos realized that he was receiving the same prophecy as before, he left in the middle of it and returned to Thera. But afterward, he and the rest of the Thracians suffered again from bad luck, and in their ignorance of the cause of their misfortunes, they consulted Delphi about their present troubles. The Pythia responded that everything would go better for them if they would join Batos in settling Cyrene in Libya. So the Thracians sent Batos off with 2 Pentaconters. He and his crew did sail to Libya, but since they did not know what to do when they got there, they returned to Thera. As they were sailing in, however, the Thracians shot at them and would not allow them to land. They ordered them instead to sail back again. And so being forced to do so, they sailed back and settled an island off the coast of Libya, whose name, as I mentioned earlier, is Plataea. This island is said to be equal in size to the present city of the Cyreneans. For 2 years they lived on their island, but nothing went well for them there. So, leaving behind one man, the rest of them sailed for Delphi to consult the oracle. They announced that, though they were now living in Libya, they were faring no better than before. The Pythia replied, If you really know Libya, feeder of flocks, without having gone there, better than I, who have been to that place, then I greatly admire your wisdom. When Batos and his followers heard this, they realized that the god was not releasing them from their obligation to colonize until they moved into Libya itself, so they sailed back again. They stopped at the island to pick up the man they had left there, and then settled the region of Libya that lies on the mainland opposite the island, a place called Aries. It is bordered on either side by the most beautiful valleys, and a river flows along one side of it. They lived here for 6 years, but in the 7th, some Libyans came to them and, offering to show them a better location, persuaded them to leave. So when the Libyans had managed to move them out of their settlement, they led them to the west in such a way that the Hellenes would not be able to see the best district as they were passing through it. They calculated their timing so as to take them at night through that part of the country which is called Irasa, and leading them to what is said to be the spring of Apollo, they declared, Hellenes, this is a suitable place for you to live, for here the sky is pierced with holes. Batos, the founder of the colony, lived and ruled for 40 years, and his son Arcesilaus ruled for 16 further years. And while they ruled, the number of the Cyrenians who lived there remained the same as the number of those who had originally joined the colonial expedition. But in the reign of the 3rd king, called Batos the Blessed, the Pythia urged all Hellenes to sail to Libya and settle among the Cyrenes, since the Cyreneans had invited them to come and to share in the plots of land that they intended to divide and distribute among them. This is how the oracle went. He who comes to beloved Libya too late for the division of land will, I predict, be sorry someday. When a great throng of people had gathered in Cyrene, the surrounding Libyan inhabitants found that they had been cut off from a large part of their lands. Infuriated at being thus deprived of their territory by the Cyreneans, these Libyans and their king, whose name was Adikran, sent a message to Egypt offering to place themselves under the protection and rule of Aries, king of Egypt. Aries then assembled a large army and sent it against Cyrene. But the Cyreneans marched out to Arasa, and at the spring called Theste, engaged the Egyptians in battle and were victorious. Egyptians, after all, had had no experience fighting Hellenes before this and approached combat with them carelessly, and thereby suffered such devastating losses that few of them returned to Egypt. It was in response to this disaster that the Egyptians blamed Apries and revolted against him. When Archesilaus, the son of Thespatos, became king, he quarreled with his brothers so that they left Cyrene and founded another city in Libya on their own, Barcae, and it is still called that today. While they were establishing their settlement, they led the Libyans in a revolt against the Cyrenaeans. So Archesilaus mobilized his troops and marched against the Libyans who had welcomed his brothers and revolted. At first, these Libyans feared the king and fled to eastern Libya. Archesilaus pursued them until he reached Leucon, a site in Libya where the Libyans decided to turn and attack him. In the battle that followed, the Libyans won a great victory over the Cyrenaeans. Indeed, 7,000 Cyrenaean hoplites fell there. Following this calamity, Archesilaus became ill, and after taking a drug, was strangled by his brother Learchus, who in turn was treacherously killed by the wife of Archesilaus, whose name was Eryxo. Battus, son of Archesilaus, then inherited the kingship. He was lame and walked with a limp. In response to their overwhelming misfortune, the Cyrenaeans sent to Delphi to inquire as to what institution they might create to assure themselves a better life there. The Pythia ordered them to bring in a mediator from Mantinea, and so the Cyrenaeans made this request, and the Mantineans responded by sending to them their most distinguished citizen, whose name was Demonax. This man arrived in Cyrene, and after conducting a detailed investigation of the community, divided the people into 3 tribes. The first included the Thracians and the inhabitants of the surrounding area. The second was composed of the Peloponnesians and Cretans, and the third was made up of all the other islanders. In addition, Demonax set aside specific precincts and priesthoods for King Battus, but everything else that had earlier belonged to the kings he made public and placed in the hands of the people.
Thus matters rested during the lifetime of this Battus. But when his son Archesilaus came to the throne, great disturbance arose about the privileges. For Archesilaus, son of Battus the Lame and Feretima, refused to submit to the arrangements of Demonax the Mantinean, and claimed all the powers of his forefathers. In the contention which followed, Archesilaus was worsted, whereupon he fled to Samos, while his mother took refuge at Salamis in the island of Cyprus. Salamis was at that time ruled by Evelphon, the same who offered at Delphi the censer which is in the treasury of the Corinthians, a work deserving of admiration. Of him, Feretima made request that he would give her an army, whereby she and her son might regain Cyrene. But Evelphon, preferring to give her anything rather than an army, made her various presents. Feretima accepted them all, saying as she took them, "Good is this too, O king, but better were it to give me the army which I crave at thy hands." Finding that she repeated these words each time that he presented her with a gift, Evelphon at last sent her a golden spindle and distaff with the wool ready for spinning. Again she uttered the same speech as before, whereupon Evelphon rejoined, "These are the gifts I present to women, not armies." At Samos, meanwhile, Archesilaus was collecting troops by the promise of granting them lands. Having in this way drawn together a vast host, he sent to Delphi to consult the oracle about his restoration. The answer of the Pythoness was this: "Loxias grants thy race to rule over Cyrene till 4 kings Battus, 4 Archesilaus by name, have passed away. Beyond this term of 8 generations of men, he warns you not to seek to extend your reign. Thou, for thy part, be gentle when thou art restored. If thou find'st the oven full of jars, bake not the jars, but be sure to speed them on their way. If, however, thou heatest the oven, then avoid the island, else thou wilt die thyself, and with thee the most beautiful bull." So spake the Pythoness. Archesilaus, upon this, returned to Cyrene, taking with him the troops which he had raised in Samos. There he obtained possession of the supreme power, whereupon, forgetful of the oracle, he took proceedings against those who had driven him into banishment. Some of them fled from him and quitted the country for good. Others fell into his hands and were sent to suffer death in Cyprus. These last, happening on their passage to put in, through stress of weather, at Cnidus, the Cnidians rescued them and sent them off to Thera. Another body found a refuge in the great tower of Aglomachus, a private edifice, and were there destroyed by Arcesilaus, who heaped wood around the place and burned them to death. Aware, after the deed was done, that this was what the Pythoness meant when she warned him if he found the jars in the oven not to bake them, he withdrew himself of his own accord from the city of Cyrene, believing that to be the island of the oracle, and fearing to die as had been prophesied. Being married to a relation of his own, a daughter of Alazir, at that time king of the Barcaeans, he took up his abode with him. At Barca, however, certain of the citizens, together with a number of Cyrenian exiles, recognizing him as he walked in the forum, killed him. They slew also at the same time Alazir, his father-in-law. So Arcesilaus, wittingly or unwittingly, disobeyed the oracle and thereby fulfilled his destiny. Feretima, the mother of Arcesilaus, during the time that her son, after working his own ruin, dwelt at Barca, continued to enjoy all his privileges at Cyrene, managing the government and taking her seat at the council board. No sooner, however, did she hear of the death of her son at Barca than, leaving Cyrene, she fled in haste to Egypt. Arcesilaus had claims for service done to Cambyses, son of Cyrus, since it was by him that Cyrene was put under the Persian yoke, and a rate of tribute agreed upon. Feretima therefore went straight to Egypt, and presenting herself as a suppliant before Ariandes, entreated him to avenge her wrongs. Her son, she said, had met his death on account of his being so well affected towards the Medes. Now Ariandes had been made governor of Egypt by Cambyses. He it was who in after times was punished with death by Darius for seeking to rival him. Aware by report, and also by his own eyesight, that Darius wished to leave a memorial of himself such as no king had ever left before, Ariandes resolved to follow his example, and did so till he got his reward. Darius had refined gold to the last perfection of purity in order to have coins struck of it. Ariandes, in his Egyptian government, did the very same with silver, so that to this day there is no such pure silver anywhere as the Ariandic. Darius, when this came to his ears, brought another charge, a charge of rebellion against Ariandes, and put him to death. At the time of which we are speaking, Ariandes, moved with compassion for Feretima, granted her all the forces which there were in Egypt, both land and sea. The command of the army he gave to Amasis, a Marathian, while Badres, one of the tribe of the Pasargadae, was appointed to lead the fleet. Before the expedition, however, left Egypt, he sent a herald to Barca to inquire who it was that had slain King Arcesilaus. The Barcaeans replied that they, one and all, acknowledged the deed. Arcesilaus had done them many and great injuries. After receiving this reply, Ariandes gave the troops orders to march with Feretima. Such was the cause which served as a pretext for this expedition. Its real object was, I believe, the subjugation of Libya, for Libya is inhabited by many and various races, and of these but very few were subjects of the Persian king, while by far the larger number held Darius in no manner of respect. Shall I carry on, Thomas? Tom? (179), right you are. This, by the way, for everybody's benefit, is the Victorian translation by Rawlinson. So 168, 4168. The Libyans dwell in the order which I will now describe. Beginning on the side of Egypt, the first Libyans are the Adermachidae. These people have in most points the same customs as the Egyptians, but use the costume of the Libyans. Their women wear on each leg a ring made of bronze. They let their hair grow long, and when they catch any vermin on their persons, bite it and throw it away. In this, they differ from all the other Libyans. They are also the only tribe with whom the custom obtains of bringing all women about to become brides before the king, that he may choose such as are agreeable to him. The Adermachidae extend from the borders of Egypt to the harbour called Port Plinus. Next to the Adermachidae are the Gilligamai, who inhabit the country westward as far as the island of Aphrodisias. Off this tract is the island of Plataea, which the Cyrenians colonized. Here too, upon the mainland, are Port Menelaus and Aries, where the Cyrenians once lived. The Silphium begins to grow in this region, extending from the island of Plataea on the one side to the mouth of the Syrtis on the other. The customs of the Gilligamai are like those of the rest of their countrymen. The Asbistae adjoin the Gilligamai upon the west. They inhabit the regions above Cyrene, but do not reach to the coast, which belongs to the Cyrenians. 4-horse chariots are in more common use among them than among any other Libyans. In most of their customs, they ape the manners of the Cyrenians. Westward of the Asbistae dwell the Auschisai, who possess the country above Barca, reaching, however, to the sea at the place called Euesperides. In the middle of their territory is the little tribe of the Cabalians, which touches the coast near Tauchaira, a city of the Barcaeans. Their customs are like those of the Libyans above Cyrene. The Nasamonians, a numerous people, are the western neighbours of the Auschisai. In summer, they leave their flocks and herds upon the seashore and go up the country to a place called Augila, where they gather the dates from the palms, which in those parts grow thickly and are of great size, all of them being of the fruit-bearing kind. They also chase the locusts, and when caught, dry them in the sun, after which they grind them to powder, and sprinkling this upon their milk, so drink it. Each man among them has several wives, in their intercourse with whom they resemble the Massagetae. The following are their customs in the swearing of oaths, and the practice of augury. The man, as he swears, lays his hand upon the tomb of someone considered to have been preeminently just and good, and so doing swears by his name. For divination, they betake themselves to the sepulchres of their own ancestors, and after praying lie down to sleep upon their graves. By the dreams which then come to them, they guide their conduct. When they pledge their faith to one another, each gives the other to drink out of his hand. If there be no liquid to be had, they take up dust from the ground and put their tongues to it. On the country of the Nasamonians borders that of the Psylli, who were swept away under the following circumstances. The south wind had blown for a long time and dried up all the tanks in which their water was stored. Now the whole region within the Syrtis is utterly devoid of springs. Accordingly, the Psylli took counsel among themselves, and by common consent made war upon the south wind. So at least the Libyans say, I do but repeat their words. They went forth and reached the desert, but there the south wind rose and buried them under heaps of sand. Whereupon, the Psylli being destroyed, their lands passed to the Nasamonians. Above the Nasamonians towards the south, in the district where the wild beasts abound, dwell the Garamantians, who avoid all society or intercourse with their fellow men, have no weapon of war, and do not know how to defend themselves. These border the Nasamonians on the south. Westward along the seashore, their neighbours are the Maccae, who by letting the locks about the crown of their head grow long, while they clip them close everywhere else, make their hair resemble a crest. In war, these people use the skins of ostriches for shields. The river Knips rises among them from the height called the Hill of the Graces, and runs from thence through their country to the sea. The Hill of the Graces is thickly covered with wood, and is thus very unlike the rest of Libya, which is bare. It is distant 200 furlongs from the sea. Adjoining the Macae are the Gindanes, whose women wear on their legs anklets of leather. Each lover that a woman has gives her one, and she who can show the most is the best esteemed, as she appears to have been loved by the greatest number of men. A promontory jutting out into the sea from the country of the Gindanes is inhabited by the Lotophagi, who live entirely on the fruit of the lotus tree. The lotus fruit is about the size of the lentisk berry, and in sweetness resembles the date. The Lotophagi even succeed in obtaining from it a sort of wine. The sea coast beyond the Lotophagi is occupied by the Machlians, who use the lotus to some extent, though not so much as the people of whom we last spoke. The Machlians reach as far as the great river called the Triton, which empties itself into the great lake Tritonis. Here in this lake is an island called Phla, which it is said the Lacedaemonians were to have colonized, according to an oracle. That's the end of 178. One more. 179. The following is the story as it is commonly told. When Jason had finished building the Argo at the foot of Mount Pelion, he took on board the usual hecatomb and, moreover, a brazen tripod. Thus equipped, he set sail, intending to coast round the Peloponnese and so to reach Delphi. The voyage was prosperous as far as Malea, but at that point a gale of wind from the north came on suddenly and carried him out of his course to the coast of Libya, where before he discovered the land, he got among the shallows of Lake Tritonis. As he was turning it in his mind how he should find his way out, Triton, they say, appeared to him and offered to show him the channel and secure him a safe retreat if he would give him the tripod. Jason, complying, was shown by Triton the passage through the shallows, after which the god took the tripod, and carrying it to his own temple, seated himself upon it, and filled with prophetic fury, delivered to Jason and his companions a long prediction. When a descendant, he said, of one of the Argo's crew should seize and carry off the brazen tripod, then by inevitable fate would 100 Grecian cities be built around Lake Tritonis. The Libyans of that region, when they heard the words of his prophecy, took away the tripod and hid it.
It's time for Emily. I see her there. Emily, are you there? For 180?
So sorry.
Yep, there you are. Excellent.
Sorry
Go for
about
it.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
The people next to the Malachites are the Aces. Both these tribes live on the shores of the lagoon, and the river Triton forms the boundary between them. The Maccabees let their hair grow on the back of their heads, the Aces on the front. They hold an annual festival in honor of Athene, at which the girls divide themselves into two groups and fight each other with stones and sticks. They say this rite had come down to them from time immemorial, and by its performance they pay honor to their native deity, which is the same as our Greek Athene. If any girl, during the course of the battle, is fatally injured and dies, they say it is proof that she is no maiden. Before setting them to fight, they pick out the best-looking girl and dress her up publicly in a full suit of Greek armor and a Corinthian helmet. Then they put her in a chariot and drive her round the lagoon. How they dressed these girls before there were Greeks settled in the neighborhood, I cannot say. Presumably the armor they used was Egyptian. For I am prepared to maintain that both shields and helmets were introduced into Greece from Egypt. There is a belief amongst the people that Athene is the daughter of Poseidon and the Triton lake, but that having some quarrel with her father, she put herself at the disposal of Zeus, who made her his own daughter. The women of the tribe are common property. There are no married couples living together, and intercourse is casual, like that of animals. When a child is fully grown, the men hold a meeting every 3rd month, and it is considered to belong to the one it most clearly resembles. I have now mentioned all the pastoral tribes along the Libyan coast. Upcountry further to the south lies the region where wild beasts are found. And beyond that, there is a great belt of sand stretching from Thebes in Egypt to the Pillars of Hercules. Along this belt, separated from one another by about 10 days' journeys, are little hills formed by lumps of salt, and from the top of each gushes a spring of cold, sweet water. Men live in the neighborhood of these springs, beyond the wild beast region. They are the furthest south towards the desert of any human beings. The first of them, 10 days' journey from Thebes, are the Ammonians, with a temple derived from that of Theban Zeus. I have already pointed out how the image of Zeus in both temples has a ram's face. They have another spring there, of which the water is tepid in the early morning and cools down towards market time. By noon it is very cold, and that is the moment when they water their gardens. Then, as the day draws towards evening, the chill gradually goes off it, until by sunset it is tepid again. After that it gets hotter and hotter as the night advances, and at midnight it boils furiously. Then, after midnight, the process is reversed, and it steadily cools off until dawn. The spring is known as the Fountain of the Sun. 10 days' journey west of the Ammonians, along the belt of sand, there is another similar salt hill and spring. This place, called Agilia, is also inhabited, and it is here that the Nasamonians come for the date harvest. Again, it is the same distance to the west is a salt hill and spring, just as before, with date palms of the fruit bearing kind, as in the other springs, and here live the Garamantes, a very numerous tribe of people who spend soil over the salt to sow their seed in. From these people is the shortest route, about 30 days' journey, to Topagi, and it is amongst them that the cattle are found which walk backwards as they gaze. The reason for this curious habit is provided by the formation of their horns, which bend forwards and downwards. This prevents them from moving forwards in an ordinary way, for if they try to do so, their horns would stick in the ground. In other respects, they are just like ordinary cattle, except for the thickness and toughness of their hide. The Garamantes hunt the Ethiopian troglodytes in 4-horse chariots, for these troglodytes are exceedingly swift of foot, more so than any people of whom we have any information. They eat snakes and lizards and other reptiles, and speak a language like no other, but squeak like bats.
So, after another 10 days' journey from the Garamantes, there is again a salt hillock and water. Men dwell there called Atarantes. These are the only men known to us who have no names, for the whole people are called Atarantes, but no man has a name of his own. These, when the sun is exceeding high, curse and most foully revile him, for that his burning heat afflicts their people and their land. After another 10 days' journey, there is again a hillock of salt and water, and men dwelling there. Near to this salt, there is a mountain called Atlas, and the shape of this mountain is quite unusual. It is slender and a complete circle, and it is said to be so high that its summits cannot be seen, for cloud is ever upon them, in winter and in summer. The people of the country call it the Pillar of Heaven, and these men have got their name, which is Atalantes, from this mountain. It is said that they eat no living creature and see no dreams in their sleep. I know and can tell the names of all the peoples that dwell on the ridge as far as the Atlantes, but no farther than that. But this I know, that the ridge reaches as far as the Pillars of Heracles and beyond them. There is a mine of salt on it every 10 days' journey, and men dwell there. Their houses are all built of the blocks of salt, for even these are parts of Libya where no rain falls. For the walls, being of salt, could not stand firm if there were rain. The salt there is both white and purple. Beyond this ridge, the southern and inland parts of Libya are desert and waterless. No wild beasts are there, nor rain, nor forests. This region is wholly without moisture. Thus, from Egypt to the Tritonian lake, the Libyans are nomads that eat meat and drink milk. For the same reason as the Egyptians too profess, they will not touch the flesh of cows, and they rear no swine. The women of Cyrene too deem it wrong to eat cow's flesh because of the Isis of Egypt. Nay, they even honor her with fasts and festivals, and the Barcaean women refuse to eat swine too, as well as cows. Thus it is with this region, that westwards of the Tritonian lake, the Libyans are not nomads. They follow not the same usages, nor treat their children as the nomads are wont to do. For the practice of many Libyan nomads, I cannot with exactness say whether it be the practice of all, is to take their children when 4 years old, and with grease of sheep's wool to burn the veins of their scalps, or sometimes of their temples, that so the children may never afterwards be afflicted by phlegm running down from the head. They say that this makes their children most healthy. In truth, no men known to us are so healthy as the Libyans. Whether it be by reason of this practice, I cannot with exactness say, but most healthy they certainly are. When the children smart from the pain of the burning, the Libyans have found a remedy, which is to heal them by moistening with goat's urine. And this is what the Libyans themselves say. The nomad's manner of sacrificing is to cut a piece from the victim's ear for first fruits and throw it over the house, which done, they turn back the victim's neck. They sacrifice to no gods save the sun and moon. That is, this is the practice of the whole nation, but the dwellers by the Tritonian lake sacrifice to Athena chiefly, and next to Triton and Poseidon. It would seem that the robe and aegis of the images of Athena were copied by the Greeks from the Libyan women, for save that the dress of the Libyan women is made out of leather, and that the tassels of their goatskin corselets are not snakes, but made of thongs of hide, in all else their equipment is the same. No, the very name betrays that the raiment of the statues of Pallas Athena has come from Libya, for Libyan women wear hairless tasseled goatskins over their dress colored with madder, and the Greeks have changed the name of these goatskins into their name, aegis. Further, to my thinking, the ceremonial chant first took its rise in Libya, for the women of that country chant very tunefully, and it is from the Libyans that the Greeks have learned to drive 4-horse chariots too. The dead are buried by the nomads in Greek fashion, save by the Nazamones. These bury their dead sitting up, being careful to make the dying man sit when he gives up the ghost and not die lying down. Their dwellings are compact, of asphodel stalks twined about with reeds, and they could be carried hither and thither. Such are the Libyan usages. Westward of the river Triton and next to the Assaeans begins the country of the Libyans who till the soil and possess houses, and they are called Maxies. They wear their hair long on the right side of their heads and shave the left, and they paint their bodies with vermilion. These claim descent from the men who came from Troy. Their country and the rest of the western part of Libya is much fuller of wild beasts and more wooded than the country of the nomads. For the eastern region of Libya, which the nomads inhabit, is low-lying and sandy as far as the river Triton, but the land west of this, where dwell the tillers of the soil, is exceedingly mountainous and wooded and full of wild beasts. In that country are the huge snakes and the lions, and the elephants and the bears and the asps, and the horned asses and the dog-headed men and the headless that have their eyes on their breasts, as the Libyans say, and also the wild men and women, besides many other creatures not fabulous at all. But in the nomads' country, there are none of these. Yet there are others, white-rumped antelopes, gazelles, hartebeest asses, not the horned asses, but those that are called the undrinking asses, for indeed they never drink, the oryx, and the horns of which are made into the sides of the lyre. Also foxes, hyenas, porcupines, wild rams, the dictys, jackals, hyenas, porcupines, wild rams, panthers, boris, land crocodiles, 3 cubits long, most like to lizards, and also ostriches and little one-horned serpents. All of these beasts are there besides those that are elsewhere too, save only the deer and the wild boar. Of these 2 kinds there are none at all in Libya. And there are also in this country 3 kinds of mice, the 2-footed, the Zegeries, this is a Libyan word signifying in our language the hills, and the bristly-haired, as they are called. There are also weasels found in the Silphium, very like to the weasels of Tartessus. So many are the wild creatures of the nomads' country, as far as by our utmost enquiry we have been able to learn. Next to the Maxius of Libya are the Zoukes, whose women drive their chariots to war. Next to these are the Gizantes, where much honey is made by bees, and much more yet, so it is said by craftsmen. It's certain that they all paint themselves with vermilion and eat apes, which do greatly abound in their mountains. Off their coast, say the Carthaginians, there lies an island called Keraus, 200 furlongs long and narrow across, and there is a passage to it from the mainland, and it's full of vines and olives. And it's said that there is a lake in this island, where from the maidens of the country draw up the gold dust out of the mud with feathers smeared with pitch. I don't know if this be truly so. I write but what was said. Yet all things are possible, for I myself saw pitch drawn up from the water of a pool in Zakynthos. The pools there are many, the greatest of them is 70 feet long and broad and 2 fathoms deep. And into this they drop a pole with a myrtle branch made fast to its end, and bring up pitch on the myrtle, smelling like asphalt, and for the rest better than the pitch of Pieria. Then they pour it into a pit that they have dug near the pool, and when much is collected there, they fill their vessels from the pit. Whatever thing falls into the pool is carried underground and appears again in the sea, which is about 4 furlongs distant from the pool. This, then, the story coming from the island off the Libyan coast is like the truth. Another story, too, is told by the Carthaginians. There's a place in Libya, they say, where men dwell beyond the pillars of Heracles, and to this they come and unload their cargo. Then, having laid it orderly among the beach, they go aboard their ships and they light a smoky fire. And the people of the country see the smoke and come to the sea and lay down gold to pay for the cargo and withdraw away from the wares. And then the Carthaginians disembark and examine the gold, and if it seems to them a fair price for their cargo, they take it and go their way. But if not, they go aboard again and wait, and the people come back and add more gold until the shipmen are satisfied. Therefore, neither party, it is said, defrauds the other, and the Carthaginians do not lay hands on the gold until it matches the value of their cargo, nor do the people touch the cargo until the shipmen have taken the gold. These are all the Libyans whom we can name, and of their kings the most part cared nothing for the king of the Medes at the time of which I write, nor do they care for him now. I have thus much further to say of this country. 4 nations, and no more, as far as our knowledge serves, inhabit it, whereof 2 are aboriginal and 2 are not. The Libyans in the north and the Ethiopians in the south of Libya are aboriginal, and the Phoenicians and the Greeks are later settlers. To my thinking, there is no part of Libya any great excellence whereby it should be compared to Asia or to Europe, save only in the region which is called by the same name as the river, Kinips. But this region is a match for the most fertile cornlands in the world, nor is it at all like to the rest of Libya, for there the soil is black and well watered by springs, and has no fear of drought, nor is it harmed by drinking excessive showers, for there is rain in this part of Libya, and its yield of corn is of the same measure as in the land of Babylon. And the land inhabited by the Hesperitai is also good. It yields at the most 100-fold, but the land of the Kinips region yields 300-fold. The country of Cyrene, which is the highest part of that Libya which the nomads inhabit, has the marvelous boon of 3 harvest seasons. First, on the seacoast, the fruits of the earth are ripe for reaping and plucking. When these are gathered, the middle region above the coast, that which they call the hills, is ripe for gathering. And no sooner is this yield of the middle country gathered than the highest lying crops are mellow and ripe, so that the latest fruits of the earth are coming in when the earliest are already spent by way of food and drink. And thus the Cyrenaeans have a harvest lasting 8 months, and of these matters then enough.
Quando i persiani vendicatori di Feretime, mandate dall'Egitto per ordine di Ariande, giunsero a Barce, assediarono la città, chiedendo che fossero consegnati i colpevoli dell'uccisione di Arcesilao. Ma poiché gli abitanti di Barce ne erano colpevoli tutti in massa, rifiutarono i colloqui. Allora assediarono Barce per 9 mesi, scavando gallerie sotterranee che portavano alle mura e sferrando attacchi violenti. Ma un fabbro scoprì le gallerie, grazie a uno scudo ricoperto di bronzo, facendo ricorso a questo espediente. Portava in giro lo scudo all'interno delle mura e lo appoggiava al suolo della città. Gli altri luoghi cui l'appoggiava erano sordi, mentre il bronzo dello scuso risuonava lungo la zona scavata. Scavando a loro volta in quel punto, gli abitanti di Barce uccisero i persiani intenti all'opera. Scoperta in tal modo la galleria, gli abitanti di Barce respingevano gli attacchi. Poiché si logoravano da lungo tempo, ne cadevano molti da entrambe le parti e le perdite persiane non erano inferiori, Amasi, il comandante della fanteria, escogitò questo stratagemma. Consapevole che gli abitanti di Barce non potevano essere presi con la forza, ma potevano esserlo con l'inganno, ecco cosa fece. Scavata di notte un'ampia fossa, vi fece stendere sopra legni poco resistenti e sopra lo strato dei legni, fatta portare della terra, rese la superficie allo stesso livello del terreno circostante. Quando fu giorno, invitò gli abitanti di Barce a colloquio. Essi accettarono volentieri e infine decisero di giungere a un accordo. Facendo solenni giuramenti sopra la fossa nascosta, stipularono questo accordo. Finché la terra sotto i loro piedi rimaneva com'era, restava saldo il giuramento. Gli abitanti di Barce promettevano di pagare al re un tributo conveniente e i persiani di non recare danni ulteriori agli abitanti di Barce. In seguito al giuramento, gli abitanti di Barce, fiduciosi nell'accordo, uscirono essi stessi dalla città e, aperte tutte le porte, permisero di entrare nelle mura ai nemici che lo volevano. Ma i persiani, distrutto il ponte nascosto, corsero all'interno delle mura. Ecco il motivo per cui distrussero il ponte che avevano costruito, per essere fedeli al giuramento. Avevano promesso agli abitanti di Barce che il giuramento nel tempo sarebbe rimasto sempre valido finché la terra rimaneva nelle condizioni in cui era allora. Una volta distrutto il ponte, il giuramento non era più valido. Quando le furono consegnati dai persiani, Feretime fece imparare intorno alle mura i più colpevoli tra gli abitanti di Barce. Alle loro donne fece tagliare i seni e di questi seni costellò le mura. Esortò i persiani a fare bottino del resto degli abitanti di Barce, tranne quanti erano battiadi e non corresponsabili dell'uccisione. A costoro, Feretime affidò la città. Ridotti in schiavitù il resto degli abitanti di Barce, i persiani tornarono indietro. Quando giunsero alla città di Cirene, soddisfacendo a un qualche oracolo, gli abitanti di Cirene li lasciarono passare attraverso la città. Mentre l'esercito passava, Badre, il comandante dell'armata navale, ordinò di prendere Cirene, ma Amasi, il comandante dell'esercito di terra, non lo permise. Barce era la sola città greca contro cui erano stati inviati. Finché, dopo aver attraversato la città ed essersi accampati sulla collina di Zeus Liceo, non si pentirono di non essersi impossessati di Cirene. Tentarono di entrarvi una seconda volta, ma gli abitanti di Cirene non lo permisero. Sebbene non ci fosse alcuna battaglia, i persiani furono colti da panico. Fuggirono a una distanza di circa 60 stadi e presero posizione. Mentre l'esercito era accampato in quel luogo, giunse un messo da parte di Ariande che li richiamava indietro. I persiani chiesero agli abitanti di Cirene di dar loro provvigioni, le ottennero, le presero e partirono per l'Egitto. Ma di lì li corsero i Libi che per le loro vesti e il loro equipaggiamento uccidevano quanti venivano lasciati indietro e si trascinava finché i persiani non giunsero in Egitto. Questo esercito di persiani arrivò come punto estremo della Libia fino a Euesperi. Gli abitanti di Barce, ridotti in schiavitù, furono fatti emigrare dall'Egitto presso il re e re Dario dette loro da abitare un villaggio della Battriana. A questo villaggio essi dettero nome Barce e fino ai miei tempi in Battriana era ancora abitato. Tuttavia, neppure Feretime finì bene la vita. Appena dalla Libia tornò in Egitto, dopo essersi vendicata degli abitanti di Barce, morì in malo modo. Ancora viva, brulicava di verme, poiché, in verità, le vendette umane troppo violente riescono odiose agli dei. Tale e tanta fu la vendetta di Feretime, moglie di Batto, contro gli abitanti di Barce.
The first Hellespontians to be conquered by the Persians, who had been left behind by Darius in Europe and put under command of Megabaeus, were the Perinthians, the people of a city that had never had any wish to be subject to Darius. Once in their past, they had received some rough treatment at the hand of the Paeonians, and this was because the Paeonians from the Strontium had been told by the god in the oracle to march against Perinthus, and then, once the Perinthians were camped out opposite them, to launch an attack if the Perinthians called to them and shout out their names. But the Perinthians shouted nothing at all, and they were just to sit on their hands. So this was what the Pinoans did. The Perinthians, going eyeball to eyeball with them, made a camp in the area in front of their city. There was a challenge was issued that 3 separate duels, 1-on-1, would be fought. Man was pitched against man, horse against horse, and dog against dog. When 2 of those bouts went the way of the Perinthians, they were so overjoyed that they began to chant a victory paean. And at once it dawned on the Pinoans that this had surely been the point of the oracle's words. Now the oracle is bound to be fulfilled in our favour. This, or something like it, was what they told to one another. Time we got to work. And so it was, because the Perinthians had chanted the paean, that the Pinoans went to attack and duly won a victory so crushing that very few Perinthians were left. This time, though, in contrast to what happened to them previously at the hands of the Pinoans, the Perinthians proved themselves men valiant in the defence of their freedom, and it was only by the sheer weight of the Persians' numbers that Megabaeus succeeded in overwhelming them. Then, with the Perinthians vanquished, Megabaeus and his army powered their way onwards through Thrace, forcing all of the cities and all of the peoples who lived there to accept the king's peace. This, you see, was the command that Darius had left for them, to conquer Thrace. Now, second only to the Indians, the Thracians are the most populous nation in the world, where they only share a single ruler or a common purpose. They would, in my opinion, be invincible and put every other nation deep into their shadow. However, since these are eventualities that there is no question of bringing to fruition, the Thracians are perforce enfeebled. The various tribes all sport different names, depending on where they were settled, but when it comes to the range of their customs, they're all very similar. The Getaeans and Thracians, who live beyond the Crestonians, are the only exceptions. Of these, I have already mentioned the Getaeans, and who believe themselves immortal. The conduct of the Thracians is identical in every way of that of all the other Thracians, except for what they do on the occasion of a male's birth or death. Relatives sit around a newborn and bewail the evils that are his due now, and that he's come into the world, and they will rehearse all the various sufferings that afflict mankind. When someone passes away, however, they will rejoice and cover him with earth as though it were being done in sport, and recite over him all the ills from which he has been freed, and the condition of perfect bliss that he has now entered. This is the custom among those who lived with the Crestonians for each man to have a large number of wives. Whenever someone dies, his wives will compete furiously with one another, cheered on as they do so by his friends, to decide which of them it was whom the man had loved the most. Whoever is singled out for the honour is then praised to the skies by the men and women alike, before having her throat cut over the grave by her own closest relative, and being interred dead as she is now with her husband. All the other wives feel that this is a great calamity, since for them there could be no disgrace more terrible. Elsewhere, it is a custom of the Thracians to sell their children for export. Unmarried girls, rather than being kept on a tight leash, are instead permitted to sleep around with any men they fancy. But wives who are purchased from their parents for substantial sums of money, these are very closely watched indeed. The possession of tattoos is held to be a sign of breeding, while the lack of them is a mark of low birth. A life free from toil is a life most worth living, whereas nothing could be more humiliating than to work the land as a labourer. The best living is from plunder and war. Such are the most distinctive customs. The only gods worshipped by ordinary citizens are Aries, Dionysus, and Artemis. The exceptions are their kings, who reverence Hermes above all other gods. By him alone do they swear oaths, just as it is from him that they claim their descent. The Thracians have a particular way of burying their well-to-do. They lay out the corpse for 3 days, and then, after much prior lamentation, they slaughter all kinds of sacrificial victims and feast on them. They complete the funerary rites either by cremating the corpse or burying it in the earth. And then, once they have piled up tumulus, they stage a variety of athletic contests. The best prizes, entirely reasonably, go to those who engage in single combat, such as the manner in which the Thracians bury their dead. As regards the people who live in the north of Thrace, no one has any reliable information as to who they might be, although it does seem that the land there beyond the Ister is boundless and desolate. I, in fact, have only been able to discover one group of people living beyond the Ister, the Sigmini, they are called. Their clothing is median in style, and the horses are small, flat-nosed and shaggy all over, with coats that are up to 5 fingers thick. Although incapable of carrying riders, when pulling a cart, these horses are as nippy as can be. In consequence, the natives drive around in carts a good deal. Their borders extend almost the whole way to the land of the Entie on the Adriatic. They are, or at least they claim to be, settlers from Media. Quite how they came to have emigrated from Media, I would not like myself to hazard a guess, but anything is possible, I suppose, with time. Signe has the meaning of traders in the language of the Ligurians, who live beyond Massalia, and while in Cyprus it means spears. According to the Thracians, the far banks of the Ister are home to great swarms of bees, and it is this which makes it impossible to travel any further inland. Now, personally speaking, I do not find this claim plausible, since bees are creatures that appear not to like the cold at all. Indeed, it seems to me that it is precisely the chilly conditions that explain why the regions towards the Bear are uninhabited. Anyway, whatever stories may be told about Thrace, the fact that it is coastal regions that are being made subject to Macedonia's to Persian rules. Meanwhile, no sooner had Darius crossed the Hellespont and arrived in Sardis than he recalled the good service done to him by Histiaeus of Miletus and the shrewd advice given to him by Coas of Mytilene. And so he summoned them both to Sardis and told them to name their reward, since he already had the Milesians as his subject. Histiaeus did not ask to rule as tyrant over anywhere else, but requested instead the region of Marcius in Adonia, where he intended to found a city. That was his choice, but Coas, just an ordinary citizen rather than a tyrant, asked to become tyrant of Mytilene.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Antonella Polimeni from Sapienza, University of Rome. Esauditi i desideri di entrambi, ciascuno si diresse verso quanto aveva scelto, ma avvenne che Dario, avendo visto un fatto particolare, sentì il desiderio di ordinare a Megabazzo, una volta conquistati i peoni, di trasferirli dall'Europa in Asia. Pigre e Mastira erano uomini peoni, i quali, dopo che Dario fu passato in Asia, volendo diventare essi tiranni dei peoni, giungono a Sardi, portando con loro una sorella alta e di bell'aspetto. E avendo atteso che Dario sedesse pubblicamente davanti alla città dei Liti, fecero quanto segue. Abbigliarono la sorella come meglio potevano e la mandavano a prendere acqua, portando sul capo un vaso e tirando con un braccio un cavallo e filando il lino. Come la donna gli passò davanti, la cosa parve a Dario degna di attenzione, perché ciò che faceva la donna non era usanza né persiana né lidia, né di alcuno che abitasse l'Asia. Essendogli la cosa parsa interessante, manda alcune delle guardie del corpo per vedere cosa facesse la donna del cavallo. Quelli le andarono dietro e la donna, come giunse al fiume, abbeverò il cavallo e dopo averlo abbeverato e riempita la brocca d'acqua, ripercorreva la stessa strada, portando l'acqua sul capo e tirando il cavallo con un braccio e girando il fuso. Meravigliandosi Dario di ciò che udì dagli osservatori e che egli stesso vedeva, ordinò di portare la donna al suo cospetto. E come fu condotta, erano presenti anche i fratelli che da non lungi avevano osservato il fatto. E avendo chiesto Dario di dove fosse, i giovani dissero che erano peoni e che quella era la loro sorella. E poiché Dario replicava quali uomini fossero i peoni e in che punto della terra abitassero e perché mai essi spontaneamente fossero andati a Sardi, quelli dicevano di essere andati per consegnarsi a lui e come la Peonia, circoscritta dallo Strimone, fosse una zona con insediamenti abitativi e lo Strimone non fosse lontano dall'Ellesponto e infine come fossero coloni dei Teugri di Troia. Dicevano tutte queste cose, ma Dario chiedeva se tutte le donne colà fossero così laboriose. E quelli volentieri dissero anche questo, che era così e proprio per questo lo avevano fatto. Allora Dario scrive una lettera a Megabazzo che aveva lasciato in Tracia come comandante, ordinandogli di allontanare dalle loro sedi i peoni e di condurgli i peoni stessi, i figli e le loro donne. E subito un cavaliere correva a portare il messaggio all'Ellesponto e varcatolo consegnava la lettera a Megabazzo, il quale, avendola letta e prese delle guide, dalla Tracia conduceva una spedizione militare contro la Peoni. I Peoni, avendo saputo che i persiani marciavano contro di loro, si riunirono e si schierarono vicini al mare, pensando che i persiani, per invaderli, avrebbero attaccato di là. I peoni erano dunque pronti a respingere l'esercito di Megabazzo che avanzava, ma i persiani, saputo che i peoni si erano radunati e custodivano l'accesso al mare, avendo delle guide, volgono verso la strada interna e, senza che i peoni se ne accorgessero, piombano sulle loro città prive di uomini e, siccome si erano gettati su città deserte, facilmente le occupano. Ma i peoni, come seppero che le loro città erano occupate, subito si dispersero e si diressero ciascuno verso la propria sede e si consegnarono ai persiani. E in questo modo, fra i peoni, i siriopeoni e i peopli e quelli fino al lago Prasia, allontanati dalle loro sedi, furono condotti in Asia. Invece, quelli stanziati intorno al Monte Pangeo, i Doberi, gli Agriani e gli Odomanti, e al lago stesso di Prasiade, non caddero assolutamente nelle mani di Megabazzo. Comunque tentò di sottomettere anche quelli della palude, che sono sistemati come segue. In mezzo al lago si innalzano piattaforme di legno fissate sopra lunghi pali. L'unica e angusta via d'accesso della terraferma è un ponte. I pali destinati a sorreggere le piattaforme li piantarono anticamente tutti i cittadini assieme. Dopo di allora li erigono in base a questa regola, portandoli dal monte de Torbelo, che si sposa pianta 3 pali per ciascuna moglie. Va detto che ogni uomo prende più mogli. Abitano in questo modo. Ognuno sul tavolato dispone di una capanna dove vive e di una botola che mette sul lago attraverso le tavole. I bambini, in tenera età, li legano per un piede con una corda per paura che rotolino di sotto. Come mangime ai cavalli e alle bestie da soma danno del pesce. Ce n'è una tale quantità che quando sollevano la portabotola e con una funicella calano giù nel lago un cestino, tirandolo su, dopo poco tempo lo issino colmo di pesci. Ce ne sono di 2 specie, che chiamano papraci e tiloni.
Os peônios subjugados foram levados para a Ásia. E Megabisso, concluída essa expedição, despachou para a Macedônia 7 persas, detentores de altos postos no exército, para pedirem a Amintas terra e água, em nome de Dario. Do lago Prásias à Macedônia não é grande a distância. Com efeito, a mina explorada pelos macedônios, que passou a render mais tarde talento por dia a Alexandre, confina com esse lago. Depois dessa mina, fica monte de Sorum e, transpondo-se este, entra-se na Macedônia. Chegando à presença de Amintas, os emissários de Megabisso pediram-lhe terra e água, em nome de seu soberano, sendo prontamente atendidos. Amintas hospedou-os em seu próprio palácio, oferecendo-lhes magnífico banquete e tratando-os com a maior cordialidade. Findo o banquete, os emissários persas, já um tanto tocados pelo vinho, disseram a Amintas: Senhor e hospedeiro nosso, nós, os persas, quando damos grande banquete, costumamos fazer sentar ao nosso lado nossas concubinas e nossas jovens esposas. Já que nós recebeis com tanta cordialidade e magnificência e concedeis terra e água ao nosso soberano, por que não imitais, em tal ocasião, o costume dos persas? Nossos costumes são outros, respondeu Amintas, e não é uso entre nós as mulheres permanecerem entre os homens, mas, como desejais ainda este testemunho de nossa deferência, e sois nossos senhores, sereis obedecidos. Assim dizendo, mandou vir as mulheres, dizendo-lhes que se sentassem, lado a lado, diante dos persas. Estes, encantados com a beleza das jovens, disseram a Amintas que não lhe ficava bem mantê-las assim tão afastadas e que, se elas tinham vindo para ficar sentadas de frente deles, causando-lhes verdadeiro tormento para os olhos, seria melhor que ali não estivessem. Citando as circunstâncias, Amintas fê-las sentar-se ao lado de seus hóspedes. Elas obedeceram prontamente e estes, excitados pelo vinho, levaram-lhes as mãos aos seios e tentaram abraçá-las. Embora revoltado com o espetáculo que tinha diante dos olhos, Amintas aparentava tranquilidade, tal o temor que lhe inspiravam os persas. Mas seu filho, Alexandre, ainda muito jovem e inexperiente, achando-se presente ao banquete, não pôde conter-se, dirigindo-se ao pai nestes termos: cedei às exigências da vossa idade, meu pai, e de repousar, não assistindo por mais tempo a tal deprimente espetáculo. Eu ficarei e terei o cuidado para que nada falte aos nossos hóspedes. Amintas compreendeu que o filho tinha em mente algum plano funesto. Julgo notar pelas tuas palavras, meu filho, disse ele, que estás um tanto perturbado pelo vinho e queres que eu me afaste para executares o que tens em mente. Mas eu te conjuro a nada fazeres contra esses homens, para que não sejas a causa da nossa desgraça. Observa o seu procedimento, mas sem te exaltares. Cedo, apesar disso, as tuas instâncias e retiro-me. Logo que Amintas se retirou, Alexandre dirigiu a palavra aos persas. Amigos, se desejais os favores de todas essas mulheres, ou somente de algumas entre elas, basta dizer-me, e eu vos facilitarei em tudo que depender de mim. A hora já vai adiantada e noto que o vinho vos despertou a alegria. Permiti, pois, que elas tomem o seu banho de costume, voltando depois para junto de vós. Os persas aqueceram, as mulheres saíram e Alexandre mandou-as para os seus respectivos aposentos, reunindo em seguida um grupo de jovens imberbes, fê-los vestir-se de mulher, armou-os de punhal e, voltando com eles à sala do banquete, disse aos hóspedes de seu pai: persas, acreditamos ter-vos oferecido um esplêndido banquete e servido o que possuímos de melhor, contentando-vos com o que nos foi possível nesse sentido, e agora, para vos convencer de que vos dispensamos a maior consideração, trazemos a vós as nossas mães e as nossas irmãs. Não deixeis, pois, de dar testemunho ao rei que vos enviou do acolhimento cordial que vos dispensou um grego, príncipe da Macedônia, agora à mesa e ao leito. Dito isso, Alexandre ordenou a cada um dos macedônios que se sentasse junto de cada persa, procedendo como uma mulher. Mas no momento em que os persas tentaram tocar-lhes, os jovens massacraram-nos. Assim pereceram os emissários de Megabisso e toda a sua comitiva, pois ali tinham ido acompanhados de grande número de criados, carros e bagagem, que desapareceram com eles. Pouco tempo depois, os persas fizeram um inquérito em torno do fato, mas Alexandre agiu com sagacidade, oferecendo, juntamente com grandes somas de dinheiro, sua irmã Gigeia em casamento a Búbares, um dos comissários nomeados para investigar o desaparecimento dos delegados de Megabisso, abafando desse modo os rumores em torno de seu assassínio. Alexandre e seu pai são realmente gregos e descendentes de pérsidas, como eles próprios o afirmam. Estou convencido disso e o provarei no decorrer desta história. Aliás, os helanódicos que presidem os Jogos Olímpicos assim decidiram quando Alexandre tomou a resolução de participar desses Jogos, apresentando-se na liça. Os que disputavam o prêmio de corrida quiseram excluí-lo da prova, sob a alegação de que somente os gregos deviam ser admitidos no torneio. Ficando, porém, provado ser ele argio, consideraram-no grego. E quando se apresentou para disputar a prova do estádio, seu nome saiu sorteado, juntamente com o do primeiro concorrente.
Hi. That, then, is how all this fell out. Megabazus with his Paeonians came to the Hellespont and then crossed it and came to Sardis. Now at this time Histiaeus of Miletus was busy fortifying Mercinus on the river Strymon, the place that he had asked of Darius in return for his safekeeping of the raft bridge. Megabazus heard of what Histiaeus was doing, and when he came to Sardis with the Paeonians, he spoke to Darius and said, "My lord, what a thing you have done! You have given to this Greek, as cunning and clever as he is, a city to fortify in Thrace, where there is abundant wood for shipbuilding and the making of many oars, and also the silver mines and a big population, both Greek and barbarian. Once these people find their champion, they will work night and day in executing what he tells them to do. Stop this man from his work, or you will find yourself in the grip of a war on your own doorstep. But send him some pleasant message when you do the stopping. Then, when you get him into your hand, see to it that he never again goes to Greece." This is what Megabazus said, and he easily convinced Darius that what he foresaw of the future was correct. So Darius sent to Mercinus, and his message said, "Histiaeus, here's what King Darius says to you. I have thought and can find no one who is so truly loyal to me and my concerns as yourself. I know this on the proof not only of words but of deeds. Now, I have in mind the achievement of something very big. Will you come to me at all costs so that I may confide it to you?" Histiaeus trusted in the message. He thought it a great thing to be the advisor to the king, so he came to Sardis, and on his coming, Darius said to him, "Histiaeus, the reason why I have sent for you is this. As soon as I came home again from Scythia, and I saw you no more, there was nothing else I so sought in so short a time as to see you again and to talk with you. I have come to know that of all possessions, there is none so valuable as a friend, intelligent and loyal. And as to both your intelligence and your loyalty to my interests, I can speak my testimony. Now, since you have been so kind as to come to me here, what I suggest to you is this, that you leave alone Miletus and this new construction of a city in Thrace, and instead follow me to Susa, where all that I have is yours, and where you will be the sharer of my table and my counsels." Such were the words of Darius. He appointed Artaphernes, who was his brother by the same father, to be viceroy of Sardis, and away he went to Susa, bringing with him Histiaeus. But first he appointed Otanes to be generals of those peoples who live by the sea. The father of this man had been Sisamnes, and one of the royal justices, but King Cambyses, for an unjust judgment Sisamnes was bribed to render, had had his throat cut and flayed off all his skin. He made strips of this skin into straps and stretched them on the chair in which Sisamnes had sat to give judgment. Having done so, the king appointed the son of this very Sisamnes, whom he had killed and flayed, to be a justice in place of his father, Sisamnes, bidding him to remember which seat it was on which he sat to render justice. This then was the Otanes, and this is the seat on which he sat, who now succeeded Megabazus as general. He captured Byzantium and Chalcedon and Antandrus in the Troad and Lamponium. He also got some ships from the Lesbians, and with these he took Lemnos and Imbros, both of which islands were at this time still inhabited by Pelasgians. The Lemnians fought right well in their own defence, but at last were worsted. Over those of them who survived, the Persians set as governor Lycaritas, the brother of Myandrius, who had been king of Samos. This Lycaritas met his death when he was governor in Lemnos, and the reason is that he enslaved and bullied everyone, charging some with a refusal to serve against the Scythians, others with acts of hostility against Darius's army on its way back from Scythia.
Houtos de tosauta exergasatos strategesas, meta de u palon chronon anesis kakonein, kai erkato da deuteron egnaxu te kai miletu iosi ginestai kaka. Tuta mengar henaxas eudamanie toneson praepere, Tuta de kataton auton chronon he militos aute te heutes malista de tote akmasasa kai de kai tes ionies en proskema. Catuperte de tuton epi duo geneas andron nasesasa esta malista stasi. Mecri humin parioi catertisan. Tutus gar catartirsteras ec panton Helenon helonta hoi milesioi. Catelaxon de speas hode parioi. Hos apicanta auton andres hoi aristoi este mileton, horon gar despeas de nos oicaptare menus, epison auton bulestai diexelten ten coreng. Poiontes de tauta kai diexiontes passanten milesien, hacus tina idoien en anestiquie te core agron el exergas menon, apegrapanta ta unama tu despateo tu agru. Diexalasantes de passanten coren kai spanius haudantas tutus, hos takista catepeson esta astiu, halien quae samenoi apedexon tutus men palin nemen ton haudantus agrus el exergas menus. Dacein gar epason kai ton demasion huto despeas epimelesestai hosperton speteron. Tus de alus milesius tus prin stasiasdantas tuton etaxon petestai. Parioi menun milesius huto catertisan. Tate de ec tut teun ton palion hode erceta caca ginestai toi ioniei. Egnaxu epigon andres tom paceon hupatu demu, pugantes de apicanta es mileton. Tes de miletu etungane epitropas eon aristagares ha malpagareo, gambraste eon kai anepsias histiaiu tu lysagareo, ton hadareas en susoisi cateke. Hagar histiaios tyrannos en miletu kai etungane tuton ton chronon eon en susoisi, hata hoi naxioi eltan xenoi prineantes toi histiaioi. Apicamenoi de hoi naxioi estain mileton edeanta tu aristagareo, ecos autoisi parascoi duna mintina kai cateltoian estain heuton. Hade epilexamenos hos ein diautu cateltos si estain palin, arxe tes naxu, skepsin de poieomenos ten xenien ten histiaiu, ton de spilogon prosepere. Autas men humin uperenguase mi dunamin paraskein tasauten hosta catagen a econton ton tempalin e canton naxio. Puntanamai gar acta quisquilien aspida naxioisi enai ca ploia macrapala. Mecanesamai de passan spuden poiemenos. Epina ea de tede. Artaprenes moi tuncane e onpilos. Hade artaprenes humin hystaspeos et men estipais, dareu de tu basileos adeneos, ton depitalasion ton entea sie arce panton, econstratien te palen kai palas neas. Tuton on daceo ton andra poiesen ton ancreis domen. Tauta accusantes hoi naxioi prasetesan toi aristagare presen te duneta arista, kai hupiscesai dora ecelloan kai dapanen te stratie hos autoi dialusantes, elpidas palas econtes, hatan epipaneosi este naxon, panta poiesen tus naxius ta an autoi celeusi, hos de kai tus alus nesiotas. Tongar neson tu teon con cucladon udemiaco ein hupa dareioi. Apicamenos de ha aristagares estas sardis lege prostan artaprendea hos naxos eie nesas megatei men megale, alos de calete kai agate kai ancu ionies, cremata de eni pala kai andrapada. Suon epitauten ten coren stratelate, Catagon es auten tus pugaras exautes. Caetoi tauta poiesanti tuta men esti hetoima paremoi cremata megala parex ton anaisimon maton te stratie. Tauta mengar dicaion hemeas tus agantas parece nesti. Tuta de nesus basilei practeseae auten tenaxon, cae tes ectautes ertemenas, paran cae andron cae alas tas cucladas caleumenas. Entauten de harmomenos el peteos epiteseae el boie nesoi megale te cae el daimoni, uge lasani cupru cae carta el petei airetenae. Apakrosi de hekaton nees tautas pasas kerosastai. Hade amebeta auton tuesine. Sius oikon tan basileos exegetes gineae pragmaton agaton, kai tauta eo paranees panta, plen ton neon tu aritmu. Anti de hekaton neon die kosiai toi hetoimoi esontai, hamatoi eari. De tutoisi kai autam basilea sunepainan ginestai. Hamen de aristagares haus tauta ecuse pericares eon apeie es mileton. Hade artaprenes, hos hoi pempsanti es susa kai hypertendi ta ectu aristagareo legamina sunepainas kai autas dareas egenata. Pares gewasata men die casies triereas, palan de carta hamilon perseon te kaiton alon sumakon, strategan de tuton apedexe megabaten andra persen ton akaimaine dieon. Heu tu de kai te kai dareu anepsion, tu personies hacle ambratu laca daimonios, e de aletesge esti halagos, hysteroi chronoi tuton hermosata tugatera, erotas scontes helados tyrannos genestai. Apodexas de megabaten strategon artaprenes apestele ton straton para ton aristagare. Paralabon de ha megabates tante aristagaria ectes miletu kai ten iada stratien kai tus naxius eple propasin epelles pontu. Epete de egenita in kioi esque tasneas es caukasa. Hos entelten barei anemoi este naxan diabaloi. Kai ugar ede tutoi toi staloi naxius apalestai. Prengma toiande sunenecte genestai. Peri iontas megabateo tas epine ton neon pylacas, epine os mundines et tuce udes pylason. Hade denon typoi samenos ecelose tus dariparus exeurontas ton arcanta tautes tes neos, toi unama en scylax, tuton desai diatalamies dialontas tas neos kata tuta, exo men capalen poeontas eso de tos soma. Detentas de tu sculacos, ex angele tis toi aristagare, hati ton xenon hoi ton mundion megabates desas lumainoita. Hadelton pareteto ton persen, tun canon de udenos ton edeeta, autas elton eluse. Putamenos de carta denon epoiesata ha megabates, ca espercta toi aristagare, hade ebe, soide kai tu toisi prengmasi tiesti. Use apestele artaprenes e me apetestai kai pleen ten an ego keleo, tipala preses. Tauta ebe ha aristagares, ha de tumotes tutoisi, hos nux egenita, epempe es naxon ploioi andras prasantas toisi naxioisi panta tapareantas spi premata. Hoigar hon naxioi udem pantus prosedeconta epispeas ton stalon tuton harmesesta. Epe mentoi eputonta, autica men esse necanta, ta ecton agron estatecas, pares gewasanta de hus paliarches samonoi kai sita kai pata, kai tatecas es saxanta. Kai hutoi men pares gewasdanta hus pares menu spi palemu. Hoi depete diebalon ectes kiu tas neas esten naxon, pros peprang menus proseperanta kai epaliarcheon menas tesseras. Hos det tate econtas iltan cremata hoi persai, tauta cate depanepana spi kai autoi toi aristagare prosa naesimota pala, tu plonas te edeata he paliarchie, en tauta tegea toisi pugasi ton naxion oigata mesantes apalasanta esten eperon kakos presontes.
Aristagora perciò non poteva mantenere la promessa fatta ad Artaferne e allo stesso tempo lo tormentava la spesa richiesta dalla spedizione e si affliggeva per l'esercito che aveva avuto la peggio. Inimicatosi poi Megabate, credeva che gli sarebbe stata tolta la signoria di Mileto. Per il timore di ciascuna di queste cose meditava una rivolta. Accadde anche che gli arrivasse da Susa, da parte di Istieo, un uomo con la testa tatuata che gli annunciava di ribellarsi al re. Infatti Istieo, volendo segnalare ad Aristagora di ribellarsi, non aveva d'altra parte nessun modo sicuro per farlo, dal momento che le strade erano sorvegliate e quindi, avendo rasato il capo del più fedele dei servi, vi incise dei segni e attese che gli ricrescessero i capelli. E non appena gli furono cresciuti, lo mandava a Mileto, ordinandogli soltanto, una volta giunto a Mileto, di dire ad Aristagora di guardare sul suo capo dopo avergli rasato i capelli. E i segni indicavano, come ho detto prima, rivolta. E Istieo a sua volta faceva questo, considerando una grande sciagura la sua forzata permanenza a Susa. E aveva molte speranze di ritornare al mare qualora fosse scoppiata una rivolta, mentre se Mileto non avesse fatto qualcosa di nuovo, pensava che non vi sarebbe tornato mai. Meditando queste cose, Istieo mandava dunque il messaggero, mentre nello stesso tempo capitavano ad Aristagora tutti questi fatti. Perciò si consigliava con i rivoltosi, manifestando la sua opinione e gli ordini che gli erano venuti da Istieo. E tutti quanti gli altri concordarono suggerendo di ribellarsi, mentre Cateo, il logografo, in un primo momento non permetteva che si intraprendesse una guerra con il re dei Persiani, elencando tutti i popoli su cui Dario regnava e la sua potenza. Poiché non li persuadeva, in un secondo momento consigliava di fare in modo di diventare padroni del mare. E disse che non vedeva altro modo in cui ciò sarebbe avvenuto, perché sapeva che la forza militare dei Milesi era debole, se non nel caso in cui fossero state prese le ricchezze che Creso il Lido aveva dedicato nel santuario che si trovava in Branchidi. E così aveva molta speranza che sarebbero divenuti padroni del mare. E nello stesso tempo avrebbero potuto servirsi delle ricchezze e i nemici non le avrebbero saccheggiate. E queste ricchezze erano grandi, come ho chiarito nel primo dei miei libri. Ma questa opinione non prevaleva e sembrava ugualmente opportuno ribellarsi e che uno di loro, navigando verso Miunte, dall'esercito tornato da Nasso che stava in quel luogo, cercasse di catturare i comandanti imbarcati sulle navi. Essendo stato inviato per questo scopo Ietragora, dopo aver catturato con l'inganno Liato, figlio di Banollis, nativo di Milasa, e Istieo, figlio di Timne, nativo di Termera, e Coe, figlio di Ersandro, al quale Dario aveva dato in dono Mitilene, e Aristagora, figlio di Eraclide, nativo di Cuma, e molti altri, Aristagora si ribellava in modo palese, facendo ogni genere di macchinazione contro Dario. E in primo luogo, ripudiando a parole la tirannide, istituiva a Mileto l'uguaglianza, perché i milesi volentieri lo seguissero, e faceva la stessa cosa nel resto della Ionia, ora cacciando alcuni dei tiranni, ora prendendo i tiranni dalle navi che avevano navigato con lui a Nasso, e volendo fare cosa gradita alle città, li consegnava, dando ciascuno all'una o all'altra, secondo la provenienza. Appena ricevettero Coe, i mitilenesi lo portarono fuori dalla città e lo lapidarono, mentre invece i cumani lasciarono andare il loro tiranno, come li lasciarono andare la maggior parte degli altri. Pertanto si verificava nelle città una cessazione delle tirannidi, ma Aristagora il Milesio, come ebbe fatto cessare i tiranni, avendo ordinato di porre in ognuna delle città dei comandanti, in un secondo momento giungeva egli stesso messaggero con una trireme a Sparta, perché aveva bisogno di trovare una qualsiasi grande alleanza.
In Sparta, Alexandridas, the son of Leon, had died and passed his kingdom onto the son of his son Cleomenes, though it was his by lineage rather than excellence. What happened was that Alexandridas had married his sister's daughter, and although he was pleased with her, they had no children. The Ephors therefore summoned him to a meeting and said, "Even if you do not look out for yourself, we cannot just let Eurysthenes' line die out. Your present wife is not bearing you children, so we suggest you let her go and marry someone else. That will make you popular among the Spartiates." "I refuse to do either of these things," he replied. "It's wrong of you to advise me to get rid of my present wife, who is blameless as far as I'm concerned, and marry someone else. I shall not do as you suggest." At this point, the Ephors and the elders talked things over and put forward the following proposal to Alexandridas. All right, we can see that you want to keep your present wife, but here is an alternative course of action for you. We recommend that you don't refuse, otherwise the Spartiates might come to an unpleasant decision in your case. We're not going to ask you to dismiss your present wife, or to change the way you treat her at the moment, but you must bring in another woman who is not barren, and treat her exactly the same way too. Alexandridas agreed with this idea of theirs and subsequently had 2 wives and divided his time between 2 households, which was completely contrary to Spartan custom. Not long afterwards, his new wife gave birth to Cleomenes. By remarkable coincidence, just as she produced a Spartiate heir apparent, his first wife, who had previously been childless, also became pregnant. When the relatives of Alexandridas' new wife heard the news, they began to make a nuisance of themselves. Although she really was pregnant, they made out that it was a vain boast and she was intending to adopt a child. They made such a lot of fuss about the matter that when her time drew near and the Ephors were uncertain enough to gather around the woman and watch her labor, she gave birth to Dorius and immediately became pregnant with Leonidas and immediately after that with Cleombrotos, although there is an alternative account where they are twins. Meanwhile, Cleomenes remained the only child of Alexandridas' new wife, who was the daughter of Prenididas, the son of Demomenes.
Kleomen, kako se priča, nije bio pri zdravoj pameti nego lud, a Dorijej je bio prvi među svim svojim vršnjacima, te je jasno razumijevao da bi po svojim vrlinama sam morao dobiti vlast. Budući da je tako razmišljao, kad je Anaksandrida umro i kad su Lakedamonjani po svojim običajima postavili za kralja starijeg Kleomena, Dorijej je bio silno uvrijeđen i smatrao je nedostojnim da mu Kleomen bude kralj, pa je zatražio od Spartanaca ljudstvo i odveo ga je da osnuju nadsobinu, a da nije niti upitao proročište u Delfima, u koju bi je zemlju išao osnivati, niti je uradio išta od onoga što je bilo uobičajeno. Ogorčen, kakav je bio, plovio je prema Libiji, a vodili su ga ljudi s Tere. Kad je stigao do Kinipa, naselio se na rijeci na najljepšem mjestu u Libiji, ali 3. su ga godine odande istjerali libijski maki i Kartažani, pa se vratio na Peloponez. Tada mu je Antihar, čovjek iz Eleona, savjetovao na temelju Lajevih proročanstava da bude osnivač Herakleje na Siciliji i ustvrdio je da cijela zemlja na Eriku pripada Heraklidima, jer ju je sam Heraklo osvojio. Pošto je to čuo, otišao je u Delfe da upita proročište da li će zauzeti zemlju u koju ide. Pitija mu prorekne da će je zauzeti. Dorijej uzme iste pratioce koje je vodio i u Libiju, pa je krenuo na put prema Italiji. U to su vrijeme, kako pripovjedaju Sibaričani, oni sami i njihov kralj Telis namjeravali voditi rat protiv Krotona, dok su Krotonjani na veliku strahu zamolili Dorijeja da im pruži pomoć i uspjeli su ga nagovoriti. Dorijej je zajedno s njima vodio rat protiv Sibarisa i zajedno su i osvojili Sibaris. Sibaričani kažu da su to uradili Dorijej i njegovi drugovi, a Krotonjani tvrde da im u ratu protiv Sibaričana nije pomogao nijedan stranac osim jedinog Kalije, proroka iz Elide, iz roda Jamida, i to na sljedeći način. On je stigao k njima pošto je pobjegao od Telisa, samovladara Sibaričana, jer mu žrtve nisu bile povoljne kad ih je prinosio pred rat s Krotonom. Tako pripovjedaju Krotonjani. I jedni i drugi, kao dokaze za svoje tvrdnje, navode ovo. Sibaričani, sveti Gaj i hram, koji se nalaze blizu isušena korita Kratisa, za koje kažu da ih je podigao Dorijej, pošto je zauzeo grad, u čast Atene s nadimkom Kratijska, a uz to najvećim dokazom smatraju smrt samog Dorijeja, jer je on poginuo zato što je radio mimo dopuštenja proročanstva. Da nije prekršio ni u čemu proročanstvo, već da je činio ono što mu je bilo naloženo, osvojio bi područje Erika i, osvojivši ga, zadržao bi ga, te ne bi ni sam ni njegova vojska bili uništeni. S druge strane, Krotonjani pokazuju mnoga birana zemljišta i u krotonskom području, koja su bila darovana Kaliji Eliđaninu, a na njima su još i u moje vrijeme živjeli Kalijini potomci, dok Dorijeju i njegovim potomcima nije bilo darovano ništa. Da je Dorijej sudjelovao u ratu sa Sibarisom, bio bi obdaren, doista, mnogostruko više nego Kalija. Takve dokaze iznose jedni i drugi, svatko se može prikloniti onima kojima više vjeruju.
Among the settlers who sailed with Dorius were the Spartiates Thessalus, Parabates, Celeles, and Euryleon. The expedition reached Sicily in full strength, but then they were defeated in battle by the Phoenicians and Segestans, and all died except for Euryleon, who was the only one to survive this catastrophe. He gathered together the remnants of the army and took Minoa, a colony of Selenus, and helped free the Selenians from their ruler, Pythagoras. Having deposed Pythagoras, he next tried to set himself up as tyrant at Selenus, and ruled for a short while. But then the people of Selenus rose up against him and killed him, despite the fact he had taken refuge at the altar of Zeus, the protector of the town square. Another person who went to Sicily with Dorius and had died with him was Philippus of Croton, son of Butycides, who had been banished from Croton because of his betrothal to the daughter of Teles of Sybaris. With his marriage plans foiled, Philippus had sailed off to Cyrene and set out from there to join Dorius's expedition. He provided his own trireme and paid all his men's expenses himself. He was an Olympic victor and the most handsome man of his generation in Greece. His good looks has earned him a unique accolade from the people of Segesta. They offer propitiatory sacrifices at his tomb, where they have erected a hero's shrine.
This then was the end of Dorius, who, had he remained in Sparta and put up for a time with being a subject of Cleomenes, would have been the king of Lacedaemon. For Cleomenes did not rule for long, and he died without a male heir, leaving only a daughter whose name was Gorgo. But Cleomenes was still king when Aristagoras, the tyrant of Miletus, reached Sparta. Aristagoras appeared for the interview, according to the Lacedaemonians, with a bronze plate on which the circuit of the whole world had been engraved, with all its seas and rivers. He opened the discussion in the following way. Do not be surprised, Cleomenes, at my haste in coming here. The circumstances are these. That the sons of the Ionians are slaves instead of free men is a reproach and the greatest grief, not only to us, but to the rest of Greece, and especially to you who are the leaders of the Greek world. We therefore beseech you in the name of the gods of Greece to save the Ionians, who are your own kinsmen, from slavery. You could easily do so, for the barbarians are not valiant, and you are the bravest warriors in the world. They carry bows and arrows and short spears and fight in trousers and turbans. That will show how easy they are to conquer. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Asia have more valuable things than all the rest of the world put together. Gold, silver, bronze, richly embroidered garments, beasts of burden and slaves, all of which, if you so desired, could be yours. Their nations border on one another, as I will show. Here, next to the Ionians, are the Lydians. Their country is fertile and their wealth incomparable. As he spoke, Aristagoras pointed to the map. Next to them, he went on, come the Phrygians, who possess more flocks and more abundant harvests than any nation that I know. Past them are the Cappadocians, whom we Greeks call Syrians. Their neighbors are the Cilicians, whose territory extends to this sea, where Cyprus lies, the island you see here. The Cilicians pay an annual tribute to the king of 500 talents. After them come the Armenians, who also possess numerous flocks and herds. Next come the Mataeni, who inhabit this country. Then comes Kissia, where you see the river Coaspes marked, and the city of Susa on its banks, where the great king lives, and the treasuries stand in which his wealth is stored. Once you capture this city, you may venture to vie with Zeus in wealth. Then should you not postpone the wars you wage over meager strips of poor land with your rivals, the Messenians, Arcadians, and Argives, who have no gold or silver, which men think worth fighting and dying for, when you might so easily conquer all of Asia? Can you really decide to do otherwise? Milesian guest, Cleomenes replied, you will have my answer 3 days hence. That was as far as they got at the time. But when the day appointed for the answer came, and the two men met again, Cleomenes asked Aristagoras how many days it took to journey from the Ionian coast to the palace. At this point, Aristagoras, who had managed everything else so cleverly and succeeded in misleading the king, made a slip. For he ought not to have told him the truth if he wanted to induce the Spartans to cross into Asia, but he did, and said that it took 3 months. Cleomenes stopped Aristagoras from saying any more about the road and addressed him thus, Milesian guest, leave Sparta before sunset. Your proposal to lead the Spartans a 3 months' journey from the sea is unacceptable. So saying, Cleomenes went home, but Aristagoras took an olive branch in his hand and went to the king's house, where he entered in the manner of a suppliant and begged Cleomenes to listen and to send the child away. For Gorgo, Cleomenes' daughter, happened to be standing beside her father. An only child, she was then a little girl of 8 or 9. But Cleomenes told Aristagoras to say what he wished and not to hold back because of the child. Thereupon Aristagoras began by promising 10 talents if Cleomenes would do as he asked. And when Cleomenes shook his head, Aristagoras continued to raise his offer until it reached 50 talents. At this, the child cried out, Father, the stranger will corrupt you unless you get up and go. Pleased with his child's warning, Cleomenes went into another room, and Aristagoras left Sparta for good, without managing to say any more about the road to Susa.
Voici la description de cette route. Il y a tout le long des stations royales et des très belles hôtelleries. La route entière traverse des pays peuplés et sûrs. Dans la traversée de la Lydie et de la Phrygie, il y a une suite de 20 stations, 94 parasanges et demi. En sortant de Phrygie, on trouve le fleuve Halys. Il y a sur ses bords des portes par lesquelles il faut passer de toute nécessité si l'on veut franchir le fleuve. Il y a aussi sur le fleuve un fort poste de garde. Après ce passage, on est en Cappadoce. Il y a dans ces pays, jusqu'aux frontières de Cilicie, 28 stations, 104 parasanges. Aux frontières ciliciennes, vous traverserez 2 portes et passerez devant 2 postes de garde. Sortis de là, vous avez en Cilicie 3 stations, 15 parasanges et demi. Entre la Cilicie et l'Arménie, la frontière est formée par un fleuve qui se passe en bateau et qui a nom Euphrate. En Arménie, 15 stations, 56 parasanges et demi. Sur le parcours, un poste de garde. De l'Arménie, on entre dans la Mathienne, 34 stations, 137 parasanges. 4 fleuves qui se passent en bateau coulent à travers le pays. Et il faut de toute nécessité les franchir. En premier lieu, le Tigre. Ensuite, un second et un troisième qui porte le même nom, Zabatos. Sans être le même fleuve ni venir du même lieu, le premier énuméré des 2 venant du pays des Arméniens, l'autre du pays des Mathiennes. Le 4e fleuve à nom Diendes, c'est celui que Cyrus partagea autrefois en 360 canons. De là, on passe dans les pays des Kissi. où il y a 11 stations, 42 parasanges demi jusqu'au fleuve Croespès, qui lui aussi se traverse en bateau. C'est au bord de ce fleuve qu'est bâtie la ville de Suse. Le total des stations que je viens de compter est de 111. Tel est aussi le nombre de gîtes d'étape des stations pour chi monte de Sarne a Suse. Se la strada reale è stata misurata esattamente in parasanghe, e una parasanghe equivale a 30 stadi, come vale questi da Sardi alla reggia detta di Memnone, sono 13.500 stadi, poiché sono 450 parasanghe. Per coloro che percorrono 150 stadi ogni giorno si impiegano esattamente 90 giorni. Così, quando Aristagora, il Milesio, diceva a Cleomede, lo Spartano, che il viaggio fino al re era di 3 mesi, diceva correttamente. Ma se uno vuole indagare più esattamente ciò, io spiegherò anche questo, che a questo cammino bisogna aggiungere quello da Efeso a Sardi. E dico che dal mare ellenico fino a Susa, che è chiamata infatti la città memnonea, ci sono in tutto 14.040 stadi. Gli stadi, infatti, da Efeso a Sardi sono 540. E così il viaggio di 3 mesi si allunga di 3 giorni.
This is Herodotus, Book 5, chapters 55 to 57. After being thrown out of Sparta, Aristagoras went to Athens, which had become free of its tyrants. This is how it happened. 2 members by descent of the family of the Gephyroi, Aristogeiton and Harmodius, killed Hipparchus, the son of Pisistratus and brother of the reigning tyrant Hippias, despite the fact that Hipparchus had had a dream which referred unmistakably to his own fate. The assassination did not improve the situation. In fact, for 4 years, Athens had to endure an even more harsh tyranny than before. Hipparchus' dream, which occurred to him on the night before the Panathenaea, was that a tall, attractive man stood over him and spoke the following enigmatic words. Submit, lion, bear in your suffering heart the insufferable end. No one can avoid the penalty for his crimes. Early the next morning, he was seen telling the dream interpreters about his dream. But then he dismissed it from his thoughts, joined in the procession, and died during it. The Gephyroi, the family to which Hipparchus' assassins belonged, came originally, according to their account, from Eretria. However, my own researches have led me to conclude that they were Phoenicians and were among the Phoenicians who accompanied Cadmus to the region now known as Boeotia, where they lived in Tanagra, the district allotted to them. The Cadmeans were driven out of the region by the Argives, and then later the Gephyroi were expelled by the Boeotians and made their way to Athens. The Athenians took them in and allowed them to join the citizen body with the proviso that they should be debarred from a number of insignificant rights.
Tähän maahan asetuttuaan toivat mainitut Kadmoksen kerralla saapuneet foiniikkialaiset, joita olivat gefyralaisetkin, useiden muiden taitojen muassa helleenien keskuuteen kirjoitusmerkit, joita ei ollut ennen helleeneillä ja jotka minun luulakseni aluksi olivat samoja kuin ne, joita kaikki foiniikkialaiset käyttivät. Myöhemmin he ajan edetessä muuttivat, samalla kertaa kuin kielensä myös kirjainten muodon. Siihen aikaan asui heidän ympärillään enimmäkseen helleeniläisiä joonialaisia, jotka opittuaan foinikkialaisilla kirjaimet käyttivät niitä hiukan muunneltuina, ja käyttäessään he tekivät yleiseksi nimityksen foiniikkialaiset merkit, niin kuin kohtuus vaatikin, syystä, että foiniikkialaiset olivat tuoneet ne Hellaaseen. Ja kirjoja joonilaiset vanhastaan kutsuivat nahoiksi, sen vuoksi, että muinoin biblos niiden puutteissa käyttivät vuohen ja lampaan nahkoja. Ja vielä minun aikoinani kirjoittavat monet barbaarit semmoisiin nahkoihin. Minä olen itsekin nähnyt kadmolaisia kirjaimia ispenolaisen Apollonin pyhätössä Boiotian Teevassa. Ne ovat uuretut kolmijalkoihin ja enimmäkseen samanlaiset kuin joonilaiset. Kolmijalkoihin tehty päällekirjoitus kuuluu näin. Amfitryon minut vihki, kun Teleboiein tuli maasta. Tämä oli siis Laoksen, Labdadoksen pojan, Polydoroksen pojan ja Kadmoksen pojan ajoilta. Toinen kolmijalka sanoo kuusimittarunossa näin. Skaios, voittain nyrkillään minut sulle, Apollon, kauasampoja, vihkinyt on ylen kauniin lahjan. Skaios olisi kaiketi Hippokoonin poika, jos nimittäin tämä on se, joka lahjan vihki, eikä kukaan muu saman niminen, ja Laioksen pojan Oidipuksen aikalainen. Kolmas kolmijalka, sekin kuusimittasäkeellä, sanoo, valtias Laudamaalta, Apollon sattuva nuoli, kolmijalka on tämä ylen kaunis lahjana suur. Mainitun Laudamaan ollessa yksinvaltiana karkoittivat argolaiset kadmolaiset, ja nämä kääntyivät enkheleläisten puoleen, mutta gefyralaiset, jotka jäivät paikoilleen, läksivät myöhemmin boiotialaisia paiten Ateenaan. Ja he ovat Ateenaan perustaneet pyhättöjä, joissa muilla ateenalaisilla ei ole mitään osaa, vaan jotka ovat muista pyhätöistä erilaiset, ja niin ikään akajalaisen Demeterin pyhäkön salaismenoineen. Olen siis kertonut Hippiaan unennäöstä ja mistä olivat peräisin gefyralaiset, jotka olivat Hipparkoksen surmaajat. Mutta nytpä täytyy minun tämän lisäksi vielä uudestaan ryhtyä siihen kertomukseen, jota aloin esittää, nimittäin mitenkä ateenalaiset pääsivät vapaiksi itsevaltiaista. Hippiaan ollessa itsevaltiana ja katkeroituneena ateenalaisia kohtaan Hipparkoksen kuoleman vuoksi koettivat alkmainoniidit, jotka syntyperältään olivat ateenalaisia, mutta olivat Peisistrateidien vainoamina lähteneet maanpakoon, yhdessä muiden ateenalaisten maanpakolaisten kanssa väkivoimalla päästä takaisin. Mutta he kärsivät suuren tappion koettaessaan palata ja vapauttaa Ateenaa. Sitä ennen varustettuaan Leipzigin nimisen paikan Paionian tuolla puolella. Tällöin alkmainoniidit, jotka tekivät kaiken voitavansa Peisistratiideja vastaan, ottivat Amfiktioneilta urakalla rakentaakseen sen Delfoin temppeli, joka nyt on olemassa, mutta jota silloin ei vielä ollut. Mutta varakkaita ja vanhastaan arvossa pidettyjä miehiä kun olivat, niin he rakensivat temppelin sekä muissa kohdissa kauniimmiksi kuin malli oli, että laativat sen etupuolen Paaroksen marmorista, vaikka olivat tehneet semmoisen välipuheen, että tekisivät temppelin karstakivestä. Niin kuin siis nyt ateenalaiset kertovat, olivat mainitut miehet Delfoissa oleskellessaan lahjomalla taivuttaneet pyyhtiään. Joka kerta, kun tuli spartalaisia joko yksityisasioissa tai valtion puolesta vaatimaan näitä vapauttamaan Ateenaa. Kun lakedaimonilaisille aina julistettiin samaa, niin he lähettivät Asterin pojan Ankimolioksen, joka kansalaisten kesken oli arvossa pidetty mies, sotajoukkoineen karkoittamaan Peisistratiidit Ateenasta, huolimatta siitä, että nämä olivat heidän hyvin läheisiä kestiystäviä. Sillä he pitivät Jumalan tahtoa ihmissuhteita korkeampana. Näin he lähettivät laivoilla merta myöten. Ankimonos purjehti Faleroniin ja laski siellä sotajoukon maihin, mutta Peisistratiidit, jotka ennakolta olivat saaneet siitä vihje, kutsuivat Thessaliasta itselleen apua. He olivat nimittäin ennen tehneet liiton thessalilaisten kanssa. Heidän pyynnöstään viime mainitut yhteisestä päätöksestä lähettivät 1000 katsomiestä ynnä kuninkaansa Kineaan, joka oli kotoisin Kytinasta. Saatuaan nämä liittolaiset avukseen, Peisistratiidit keksivät tällaisen juonen. He raivasivat faleronilaisten kentän tasaiseksi ja tekivät sen paikan hevosilla kuljettavaksi, jonka jälkeen antoivat katsuväkensä hyökätä leiriä vastaan. Ja päälle karkauksella se tuhosi useita lakedaimonilaisia, muiden muassa myös Ankimolioksen elojääneet taas he tunkivat laivoihin. Siten päättyi ensimmäinen lakedaimonista tehty retki, ja Ankimolioksen hauta sijaitsee Attikan Alopekeessa lähellä Kynossargeessa olevaa Herakleen pyhättöä. Myöhemmin lakedaimonilaiset varustivat ja lähettivät Ateenaa vastaan suuremman sotajoukon, jonka päälliköksi nimittivät Kleomenes kuninkaan. Anaxandrideen pojan, mutta tätä he eivät enää lähettäneet meritse, vaan mannermaata pitkin. Ja heidän hyökättyään Afrikan maahan joutui ensiksi tessalialaisten ratsuväki heidän kanssaan käsikähmään, mutta kääntyi vähän ajan perästä pakosalle, ja heitä kaatui 50 miestä. Elonjääneet läksivät ilman muuta suoraa päätä Tessaliaa kohti. Mutta Kleomenes saapui yhdessä niiden atenalaisten kanssa, jotka tahtoivat olla vapaita, kaupunkiin ja alkoi piirittää pelargilaislinnaan suljettuja vallanpitäjiä. Mutta yhtä kaikki eivät lakedaimonilaiset olisi voineet karkoittaa peisistrostiidejä, sillä heillä ei ollut mielessä panna toimeen säännöllistä piiritystä, ja toiselta puolen olivat peisistrotiidit hyvin varustautuneet ruoalla ja juomalla. Ensin mainitut olisivat niin muodoin muutamien päivien saaron jälkeen lähteneet tiehensä Spartaan. Mutta nytpä sattui tapaus, joka toisille oli vahingollinen, mutta toisille edullinen. Kun nimittäin koetettiin salaa toimittaa peisistrotiidien lapset ulos maasta, niin ne joutuivat vangiksi. Tämä saattoi kaikki heidän asiansa hämmennyksiin ja sitä vastaan, että saisivat takaisin lapset ja suostuivat atenalaisten asettamaan ehtoon, nimittäin lähettämään pois Afrikasta. Sen jälkeen he läksivät pois Skamandroksen luona olevaan Sigeioniin hallittua atenalaisia 36 vuoden ajan. Ja olivat hekin alkujaan pyylolaisia ja neleidejä, polveutuen samoista esiisistä kuin Kodroksen ja Melantoksen sukukin, jotka olivat muualta tulleet ja aikaisemmin olivat heidän kuninkainaan. Sen johdosta myös Hippokrates antoi pojalleen nimen Peisistratos, Nestorin pojan Peisistratoksen muistoksi. Sillä tavoin atenalaiset pääsivät vapaiksi itsevaltiaistaan. Ja nyt tahdon ensiksi ilmoittaa, mitä kaikkia kertomista ansaitsevaa he vapaiksi päästyä suorittivat ja kokivat, ennen kuin Joonia luopui Dareioksesta ja miletolainen Aristagoras saapui Ateenaan.
Yes. Atene, che già prima era grande, una volta liberata dai tiranni divenne anche più grande. In essa primeggiavano 2 uomini, Clistene, un Alcmeonide, che si dice di Tisandro, lui pure di nobile famiglia, anche se non so dire la sua ascendenza. I membri della sua famiglia sacrificano a Zeus Cario. Questi uomini lottavano per il potere, ma Clistene, essendo inferiore, si schiera col popolo e poi divide gli ateniesi, che prima erano in 4 tribù, in 10, mutandone la denominazione che derivava dai nomi dei figli di Ione, Geleonte ed Egicoreo, e Argade e Oplete, e poi andando a trovare nomi di altri eroi locali, a eccezione di Aiace. Questo poi lo aggiunse, benché fosse straniero, in quanto vicino alla città e alleato. E in ciò, mi pare, questo Clistene imitava suo nonno materno, Clistene il tiranno di Sicione. Infatti Clistene, combattendo contro gli Argivi, proibì ai rapsodi questo, cioè di gareggiare in Sicione a causa dei canti di Omero, in quanto gli Argivi e Argo vi sono quasi continuamente esaltati. D'altra parte, poiché c'era e c'è nell'agorà dei Sicioni il tempietto di Adrasto, figlio di Talao, Clistene desiderò cacciarlo dalla regione in quanto argivo. Andando perciò a Delfi, egli consultava l'oracolo se dovesse cacciare Adrasto. Ma la Pizia gli rispose dicendo che Adrasto era il re dei Sicioni e lui invece un tiranno. Dato dunque che il dio non lo concedeva, tornato indietro studiava lo stratagemma con cui si dovesse allontanare Adrasto e come gli pareva di averlo trovato mandava degli ambasciatori a Tebe in Beozia dicendo che voleva ricondurre Melanippo, figlio di Astaco. I tebani lo concessero. Ricondotto Melanippo, Clistene gli dedicò un recinto sacro proprio nel Pritaneo e fece erigere lì una statua nel luogo più sicuro. Perciò Clistene aveva introdotto Melanippo e anche questo deve essere spiegato perché lo riteneva il peggior nemico di Adrasto, lui che gli aveva ucciso il fratello Mecisteo e il genero Tideo. Come Clistene ebbe dunque dedicato un recinto sacro, togliendo i sacrifici e le preghiere di Adrasto, li diede a Melanippo. Infatti i Sicioni erano soliti onorare Adrasto con grande pompa, perché questa è la regione di Polibo e Adrasto era nipote di Polibo e Polibo, morendo senza figli, aveva dato il potere ad Adrasto. E i Sicioni veneravano Adrasto in vari modi, fra l'altro celebravano le sue sventure con cori tragici, non venerando Dioniso, ma Adrasto. Invece Clistene restituì i cori a Dioniso e il resto della cerimonia a Melanippo. Questo aveva fatto contro Adrasto e affinché le tribù dei Dori non fossero le stesse per i Sicioni e per gli Argivi, ne mutò i nomi. E qui si prese gran gioco dei Sicioni perché, derivando i nomi dal porco, dall'asino e dal porcellino, aggiunse solo le desinenze, tranne che per la sua tribù, alla quale invece pose il nome del suo stesso potere. Di conseguenza, questi erano chiamati Archelai, altri invece Iati, altri poi Oneati e altri ancora Coireati. E i Sicioni usarono questi nomi di tribù sia sotto il governo di Clistene, sia ancora per 60 anni dopo la sua morte, ma poi, consultatisi fra di loro, li cambiarono in quelli di Illi e Panfili e di Manati e aggiunsero a questi una quarta tribù, mettendo il nome di Egialeo, figlio di Adrasto, in modo che furono chiamati Egialei. Clistene di Sicione aveva dunque fatto questo, ma il Clistene ateniese, che era nipote per via di madre del Clistene di Sicione, da lui aveva il nome, e disprezzando anch'egli, come mi sembra, gli Ioni, perché gli ateniesi non avessero le stesse tribù che avevano gli Ioni, imitò il Clistene omonimo. Infatti, guadagnatosi il favore del popolo ateniese, che prima era escluso da tutto, cambiò i nomi delle tribù e da meno che erano ne fece di più. Fissò appunto 10 filarchi invece di 4 e distribuì i demi 10 per 10 fra le tribù. Era infatti di gran lunga superiore ai suoi avversari perché si era guadagnato il popolo. Isagora, a sua volta, essendo stato vinto, macchina questo piano. Chiama in aiuto Cleomene lo Spartano, che era stato suo ospite al tempo dell'assedio dei Pisistratidi, ma Cleomene era accusato di frequentare la moglie di Isagora. Dapprima Cleomene, mandato in Atene un araldo, proponeva la cacciata di Clistene e di molti altri ateniesi con lui, definendoli i sacrileghi. E, inviando quest'ordine, parlava su suggerimento di Isagora perché infatti gli Alcmeonidi e i loro compagni di congiura erano sospettati di questo assassinio, mentre invece non ne era partecipe né Isagora né lo erano i suoi amici. Fra gli ateniesi erano stati chiamati i sacrileghi così. C'era fra gli ateniesi Cilone, vincitore a Olimpia. Costui aspirò alla tirannide, guadagnandosi l'appoggio dei coetanei, e cercò di occupare l'Acropoli. Non essendoci riuscito, si rifugiò supplice presso la statua della dea. I pritani dei Naucrari, che allora governavano Atene, li persuasero ad alzarsi e a presentarsi ai giudici, garantendo loro la vita, mentre c'è l'accusa che gli Alcmeonidi li abbiano uccisi, e questo accadeva prima del tempo di Pisistrato. Dal momento che Cleomene, inviando l'ambasceria, cercava di cacciare Clistene e i sacrileghi, Clistene stesso se ne andava, ma dopo non molto Cleomene veniva ad Atene con un contingente militare non grande e una volta giunto cacciava via come capri espiatori 700 famiglie ateniesi che gli suggeriva Isagora. Fatto ciò, cercava per la seconda volta di sciogliere la Bulè e voleva affidare il potere ai 300 che si erano ribellati con Isagora. Ma poiché la Bulè si oppose e non volle obbedire, Cleomene e Isagora e i suoi partigiani occuparono l'Acropoli. Ma gli altri ateniesi, unanimi, li assediavano per 2 giorni. Al terzo escono dal paese quanti di loro erano lacedemoni, avendo fatto una tregua. Si compiva così per Cleomene la profezia. Quando infatti era salito sull'Acropoli per conquistarla, era andato nel sacrario della dea come per interrogarla, ma la sacerdotessa, alzatasi dal trono prima che lui varcasse la soglia, disse: «O straniero spartano, torna indietro e non entrare nel santuario. Non è lecito infatti ai Dori entrare qui». E quello disse: «Oh donna, ma io non sono un Doro, bensì un Acheo». Egli dunque, non traendo ammonimento alcuno dalla profezia, si accinse all'impresa e allora di nuovo falliva insieme ai lacedemoni. Gli altri assediati, gli ateniesi li incatenarono per mandarli a morte, e fra essi anche Timesiteo di Delfi, del quale potrei elencare grandi imprese e gesti di coraggio. Questi dunque, incatenati, morirono. Ma dopo ciò gli ateniesi, mandati a richiamare Clistene e le 700 famiglie che erano state cacciate da Cleomene, inviano ambasciatori a Sardi, volendo fare un'alleanza coi persiani, i quali sapevano dover fare guerra contro i lacedemoni e Cleomene. Arrivati a Sardi e riferendo agli ambasciatori gli ordini ricevuti, Artaferne, figlio di Staspe, satrapo di Sardi, chiedeva che uomini mai fossero e abitando quale parte della terra chiedessero di diventare alleati dei persiani. E venutelo a sapere dagli ambasciatori, rispondeva in breve così: che se gli ateniesi avessero concesso terra e acqua al re Dario, egli avrebbe fatto alleanza con loro, ma se non la concedevano, ordinava loro di andarsene. E allora gli ambasciatori, prendendo per sé la responsabilità, volendo far l'alleanza, dissero che l'avrebbero concessa, ma tornati in patria ebbero grandi accuse. Cleomene, a sua volta, sapendo di essere stato offeso a parole e a fatti dagli ateniesi, raccoglieva un esercito da tutto il Peloponneso, non dicendo però per cosa lo raccoglieva, perché voleva far pagare il fio al popolo degli ateniesi e aveva l'intenzione di imporre come tiranno Isagora. Infatti, questi era uscito con lui dall'Acropoli. Quindi Cleomene, con un grande esercito, sbarcò nel territorio di Eleusi, mentre i Beoti, in base a un accordo, occupano Eno e Isie, gli estremi demi dell'Attica, e i Calcidesi, dall'altra parte, devastavano territori dell'Attica invadendoli. Ma gli ateniesi, benché attaccati da 2 parti, decidevano di ricordarsi più tardi dei Beoti e dei Calcidesi e posero il campo contro i Peloponnesi che si trovavano nel territorio di Eleusi. Mentre stavano per attaccare battaglia, per primi i Corinzi, ragionando fra loro che non stavano facendo cose giuste, cambiavano opinione e si allontanavano. E dopo di loro fece lo stesso Demarato, il figlio di Aristone, che era anch'egli re di Sparta e aveva condotto l'esercito di Sparta, che prima non era mai stato in dissenso con Cleomene. In seguito a questo contrasto di opinioni fu stabilita una legge a Sparta che non fosse concesso a entrambi i re di seguire l'esercito in una spedizione, perché infatti fino ad allora entrambi lo seguivano, e che invece, essendo lasciato libero uno di essi da queste incombenze, lo fosse anche uno dei Tindaridi. Infatti, allora dunque gli altri alleati nella terra eleusina, vedendo che i re dei Lacedemoni non erano dello stesso parere e che i Corinzi se ne andavano abbandonando lo schieramento, se ne andarono anche loro. Questa era la 4ª volta che i Dori entravano in Attica, essendovi entrati 2 volte per far la guerra e 2 volte per il bene del popolo ateniese. La prima volta quando fondarono anche Megara, e questa spedizione potrebbe a ragione prendere il nome da Codro che regnava sugli ateniesi. La seconda e la terza quando giunsero mandati da Sparta per la cacciata dei Pisistratidi. La quarta quando Cleomene, conducendo i Peloponnesiaci, invase il territorio di Eleusi. Così allora, per la 4ª volta, i Dori andarono contro Atene. Scioltosi dunque senza gloria questo esercito, gli ateniesi, volendo vendicarsi, in primo luogo compiono una spedizione contro i Calcidesi I Beoti, a loro volta, vengono in soccorso ai Calcidesi sull'Euripo, ma gli Ateniesi, come videro i Beoti, giudicarono opportuno gettarsi prima sui Beoti che sui Calcidesi. Si gettano dunque gli Ateniesi sui Beoti e ottengono una grande vittoria, e avendone uccisi moltissimi, ne catturarono 700. Nello stesso giorno gli Ateniesi, passati in Eubea, attaccano anche i Calcidesi e, vinti anche questi, lasciano nella regione degli Ippoboti 4.000 cleruchi. Infatti, fra i Calcidesi venivano chiamati Ippoboti i grassi borghesi. E quanti di essi fecero prigionieri, legati in ceppi insieme ai Beoti, li tenevano in custodia, ma col tempo li liberarono, avendone fissato il riscatto a 2 mine. Ma i loro ceppi, in cui erano stati legati, li appesero sull'Acropoli, dove c'erano, fino al mio tempo, appesi alle mura bruciacchiate dal fuoco acceso dal Medo, davanti al Megaro che guarda a occidente. E dedicarono la 10ª dei riscatti, avendo fabbricato una quadriga di bronzo, e questa sta alla mano sinistra, subito per chi entra nei propilei dell'Acropoli, e su di essa stanno incise queste parole: il popolo dei Beoti e dei Calcidesi, avendo domato i figli degli Ateniesi nelle imprese di guerra, in un tetro ceppo di ferro ne spensero la tracotanza, e come 10ª da essi posero queste cavalle a Pallade. Gli Ateniesi dunque crescevano in potenza, non solo per questo, ma sotto ogni aspetto è chiaro che l'uguaglianza è un bene prezioso. Se gli Ateniesi, quando erano sotto i tiranni, non erano in guerra per nulla migliori dei loro vicini, e liberatisi invece dai tiranni divennero di gran lunga i primi. Perciò anche questo dimostra che quando erano in schiavitù si mostravano di proposito vili, in quanto lavoravano per un padrone, mentre una volta liberi ciascuno si dava cura di compiere qualcosa per se stesso. Essi dunque compivano queste imprese, ma i tebani, dopo ciò, mandavano a interrogare il dio, volendo vendicarsi degli Ateniesi. La Pizia disse che non avrebbero potuto vendicarsi da soli, ma che lo riferissero in assemblea e chiedessero l'aiuto ai più prossimi. Tornati dunque i messi inviati all'oracolo, riferivano il responso dopo avere convocato l'assemblea. E come i tebani appresero dalle parole loro che bisognava chiedere aiuto ai più prossimi, udito ciò dissero: non abitano forse più vicini a noi i Tanagrei e i Coronei e i Tespiesi? Anche questi, combattendo sempre con noi di buon animo, sopportano la guerra. Perché bisogna chiedere l'aiuto loro? Ma piuttosto vediamo se non sia questo l'oracolo. Riflettendo su queste proposte, un tale, quando le conobbe, disse: io credo di capire che cosa vuol dirci l'oracolo. Dicono che da Asopo siano nate le figlie Tebe ed Egina, essendo esse sorelle. Io credo che il dio vaticini di chiedere agli Egineti di essere vendicatori con noi. E dal momento che pareva non si manifestasse alcuna opinione migliore di questa, mandati subito gli ambasciatori, chiedevano l'aiuto agli Egineti, dicendo di aiutarli secondo l'oracolo, dal momento che erano i più vicini. E gli Egineti, a essi che chiedevano aiuto, dissero che avrebbero inviato come aiuto gli Eacidi. I Tebani, avendo acquistato fiducia per l'alleanza degli Eacidi, si scontrarono con gli Ateniesi e furono sconfitti. Allora mandarono di nuovo a restituire gli Eacidi e chiesero degli uomini. Gli Egineti, superbi per la grande prosperità, ricordandosi di un'antica inimicizia con gli Ateniesi, dal momento che allora i Tebani chiedevano aiuto, fecero guerra contro Atene senza dichiararla formalmente. Infatti, mentre gli Ateniesi incalzavano i Beoti, giunti con navi da guerra nell'Attica, devastavano il Falero e molti demi della rimanente costa, e facendo ciò punzecchiavano molto gli Ateniesi.
Стародавняя вражда эгинцев к афинянам началась вот от чего. В Эпидавре земля не давала плодов. Об этой беде эпидаврийцы вопросили оракуль в Дельфах. Пифия же повелела им воздвигнуть образы Давии и Авксесий, и тогда их несчастье кончится. Затем эпидаврийцы вопросили Бога, сделать ли им образы из меди или из мрамора. Пифия же не позволила им ни того, ни другого, но только из ствола взращенной человеком маслины. Тогда эпидаврийцы попросили афинян разрешения вырубить маслину на их земле, так как они считали афинские маслины самыми священными. Впрочем, говорят, что в то время нигде не было маслин, кроме как в Афинах. Афиняне согласились при условии, если эпидаврийцы будут ежегодно приносить жертвенные дары Афине Палладе и Эрехтею. Эпидаврийцы приняли эти условия и, получив просимое, воздвигли статуи богинь, вырезанные из этих маслин. Тогда их земля стала снова приносить плоды, и эпидаврийцы выполнили свое обязательство перед афинянами. В это время и еще ранее эгинцы находились в зависимости от эпидавра, и, между прочим, для ведения судебных дел и улаживания споров между гражданами эгинцам тогда приходилось плавать в эпидавр. С этого времени, однако, эгинцы начали строить военные корабли и самоуверенно восстали против эпидавра. И так как эгинцы господствовали на море, то при враждебных столкновениях они наносили урон эпидаврийцам и даже однажды похитили у них упомянутые образы Дамии и Авксесии. Статуи эти эгинцы перевезли и воздвигли в глубине своей территории в месте под названием Эя, приблизительно в 20 стадиях от города. Воздвигнув там эти образы, эгинцы стали приносить богиням жертвы и умилостивлять их сатирическими песнями женских хоров. Каждой богине они назначили по 10 хорегов. В песнях этих хоров, впрочем, никогда не высмеивались мужчины, а всегда только местные женщины. Существуют, впрочем, такие же священные обряды и у эпидаврийцев. А кроме того, у них есть другие обряды, о которых не разрешается говорить. Между тем, после похищения образов этих богинь, эпидаврийцы перестали выполнять свои обязательства перед афинянами. Тогда афиняне через послов выразили эпидаврийцам свои претензии. Эпидаврийцы же, приведя доводы, объявили, что вовсе ни в чем не виноваты. Пока эти образы, говорили они, были в их стране, они выполняли свои обязательства. А теперь, когда они их лишились, было бы несправедливо продолжать платить за них дань. Афиняне же должны были требовать жертвенных даров от эгинцев, потому что образы теперь у них. Когда афиняне отправили послов на Эгину с требованием возвратить статуи, эгинцы же отвечали, что у них нет никаких дел с афинянами. Так вот, после отказа эгинцев по афинскому преданию на Эгину была послана от имени всего сообщества одна триера с афинскими гражданами. Прибыв на Эгину, они пытались стащить эти статуи с подножий, так как они ведь были изготовлены из афинского дерева, и увезти их. Так как статуи не получалось таким способом сдвинуть с места, то афиняне накинули на них канаты и потащили. В то время, когда они тянули канаты, внезапно загремел гром, и одновременно началось землетрясение. Люди же с триеры, тянувшие канат, от этого потеряли разум и в безумии стали убивать друг друга, как враги, пока из всех них не остался в живых только один, который возвратился в Афинскую гавань Фалерона. Так было дело по рассказам афинян. Эгинцы же утверждают, что афиняне прибыли не на одном корабле. Ведь один корабль и даже несколько большее число кораблей эгинцы легко бы отразили, даже если у них самих вовсе не было бы кораблей. Нет, афиняне напали на них со множеством кораблей, и они, эгинцы, уклонились от морской битвы. Впрочем, эгинцы не могут точно разъяснить, потому ли они уклонились от морской битвы, что чувствовали свою слабость, или от того, что желали сделать так, как они и действительно впоследствии сделали. Во всяком случае, афиняне, как эгинцы не приняли боя, высадились с кораблей и направились к статуям. Но так как они не могли стащить их с оснований, то накинули канаты и потянули статуи, пока, наконец, влекомые ими обе статуи не сделали то же самое. Я, правда, этому сказанию не верю, но кто-нибудь другой может и поверить. А именно, они пали на колени и с того времени остались в таком положении до сего дня. Так по сказанию поступили афиняне, а сами эгинцы продолжают эгинское сказание, узнав о предполагаемом походе афинян, заручились помощью аргосцев. Когда афиняне вступили на эгинскую землю, то аргосцы прибыли на помощь, тайно переправившись из Эпидавра на их остров. Аргосцы напали на ничего не подозревавших афинян и отрезали их от кораблей. В этот момент и загремел гром, и началось землетрясение. Так гласит аргосское и эгинское сказание. Оно согласно с афинским преданием лишь в том, что только один афинянин благополучно возвратился в Аттику. Аргосцы же, кроме того, утверждают, что этот единственный человек остался в живых после уничтожения ими афинского войска, тогда как афиняне приписывают гибель своего войска божеству. По афинскому преданию, впрочем, даже и этот один не спасся, но погиб вот при каких обстоятельствах. Он прибыл в Афины с вестью о несчастье. А жены воинов, участников похода на Эгину, узнав о том, что из всех спасся только он один, пришли в такое возбуждение, что окружили его со всех сторон, каждая с вопросом, где ее муж, и закололи несчастного своими булавками от платьев. Так погиб этот человек. Афинян же это злодеяние женщин, по-видимому, еще более ужаснуло, чем поражение на Эгине. Они не знали, как наказать женщин, иначе как заставить их переменить тип их одежды на ионийский. До того времени все афинские женщины носили дарийскую одежду, совершенно одинаковую с коринфской. Теперь же они должны были носить льняные хитоны, для которых им не нужно было пользоваться булавками. Собственно же говоря, эта одежда первоначально была не ионийской, но корейской. Ведь в стародавние времена все эллинские женщины носили одежду, которая теперь называется дарийской. В то же время аргосцы и эгинцы решили, напротив, ввести обычай делать отныне женские булавки в 1,5 раза длиннее прежнего и наказать, чтобы женщины посвящали в святилище этих богинь прежде всего свои булавки. Вообще было запрещено приносить в дар в святилище все предметы отеческого производства и отеческую глиняную посуду, и впредь пить там только из глиняных сосудов местного производства. С тех пор и до моего времени аргосские и эгинские женщины из ненависти к афинянам носили булавки длиннее, чем раньше.
Okay. The origin, then, of the mutual hatred of Athens and Aegina was as I have described. And now the Aeginetans, who had not forgotten the affair of the statues, eagerly responded to the Boeotians' call for assistance and began making raids on the Attic coast. The Athenians were about to start countermeasures when they were advised by an oracle from Delphi to hold their hand. They should wait, the oracle said, for 30 years, and then, in the 31st year after the Aeginetans had started the trouble, they should consecrate a piece of ground to Iacchus and declare war. If they followed this advice, everything would go as they wished. If, on the other hand, they attacked Aegina forthwith, they would indeed ultimately be victorious, but not without suffering in the meantime as much loss as they inflicted. On hearing this warning, the Athenians did take the advice so far as to consecrate to Iacchus the precinct, which is still to be seen by the marketplace in Athens. But in view of the intolerable injuries they had received at the hands of the Aeginetans, they could not bear to be told to wait 30 years for their revenge. They began their preparations accordingly, but were checked by a new trouble from Sparta. This arose from the Spartans discovering that the Alcmeonids had corrupted the priestess at Delphi. And so they learned what she had done against Sparta and the Pisistratids.
The Spartans were doubly distressed, for they had driven their own friends into exile, and they now realized that by doing so, they had not gained the goodwill of Athens. Moreover, they were spurred to action by the discovery of certain prophecies of coming disasters at the hands of the Athenians, prophecies of which they had known nothing until Cleomenes brought them to Sparta. These prophecies had formerly been in the possession of the Pisistratids, who had left them in the temple of the Acropolis when they were expelled from Athens. It was here that Cleomenes found them and picked them up. When, therefore, the Spartans got hold of them and saw at the same time the growth of Athenian power with the improbability of Athens submitting to their authority, they realized that a free Attica would be a match for them, and that the only way of weakening their rivals and reducing them to obedience was to establish a tyranny in Athens. On this realization, they acted and sent to Sigeum on the Hellespont to recall Pisistratus' son, Hippias. Hippias responded to the summons, and the Spartans then sent for representatives from their other allied states, and the assembly was addressed in the following words. We acknowledge to you, our comrades in arms, that we have made a mistake. On the strength of certain oracles, which have proved to be a swindle, we expelled from their country men who were our friends, men who undertook to keep Athens dependent upon us. With them gone, we put power into the hands of an ungrateful rabble, which had no sooner raised its head by our generous act of liberation than it turned against us and flung us out, ourselves and our king, with every mark of insult. Since then, these people have been growing in reputation and strength, as their neighbors, the Boeotians and Chalcidians, have learnt to their cost, and as others perhaps will also discover, unless they mind their step. This was the mistake we made, and now, with your help, we will try to make up for it. Our object, when we invited you and Hippias, whom you see before you, to attend this meeting, was to agree to unite our forces for his restoration. Together, we will take him to Athens and give him back the power of which we formerly robbed him.
אלו היו דבריהם, אבל רוב בעלי הברית לא הסכימו להם. הכל שתקו, עד שסוקלס הקורינתי אמר את הדברים הבאים. אכן השמיים יהיו מתחת לאדמה, והאדמה מעל השמיים. בני האדם ישכנו בימים, והדגים ישכנו במקום שבו שכנו קודם בני האדם. כשאתם על הקדמונים מדכאים שלטון השווים, ומתכוננים לכפות טירניות על הערים, שאין בני האדם דבר בלתי צודק וצמא דם יותר מהם. אם באמת טוב בעיניכם שבערים ישלטו טירנים, הבה עמידו אתם ראשונים טירן על עצמכם, ואחרי כן תנסו זאת אצל אחרים. אבל אתה, מאחר שאינכם מנוסים בטירנים, ואתם נשמרים היטב שלא תהיה טירניה בספרטה, אתם עושים עוול לבעלי ביתכם. אילו הייתם מנוסים בכך כמונו, הייתם מביעים את כותבות יותר על כך מאלה. כי המשטר המדיני בקורינטוס היה כזה. הייתה אוליגרכיה, ואלה הנקראים בקריאדים ניהלו את ענייני העיר, כשהם מתחתנים רק בינם לבין עצמם. לאחד מהם, אמפיון, הייתה בת חיגרת ושמה לבדה. מכיוון שאיש מבין הבקריאדים לא רוצה לשאת אותה לאישה, לקח אותה אקטיון בן החקרטס מהכפר פטרה, שלפי חוסו היה ממשפחת הלפיטים והקניינידים. אך לא נולדו לו ילדים, לא מאישה זו וגם לא מאחרת, ולכן יצא לדלפי לשאול בעניין צאצאים. מיד עם כניסתו, פנתה אליו פיתיה במילים אלה, אקטיון ראוי לכבוד, איש לא מכבדך, לבדה ערה, הוא אבן מתגלגלת אליהם, שתיפול על השולטים לבדם ותביא משפט לקורינטוס. מאמר זה שניתן לאקטיון נדע איכשהו לבקריאד, שאת האורקולום שניתן קודם לכן לקורינטוס לא הבינו, ושמובנו היה זהה לזה שניתן לאקטיון. וזו הייתה לשונו. עית אדיר הרי בסלעים, וליש ילד הוא, ליש מלא כוח, טורף, רבים יפיל מרגליהם. זאת שקלו היטב בקורינתים שסביב לטירנה, ההדורה שוכנים ובקורינתוס הגבוהה. אורקולום זה שניתן לבקחיאדים בעבר, היה מעופל בעיניהם, אבל עתה כשנודע להם זה שניתן לאיתיון, הבינו מיד שגם הקודם מתכוון לאיש זה. לאחר שהבינו גם את האורקולום הזה, שמרו על שקט, כי התכוננו להרוג את הבן שיוולד לאיתיון. מיד אחרי שילדה האישה, שלחו 10 מאנשיהם לכפר שבו חי איתיון כדי להרוג את התינוק. הם הגיעו לפטרה, נכנסו לחצר איתיון וביקשו לראות את התינוק. לבדה, שלא ידע כלום על מטרת בואם, וחשבה שהם מבקשים זאת, מתוך ידידות לאב, הביאה את התינוק ומסרה אותו לידי אחד מהם. בדרך לשם, הסכימו האנשים ביניהם, שהראשון שיקח את התינוק לידיו, יטיח אותו ארצה. כשמסרה אפוא לבדה את התינוק, בחסד אלוהים הוא חייך אל המחזיק בו, וזה נתמלא רחמים, לא יכול עוד לשאת את המוסכם ביניהם, הוא מסר אותו לשני, זה לשלישי, וכך עבר התינוק בידי כל 10, ואיש לא היה מוכן לבצע את המשימה. הם החזירו אפוא את התינוק לאמו, יצאו החוצה וליד הדלתות החלו להתנגח. האשימו זה את זה, ובעיקר את הראשון שהחזיק אותו, על שלא עשה את מה שהוסכם, עד שאחרי זמן מה החליטו לשוב אל הבית ולרצוח את התינוק במשותף. אבל נגזר שבן איתיון יביא אסון על קורינתוס, כי לבדה עמדה ליד אותן הדלתות ושמעה את הכל. היא חששה שהאנשים יתחרטו, ייקחו את התינוק עוד פעם ממנה וירצחו אותו, ולכן היא הסתירה אותו במקום שהיה בעיניה הבלתי מתקבל על הדעת. בתיבה, כי היה ברור לה שאם האנשים ישובו ויחפשו אותו, יפשפשו בכל מקום, כפי שגם קרה. הם באו וחיפשו אותו, אך לא מצאו, ולכן החליטו ללכת ולהודיע לשולחיהם שביצעו את כל מה שהוטל עליהם. הם הלכו איפה ואמרו זאת.
Na zijn terugkeer uit Sparta in Azië maakte Hippias met alle middelen die hij bezat de Atheners verdacht bij Artaphernes en deed hij alles om te bereiken dat Athene aan hem en aan Darius onderworpen zou worden. Toen de Atheners hoorden dat Hippias daarmee bezig was, stuurden ze afgezanten naar Sardis en drongen er bij de Perzen op aan niet te luisteren naar die ballingen uit Athene. Artaphernes riep de Atheners echter aan, als ze veilig wilden zijn, Hippias weer in Athene toe te laten. Er was geen sprake van dat de Atheners dit voorstel, toen het hen bereikte, accepteerden. En doordat ze het niet accepteerden, was hun besluit gevallen. Ze zouden openlijk vijanden zijn van de Perzen. Dat was de opvatting van de Atheners. En zo waren zij in conflict geraakt met de Perzen. En op dat beslissende moment kwam de Milesiër Aristagoras, toen hij door Cleomenes uit Sparta was verjaagd, in Athene. Want dat was na Sparta verreweg de machtigste van alle Griekse steden. Nadat hij voor de volksvergadering was verschenen, zei Aristagoras hetzelfde als in Sparta over de vele goederen in Azië en over de manier van oorlog voeren van de Perzen. Dat schild en speer bij hen niet gebruikelijk waren en dat ze gemakkelijk te verslaan waren. Daaraan voegde hij nog toe dat de Milesiërs kolonisten van Athene waren en dat het voor de hand lag dat de Atheners met hun grote macht Mileten verdedigden. Ook deed hij alle mogelijke beloften. Zo dringend had hij hun hulp nodig. Tot hij de Atheners wist over te halen. Veel mensen ompraten schijnt nu eenmaal gemakkelijker te zijn dan 1 mens ompraten, gezien het feit dat Aristagoras, Cleomenes de Spartaan, die ene man, niet wist om te praten, maar dat het hem wel lukte met 30.000 Atheners. De Atheners lieten zich dus overhalen en besloten 20 schepen te sturen om de Ioniërs te helpen. Als bevelhebber wezen ze Melanthios aan, een burger van zeer groot aanzien. Deze schepen werden het begin van rampspoed voor Grieken en barbaren. Aristagoras voer voor de andere schepen uit en bedacht na aankomst in Mileten het volgende plan. Een plan dat voor de Ioniërs geen enkel nut zou afwerpen. Dat was ook niet zijn bedoeling, hij wilde alleen Darius schade berokkenen. Hij stuurde iemand naar Frigië, naar de Paeoniërs die door Megabazos uit het stroomgebied van de rivier de Strimon gevankelijk waren weggevoerd en nu in Frigië op hun eigen grond in het dorp woonden. Na aankomst bij de Paeoniërs zei de man: Paeoniërs, ik ben gestuurd door Aristagoras, de tiran van Mileten, om u een mogelijkheid om uzelf te redden aan te raden. als u bereid bent die raad op te volgen. Op dit moment is namelijk heel Ionië in opstand tegen de koning en hebt u de kans naar uw eigen land terug te keren en uzelf in veiligheid te brengen. Tot aan de kust moet u de tocht zelf organiseren. Van daaraf zullen wij er zorg voor dragen. Deze boodschap was de Paeoniërs zeer welkom. Ze namen hun vrouwen en kinderen mee en begonnen hun ontsnappingstocht naar de kust. Enkele van hen bleven uit vrees achter in hun woonplaats. Toen de Paeoniërs de kust hadden bereikt, staken ze vanaf dat punt over naar Chios. En toen zij zelf al op Chios waren, bleken ze te worden achtervolgd door een groot aantal Perzische ruiters dat achter de Paeoniërs aan was gekomen. Maar omdat ze hen niet meer hadden kunnen inhalen, stuurden ze een bevel naar de Paeoniërs op Chios dat ze moesten terugkeren. Maar de Paeoniërs wilden daar niets van weten, integendeel. De Chiërs brachten hen van Chios naar Lesbos en de Lesbiërs transporteerden hen naar Doriskos. Daar vandaan gingen ze te voet verder en kwamen in Paeonië aan. Aristagoras ging als volgt te werk. Toen de Atheners met 20 schepen waren gearriveerd, hadden ze ook 5 schepen uit Eritrea bezig. Deze Eritreërs namen niet aan de operaties deel om Athene ter wille te zijn, maar om de Milesiërs zelf een dienst te bewijzen en een schuld aan hen in te lossen. De Milesiërs hadden vroeger namelijk de Eritreërs gesteund in de oorlog tegen Chalkis. Dezelfde oorlog waarin de Samiërs de Chalkidiërs hadden geholpen tegen Eritrea en Mileten. Toen de Eritreërs dus waren gearriveerd en de overige bondgenoten eveneens present waren, organiseerde Aristagoras een aanval op Sardis. Overigens nam hij daar niet persoonlijk aan deel, want hij bleef in Mileten achter en wees andere mannen uit Mileten als bevelhebbers aan. Zijn eigen broer, Charopinos, en van de burgers Hermaphantos. Toen de Ioniërs met die vloot bij Efesos waren aangekomen, lieten ze de schepen achter in Koressos, dat in het gebied van Efesos ligt, en trokken zelf met een grote strijdmacht het binnenland in, met de Efeziërs als hun gidsen. Eerst volgden ze de loop van de rivier de Kaistrios, en nadat ze het Tmolosgebergte waren overgetrokken en hun doel hadden bereikt, namen ze Sardis in, zonder dat iemand tegenstand bood. Ze namen de stad helemaal in, de burcht uitgezonderd. De burcht werd verdedigd door Artaphernes zelf met een behoorlijk grote strijdmacht. Dat ze de stad niet plunderden na de inname had de volgende oorzaak. In Sardis waren de meeste huizen van riet en voor zover ze met baksteen waren opgetrokken, hadden ze rieten daken. Zodra 1 soldaat een van die huizen in brand had gestoken, ging het vuur meteen van huis naar huis en verspreidde het zich over de hele stad. Toen de stad eenmaal in brand stond, waren de Lydiërs en de Perzen die zich in de stad bevonden van alle kanten ingesloten, omdat het vuur de randen van de stad verteerde en hadden ze geen mogelijkheid uit de stad weg te vluchten. Daarom stroomden ze naar de Agora, samen en naar de rivier de Pactolus. Dat is een rivier die stofgoud meevoert vanuit het Smolosgebergte en midden door de Agora stroomt, om daarna uit te monden in de rivier de Hermos, die op zijn beurt in zee uitmondt. Aan de oevers van die rivier dus, en op de Agora, verzamelden de Lydiërs en de Perzen zich, en daar waren ze genoodzaakt zich te verdedigen. Toen de Ioniërs zagen dat sommige vijanden zich verdedigden en anderen massaal op hen afstormden, werden ze bang en trokken zich terug naar het Smolosgebergte. Daar vandaan gingen ze in de loop van de nacht terug naar de schepen. De stad Sardis werd dus in brand gestoken. Maar daarbij ging ook een tempel van een plaatselijke godin, Kybebe, in vlammen op. Dat was later voor de Perzen het motief om als vergelding de tempels in Griekenland in brand te steken. De Perzen aan deze kant van de rivier de Halis waren al eerder op de hoogte gebracht van de gebeurtenissen en zij kwamen nu bij elkaar om de Lydiërs te helpen. Maar om een of andere reden troffen ze de Ioniërs al niet meer in Sardis aan. Daarom volgden ze hun spoor en zochten in het gebied van Efesos de confrontatie met hen. De Ioniërs stelden zich nog wel tegenover hen op, maar leden in dat treffen een zware nederlaag. Vele van hen werden door de Perzen afgemaakt, onder wie bekende mensen, bijvoorbeeld Alcides, die de Eritreërs als bevelhebber aanvoerde. Hij had prijzen gewonnen in wedstrijden waar kransen te winnen zijn en was daarom uitvoerig geprezen door Simonides, de dichter uit Chaos. Andere Ioniërs ontkwamen uit de slag en verspreidden zich over de verschillende steden. Zo verliep toen deze strijd. Daarna lieten de Atheners de Ioniërs volledig in de steek. En hoewel Aristagoras vaak via afgezanten hun hulp inriep, weigerden ze hen bij te staan. De Ioniërs echter bleven zich, ook nu ze van de militaire bijstand van Athene verstoken waren, gezien alles wat ze al tegen Darius hadden ondernomen, even krachtig bezighouden met de oorlog tegen de koning. Ze voeren naar de Hellespont en kregen Byzantion en alle steden in die buurt aan hun kant. Daarna voeren ze de Hellespont uit en wierven het grootste deel van Caria als bondgenoot, zelfs Kaunos, dat voordien niet aan hun zijde wilde strijden. Toen Sardis in brand was gestoken, sloot ook die stad zich bij hen aan. Behalve de mensen uit Amathus sloten de burgers van Cyprus zich allemaal uit vrije wil bij hen aan. De opstand van de Cyprioten was namelijk als volgt in zijn werk gegaan. Onesilos was een jongere broer van Gorgos, de koning van Salamis. Hij was een zoon van Gersis, de zoon van Cyromos, de zoon van Eueltan. Deze man had al dikwijls voordien geprobeerd Gorgos over te halen tot een opstand tegen de koning. Deze keer, nu hij had gehoord dat de Ioniërs in opstand waren gekomen, oefende hij zeer sterke druk op hem uit. Toen hij er niet in slaagde Gorgos over te halen, wachtte Onesilos het moment waarop Gorgos de stad Salamis uitging. Toen sloot hij samen met zijn partijgangers de poort achter hem af. Daardoor was Gorgos zijn stad kwijt en zocht hij zijn toevlucht bij de Perzen, terwijl Onesilos de regering over Salamis overnam en probeerde alle Cyprioten ertoe over te halen de opstand te steunen. Inderdaad haalde hij ze allemaal over, behalve de burgers van Amathus. Zij wilden hem niet volgen en daarom sloeg hij het beleg om de stad.
Meanwhile, news reached King Darius of the Athenian and Ionian capture and burning of Sardis, and he was told that the man who had gathered the troops together, and was therefore the instigator of the whole affair, had been Aristagoras of Miletus. It is said, however, that his first reaction to the news was to discount the Ionians, because he was confident of punishing them for their rebellion, and to ask who the Athenians were. On hearing the answer, he is said to have asked for his bow. He took hold of it, notched an arrow, and shot it up towards the sky. And as he fired it into the air, he said, "Lord Zeus, make it possible for me to punish the Athenians." Then he ordered one of his attendants to repeat to him 3 times every time a meal was being served, "Master, remember the Athenians." After issuing these instructions, he summoned Histiaeus of Miletus, who had been detained in Sus for a long time by then, and said, "Diaios, I hear that the person you left in charge of Miletus has been making trouble for me. He has persuaded men from the other continent to join the Ionians, who will pay for their actions, and at the head of this combined force has robbed me of Sardis. What do you think of that? Do you approve of what has happened? And how could they have succeeded without your involvement in their plans? You had better be careful, because otherwise you'll be sorry later." "My lord," Histiaeus replied, "how can you say such a thing? How could I be involved in planning anything that would cause you the slightest amount of distress? What possible motive could I have for doing so? What do I have to be dissatisfied about when everything that is yours is mine, and I have the honour of being privy to all your plans? No, if my deputy has done what you say he has, or anything like it, you can rest assured that he acted on his own. Actually, I can't quite believe the report that the Milesians and my deputy are making trouble for you. But if your information is correct, my lord, and they really are, then perhaps you can see the effects of your removal of me from the coast. I mean, in all probability, the Ionians have simply used the opportunity of being out of my sight to carry out long-cherished plans. If I had been in Ionia, not a single state would have rebelled. So now let me go as quickly as possible to Ionia, so that I can restore order out of all the chaos in your affairs there, and deliver into your hands this man I left in charge of Miletus, who is responsible for all this. When I have done everything to your satisfaction, I swear by the gods who protect your majesty that I will not take off the tunic I shall wear on my journey to Ion, until I have also made Sardo, which is the largest island there is, into a tribute-paying subject state of yours." This speech of Histiaeus was hardly truthful, but Darius believed him and let him go. He told him to do everything he had promised to do, and then to return to Susa.
Nel periodo in cui giungeva al re la notizia della presa di Sarti, in cui Dario, dopo l'episodio dell'arco, venne a colloquio con Istieo e Istieo, autorizzato da Dario, si recava sulla costa, in tutto questo periodo avvenne quanto segue. A un esilo di Salamina che stava assediando Matute, fu annunciato che era imminente l'arrivo a Cipro del persiano Artibio, a capo di una grande armata persiana. Appresa tale notizia, Onesilo inviò araldi nella Ionia per chiedere aiuto, e gli Ioni, dopo aver rapidamente preso una decisione, giunsero a Cipro con una flotta consistente. Erano appena arrivati che i persiani, sbarcati a Cipro provenendo dalla Cilicia, si diressero per via di terra verso Salamina. Intanto i Fenici, con la flotta, circumnavigavano il promontorio chiamato Chiavi di Cipro. Mentre si verificavano questi fatti, i tiranni di Cipro, convocati comandanti degli Ioni, dissero loro: "Uomini della Ionia, noi ciprioti vi lasciamo scegliere chi preferite attaccare, i persiani o i fenici. Se volete misurarvi con i persiani in una battaglia sulla terraferma, è tempo per voi di scendere dalle navi e di schierare la fanteria, e per noi di imbarcarci sulla vostra flotta per affrontare i fenici. Se invece preferite battervi con i fenici, dovete comunque, qualunque sia la vostra scelta, impegnarvi ad assicurare, per quanto dipende da voi, la libertà della Ionia e di Cipro." A tali parole gli Ioni risposero: "Il Consiglio Comune degli Ioni ci ha mandati qui per presidiare il mare, non per consegnare le navi ai ciprioti e combattere sulla terraferma contro i persiani. Noi dunque, nel posto che ci è stato assegnato, là cercheremo di essere valorosi. Ma è necessario che voi vi comportiate da uomini coraggiosi, ricordando i mali sofferti quando eravate schiavi dei Medi." Così risposero gli Ioni. Poi, quando i persiani giunsero nella pianura di Salamina, i re di Cipro schierarono gli altri ciprioti contro gli altri soldati, mentre scelsero, per opporli ai persiani, gli uomini migliori di Salamina e di Soli. Onesilo, di sua iniziativa, prese posizione di fronte al comandante dei persiani Artibio. Artibio montava un cavallo addestrato a impennarsi davanti a un uomo in armi, e Onesilo ne fu informato, e avendo uno scudiero di stirpe caria, assai esperto nell'arte militare e inoltre pieno di coraggio, gli disse: "Ho saputo che il cavallo di Artibio, impennandosi con gli zoccoli e con i denti, finisce il nemico con cui viene alle prese. Tu pensaci e poi dimmi subito chi dei due vuoi tener d'occhio e colpire, se il cavallo o Artibio stesso." A queste parole lo scudiero rispose: "O re, io sono pronto a fare entrambe le cose, oppure una delle due, e in generale qualunque cosa tu mi ordini, ma ti spiegherò quello che mi sembra più conveniente alla tua condizione. Io dico che un re e un comandante deve combattere contro un re e un comandante. Infatti, se uccidi un generale è per te una grande gloria. Se invece non sia mai è lui a uccidere te, morire a opera di un degno avversario non è che una mezza sciagura. È a noi servitori che si addice battersi contro altri servitori o contro un cavallo. Tu non temere assolutamente i trucchi di questo cavallo, ti prometto che non si impennerà più davanti a nessuno." Così disse, e subito dopo gli eserciti si scontrarono per terra e per mare. Sul mare gli Ioni, che quel giorno furono valorosissimi, surclassarono i Fenici. Tra loro i migliori risultarono i Sami. Sulla terraferma i due schieramenti attaccati a battaglia combatterono corpo a corpo, ed ecco che cosa accadde ai due comandanti. Quando Artibio sul suo cavallo mosse contro Onesilo, questi, come aveva concordato con lo scudiero, colpì Artibio stesso che si lanciava contro di lui. E allorché il cavallo levò gli zoccoli contro lo scudo di Onesilo, il Cario, con un colpo di falce, gli troncò le zampe. Artibio, comandante dei persiani, cadde lì sul posto insieme al cavallo. Mentre anche gli altri erano impegnati nel combattimento, Stesenore, tiranno di Curio, passò al nemico con il suo notevole contingente di soldati. I Curiei si dice che siano coloni di Argo. Subito dopo il tradimento dei Curiei, anche il reparto dei carri da guerra di Salamina fece altrettanto, e a causa di tali defezioni i persiani ebbero la meglio sui ciprioti. Quando le truppe di questi ultimi si diedero la fuga, molti perirono, tra gli altri anche Onesilo figlio di Chersi, il promotore della rivolta dei ciprioti, e il re dei Soli, Aristocipro, figlio di Filocipro, di quel Filocipro che l'ateniese Solone, recatosi a Cipro, aveva elogiato nei suoi versi più di tutti gli altri tiranni. A un esilo, poiché li aveva assediati, gli Amatusi tagliarono la testa, la portarono ad Amatunte e la appesero sopra le porte. La testa era appesa là ed era ormai vuota quando uno sciame di api vi si introdusse e la riempì di favi. In seguito a tale episodio gli Amatusi consultarono l'oracolo riguardo a quella testa. Fu risposto loro di staccarla da lassù, di seppellirla e di compiere ogni anno sacrifici in onore di Onesilo, venerandolo come un eroe. Se avessero agito in questo modo, le cose sarebbero andate meglio. Gli Amatusi così fecero e continuano a farlo ancora nei miei tempi. Gli Ioni che avevano combattuto sul mare, nelle acque di Cipro, allorché appresero che la potenza di Onesilo era distrutta e che le città di Cipro erano assediate tranne Salamina, riconsegnata peraltro dai suoi abitanti al precedente re Gorgo, gli Ioni dunque, appena seppero tutto ciò, salparono immediatamente alla volta della Ionia. Delle città di Cipro, quella che resiste più a lungo all'assedio fu Soli. I persiani riuscirono a prenderla dopo 4 mesi, scavando tutto intorno sotto alle mura.
Hyprioimen de eniauton eleutero igenomenoi autis ecneris catededunonto. Daurises de econdareio tugatera kai iumaieste kai otanes alloi persai strategoi econtes kai utoi dareio tugateras epidioxantes tus sardis strateusamenus ionon kai esaraxantes feas estas neas temaceos epecratesan to enteute epidielomenoi tas polis e porteon. Daurises men trapomenos prostas e nelle sponto polis eile mendardanon eile dea biudonte kai percoten kai lampsacon kai paison tautas mian e pemere e caste aire apode paisu e launontioi e piparion polin elte angelie tuscaras toutoiosi fronesantas apestanai apo perseon. Apostrepsa son ec tu e lespontu elaune ton straton epiten carien. Kai cos tauta tois carsi ex angelte. Proteronet ton daurisen apicestai. Piutomeno ide oicares sune legonto epi leucaste stelas caleomenas kai potamon marsiuen os reon ectes idriados cores eston maiandron ectidoi. Sulectenton de ton caron entauta eginonto bulai allaite polai kai aristege doceusa Einai e moi e pixodaru, tu mausolu, andros kindueos, os tu kilikon basileos, suenesios eiche tiugatera. Tu andros e gnome efere diabantas ton maiandron tuscaras, kai catanotue contas ton potamon uto sum vallei. Ina me econtes opisu feogein oicares autute menein anancazomenoi genoiato eti ameinones tes fusios. Aute men nun uc enica e gnome. Alla toisi persesi catanotu ginestai ton maiandron mallones fisi. Della de en fiugeton perseon genetai kai esoteusi te siumbole os uc apostesusi, eston potamon espipnontes. Metade, pareonton cae diabanton ton maiandron, ton perseon, entauta, epito marsiue potamon, siune balonte, toisi persesi oicares, cae macen e macesan toischiuren, cae epi cronon pollon, telos de esotesan dia pletos. Perseon men de epeson andres es discilius, caron de es miurius. Enteuten de oi diaflugontes autonna, cateiletesan es labraunda, es diostratiu iron, megate caiagion alsos plataniston, munoi de ton emeis sidmen, careseisi oi distratiu tiusias anagusi. Cateleitentes de on utoi entauta ebuleon buleuonto peri soterias. O cotera paradontes spheas autus persesi catalipontes to parapan tenasien amenon prexusi. Buleuomenoi des fitauta paraginon tai boeteontes milesioite kai oituton siummacoi entauta de tamen proteron oicares e buleuonto metecan. Oide autis polemein ex arches arteonto. Cai epiusite toisi persesi siumballusi, cai macesameno epipleone proteron esotesan. Pesonton de ton panton pollon malista milesioi e plegesan. Metà de tuto totroma anelabonte, cai anemacesanto oicares. Piutomenon gar os strateuestai ormeatai oi persai, epitas polis spheon, elocesan ten de pidaso odon. Enten empesontes oi persai nuctos dieftaresan. Cai autoi, cai oi strategoi auton, daurises, cai amorges, cai sisimaces, siundesfi apetane cai niursos o giuge. Tu de locu, tutu, hegemon, en Heracleides, Ibanolios, aner Niulaseos. Uto imenium ton perseon uton dieftaresan, Iumaies de, cai autosse on ton epidioxanton tus sardis strateusamenos ionon, trapomenos esten propontida eile cion ten musien. Tauten de exelon, os epiuteto, ton ellespon ton ecleloipenai daurisen cai strateuestai epi caries, catalipon ten propontida epiton ellespon ton egetron straton, cai eile mena ioleas pantas oso iten iliada nemontai, eile de gergitas tus iupoleiftentas ton arcaion teucron. Autoste iumaies aireon tauta taetnea nuso teleuta ente troadi. Utos men de utos et eleutese artafernes de o sardion iuparcos caiotanes o tritos strategos et actesan epiten ionien caeten prosechea aiolida strateuestai. Ionies meniun clazomenas aireusi aioleon de Cumen. Aliscomenon de poton polion engar os diedexe Aristagores o Milesios psiuken ucacros os taraxas ten Ionien cai encherasamenos pregmata megala Dresmon e buleue oreon tauta. Prosde oi cai adiuna taefane Basilea dareion iuperbalestai. Prostauta deon siun calesas tus sustasiotas e buleueto, legonos ameinon sfisi eie cresfiugetonti iuparcon einai en ara exoteontai ectes miletu. Eite deon es sardo, ec tuto pututu agoi es apoicien, eite es niurcinon, tenedonon, tenistiaios, et eice paradareiu doreen labonna. Tauta e peiota o Aristagores. E cataiu meniun tu egesandru andros logopoiu, tuteon men es udeteren stelle in efere gnome. En lero deteneso teikos oikodomesamenon esiucien agein. En ecpese ectes miletu. Epeita de ectautes ormomenon, cateleus estai esten mileton. Tautamen de ecataios Sunebuleue. Auto de Aristagore e pleiste gnome enesten miurkinon apagein. Ten men de Mileton epitrepei Pythagore, Andriton, Acton Docimo, autos de paralabon panta ton bulomenon eple esten treiken, kai esceten coren penestale, ec detautes ormomenos apoliutai iupo, treicon autos te o Aristagores, kai ostratos autu, polin pericatemenos, kai bulomenon ton treicon iupospondon ex ienai.
Così muore Aristagora dopo aver fatto ribellare la Ionia e Istieo, il tiranno di Mileto, congelato da Dario, arrivava a Sardi. Giunto da Susa, Artaferne, il satrapo di Sardi, gli chiedeva per quale motivo credesse che gli Ioni si fossero ribellati. Quello rispose di non saperlo e si stupiva dell'accaduto, come se non conoscesse assolutamente nulla degli avvenimenti presenti. Artaferne però, vedendo che lo stava ingannando, conoscendo la risposta sincera sulla rivolta, gli disse: «O Istieo, su queste vicende le cose stanno così. Questo calzare lo cucisti tu, ma lo calzò Aristagora». Così disse Artaferne facendo allusione alla rivolta, ma Istieo, nel timore che Artaferne fosse al corrente di tutto, appena sopraggiunta la notte scese al mare. Così egli aveva del tutto ingannato il re Dario, lui che aveva promesso di conquistare la Sardegna, l'isola più grande, assumeva di nascosto il comando degli Ioni nella guerra contro Dario. Sbarcato a Chio, fu imprigionato dai Chioti e accusato di tramare contro di loro pericolose novità per conto di Dario. Ma quando i Chioti conobbero tutta la storia, e cioè che era nemico del re, lo rimisero in libertà. Les Ioniens lui demandèrent alors pourquoi il avait enjoint de façon si pressante à Aristagoras de se révolter contre le roi et avait causé aux Ioniens tant de maux. Il se garda bien de leur en découvrir la raison véritable, mais il leur dit que le roi Darius avait projeté de transporter hors de chez eux les Phéniciens et de les établir en Ionie, et les Ioniens en Phénicie, et que c'est pour cela qu'il avait envoyé ses ordres. Le roi n'en avait nullement eu ce dessein. Istié voulait effrayer les Ioniens. Ensuite, par l'intermédiaire d'un messager, Hermippos, homme d'Atarnée, il envoya des lettres à ceux des Perses qui se trouvaient à Sardes, comme à des hommes avec qui il avait eu, au sujet de la révolte, des conversations antérieures. Mais Hermippos, au lieu de donner ces lettres au destinataire, les porta à Artafernès et les lui remit entre les mains. Instruit de tout ce qui se passait, celui-ci ordonna à Hermippos de donner les messages d'Istié à ceux à qui il devait les porter, mais de lui donner à lui les réponses que les Perses enverraient en retour à Istié. Ces intrigues furent donc découvertes et, à cette occasion, Artafernès mit à mort un grand nombre de Perses. Tandis que des troubles se produisaient au pays de Sardes, les gens de Chios, sur la demande personnelle d'Istié, déçu de ce côté dans son espérance, se mirent en devoir de le ramener à Milet. Mais les Milésiens, ravis d'être débarrassés aussi d'Aristagoras, ne montrèrent aucune volonté à recevoir chez eux un autre tyran, un homme qui avait goûté à la liberté. Et de fait, comme Istié tentait nuitamment de rentrer de force à Milet, il fut blessé à la cuisse par un des Milésiens. Repoussé de sa patrie, il retourna à Chios. De là, Ne pouvant persuader aux habitants de lui fournir des vaisseaux, il passa à Mytilène, où il décida les lesbiens à lui en donner. Ils équipèrent 8 trières et firent voile avec Istier pour Byzance. Postés à cet endroit, ils saisissaient les navires venant du pont, excepté ceux dont les équipages se déclaraient prêts à lui obéir. Dans le temps qu'Istier et les Mytiléniens s'occupaient de la sorte, on s'attendait à l'attaque de Milet même par de grandes forces de terre et de mer, car les généraux perses, qui s'étaient réunis et avaient formé de leurs troupes une seule armée, marchaient sur Milet, tenant moins de compte des autres villes. Dans l'armée navale, les Phéniciens montraient le plus d'ardeur. Il y avait avec eux des contingents de Cypriotes nouvellement soumis, de Ciliciens et d'Égyptiens. Lorsque les Ioniens apprirent l'avance de ces forces contre Milet et le reste de l'Ionie, ils envoyèrent au Panionion des représentants de leur ville. Arrivés en ce lieu, ceux-ci délibérèrent et ils décidèrent qu'on ne rassemblerait pas d'armée de terre pour l'opposer aux Perses, mais que les Milésiens, à eux seuls, défendraient leurs murailles, qu'on armerait la flotte sans laisser de côté aucun navire, et que, cela fait, on se rassemblerait au plus vite à l'Adé pour combattre sur mer en faveur de Milet. L'Adé est une petite île en face de la ville des Milésiens.
Thereafter, with their ships all manned, came the Ionians, and with them such Aeolians. The order of battle was as follows. The Milesians themselves held the eastern wing, bringing 80 ships. Next to them were the men of Priene, with 12 ships, and the men of Neos with 3. Next to them were the men of Teos with 17, and next to them were the Lycians with 100. Next to these were ranged the Erythraeans and the Phocians, the Erythraeans with 8 ships, and the Phocians with 3, and next to the Phocians were the Lesbians with 70. Finally, the Samians held the western wing with 60 ships. The total number of the whole was 353 triremes. These were on the Ionian side, but the number of the barbarian ships was 600. When they too came up to the territory of Miletus, and all the land army came up, the Persian generals, learning the number of the Ionian ships, were afraid that they would not be able to beat them, and so if they failed to command the sea, they would not be able to destroy Miletus. And after that, they would risk being punished by Darius. These were their considerations, and they brought together the Ionian princes who had been deprived of their powers by Aristagoras of Miletus and had then taken refuge with the Persians, and were at this time serving with the army against Miletus. They called together such of these men as were there, and said to them, "You men of Ionia, now let some one of you show himself forth as a benefactor of the king's house. Let each of you approach his own fellow citizens and try to detach them from the Ionian alliance. Make them proposals and promises to the effect that they will not suffer for their revolt, neither in person, nor will their temples or private property be burnt, and the rule over them will be no more forceful than before. If they reject our offers and stake everything on the battle, you may menace them with what will certainly happen then. When conquered, they will be enslaved, we will castrate their male children and carry off the girls to Bactria, and their country we will turn over to the hands of others." That was the Persian proposition to the princes. So, throughout the night, the princes sent messengers, each one to his own people. The Ionians, to whom the messengers came, persisted in being stubborn. They refused to turn traitors, but each group of people thought that the Persian offer had been made to them alone. These things happened directly after the Persians came against Miletus. But when the Ionians gathered into Lade, they held assemblies there, and among other speakers, Dionysius in especial, being the general of the Phocians, spoke among them. "Men of Ionia, our fortunes are on the very razor edge of decision, whether we will be free men or slaves, nay, runaway slaves at that. If you people are willing now, for now to endure hardships, you will have for the immediate moment a hard time, but you will be able to beat your enemies and be free. If you settle into sloth and disorder, I have no hope that any one of you shall avoid the punishment of the great king for your revolt. Listen to me and entrust yourselves to me. If the gods give us equal treatment with our foes, I promise you that our enemy will either not engage us at all, or will engage and be seriously defeated. The Ionians listened and put themselves at the disposal of Dionysius. He would lead the fleet out each morning in column, and using the oarsmen, he would make the manoeuvre of breaking the line. He also armed the marines on board, and for the rest of the day he kept the ships at anchor. So all day long he made the Ionians work. For 7 days, the Ionians obeyed him and did what he bade them. But on the next day, they began to talk among themselves. They were entirely unaccustomed to work like this, and they were worn out with hardship and the heat of the sun. What god can we have sinned against that we pay a penalty like this? We must have been entirely mad and sailed out of our minds' bearings to trust ourselves to this Phocian braggart. 3 ships are all he brings with him. He takes us over and afflicts us with sufferings from which we will never recover. Many of us are already sick, and many more like to become sick. Rather than horrors like these, it would be better for us to endure anything at all, including this future slavery, whatever that may be, rather than what now oppresses us. Enough of this. Let's not listen to his orders any more. That is what they said. And after that, not a man would obey him. They pitched tents like a kind of army there on the island and took shelter from the sun. They refused to go aboard their ships or do any further exercises in them. The generals of the Samians now learned of what the Ionians were doing. There had been those propositions earlier, which they had received through Aries, the son of Siloson, at the instruction of the Persians, urging them to quit the Ionian alliance. And the Samians now, seeing the great want of discipline on the Ionian side, accepted the Persian offers. They were urged to this also because it seemed to them entirely impossible to defeat the great king. They knew well that even if they got the better of the present force of Darius, there would be another straight away in front of them, 5 times as big. So as soon as they saw that the Ionians were not willing to live up to their duty, they laid hold of this as their excuse. They felt that the survival intact of their own temples and of their own private property was an additional profit in yielding to the Persians. Aries, from whom they had received the offers, was the son of Siloson, the son of Aries. He had been prince of Samos and was put down by Aristagoras of Miletus, like all the rest of the Ionian princes. When the Phoenicians sailed against them, the Ionians put to sea, they too, with their ships in column. Then they neared one another and engaged. Whatever happened after that, I cannot say with real exactitude, as to which of the Ionians proved cowards or which good men, for they keep accusing one another. But it is said that the Samians immediately, in accordance with their agreement with the Aries, raised sail, deserted their place in the line, and made for home, all except 11 ships, whose trierarchs stood fast and fought it out in disregard of the orders of their superiors. The commonalty of Samos afterwards gave them for their action the privilege of a record on a pillar, with their fathers' names as well, as good men and true. That pillar now stands in the marketplace. But the Lesbians, when they saw their nearest neighbours in the ranks fleeing, did the same as the Samians. So indeed did the most of the Ionians. Of those who stood firm in the sea fight, those who suffered worst were the Chians. Their action was very brilliant, and they never shirked what they had to do. They had, as I said before, 100 ships, and on each one of them were 40 men whom they had hand-picked from their own citizens serving aboard as marines. They saw the most of the allies giving up, but refused to be the equal of these cowards among them. Isolated except for a very few allies, they did the break the line manoeuvre repeatedly and continued to fight until, having captured a great many of the enemy's ships, they had lost most of their own. Then the Chians, with what was left of their ships, made for home. Those whose ships had been disabled fled to Mycale, beached their ships right there, and abandoned them. They themselves marched overland through the country. When in the course of their journey the Chians came to Ephesus, it was dark when they came into it, and the Thesmophoria was being celebrated by the women there. The Ephesians, having no knowledge of what had happened to the Chians, saw a land army invading their territory. Sure that these were thieves who had come after their women, they came out in force and killed the Chians. Such were the chance deaths these encountered. Dionysius of Phocia, when he realized that the Ionian venture was ruined, captured 3 ships of the enemy and sailed away. Not to Phocia, however, for he knew well that it would be enslaved with the rest of Ionia. So he sailed without more ado straight for Phoenicia. And after sinking merchant shipping there and collecting a lot of money, he made off for Sicily. He made this his base and set up for a pirate and plundered Carthaginians and Etruscans, but never Greeks.
Oide Persai, epeite te naumachie enicon tus Ionas, ten mileton poliorcheontes, ec ges cae talasses, cae iuporiusontes tateichea, cae pantoias mecanas prosferontes, aireusi catacres ec toetei apotes apostasios tes Aristagoreo. Cae endrapodisant to tempolin, hostes pesein, topatos to cresserio to es mileton genomeno. Creomenois gar argeioisi endelfoisi perisoteries tes polios tes sfeteres, e creste epicoinon cresterion, tomenes autus tus argeius feron, tende parentecen ecrese es milesius. Tomen nun estus argeius econ, epeanca tatuto genomai tu logu, totem nestesomai. Tade, toisi milesioisi upareusi ecrese, echei hode. Caito te de milete, cacone pimecane ergon, pollo isinde ipnonte cae agla adora genese. Saida locoi polloisi podasni psusi cometais, neu demeteru didumois alloisi melesti. Tute de, tau catelambane, ute geandres men oi pleunes, ecteinon to iupoton perseon e onton cometeon, ionaices de cae tecna, en andrapodon logo eginonto, ironde to endidiumoisi, oneos te cae to cresterion, siuletenta en epimprato. Ton dento irotuto crematon, pollacis mnemen etero titulogu epoiesamen. Enteuten, oisogretentes ton milesion, egonto es susa. Basileus de Spheas Dareios, cacon udenallo poiesas, catoicis epite eriutre caleomene talasse, enampe poli. Paren, tigres potamos, pararreon est talassan exiei. Tende milesion cores, autoi menoi persa ieicon ta peritempolin cae topedion, tade iuperacria edosan carsi pedaseusi ectestai. Patusi de tauta milesio isi, pros perseon, uca pedosan tenomoien siubaritai, oi laon te cae schidron oikeon, tespolios apesseremenoi. Siubarios gar aluses iupo crotonieteon, milesioi pantes, ebe donna peceiranto tascefalas, cae penton smega prosetecanto. Polies gar autai, malis tade tonemeis idmen, allelesi exeinotesan. Udanomoios cae Atenaioi mengar, delon e poiesan iuperactescentes te miletu alosi, te alle pollache, caide, cae poiesanti friunico drama miletu alosin, cae didaxanti, es dacrio a te epes et totetron, cae esimiosan min, hosan amnesanta oikeia caca, ciliesi dracmesi, cae petaxan meceti medena crassai tuto to dramati.
So not my legion was left in Miletus. Meanwhile, among the Samians, the men of property were less than delighted at the policy that had been adopted by their high command towards the Mede. And these, in the immediate wake of the sea battle, resolved after due debate not to stay as the slaves of the Persians and tyrant Iacches, but rather to sail away before Iacches could set foot in their country and to found a colony. By coincidence, you see, the people of Zancle in Sicily had been in constant communication with Ionia, urging the Ionians to come to fair shore, where it is our ambition to found a city and settle it with Ionians. The beautiful stretch of coast that goes by this name is inhabited by Sicilians, and is in the part of Sicily that faces Tyrannia. So of all the Ionians who had received the invitation, the only ones to take it up were the Samians, together with some refugees from Miletus. The upshot of that expedition was something like this. The Samians, in the course of their journey to Sicily, came to be in the land of the Epicephorian Locrians, even as the Zanclians themselves, under their king, who went by the name of Scythians, were camped out for a Sicilian city that they were looking to capture. When these circumstances were brought to the attention of Anaxius, the tyrant of Rhegium, who at the same time was at odds with the Zanclians, he made contact with the Samians and persuaded them to put fair shore the original object of their voyage quite from their minds, and take possession instead of Zanclae, since it was then empty of men. The Samians, duly persuaded, seized hold of Zanclae, whereupon the Zanclaeans, informed that their city was in enemy hands, hurried back to its rescue. They also appealed to Hippocrates, the tyrant of Gela, on the grounds that he was an ally of theirs. But Hippocrates, when he came with his army to the assistance of the Zanclaeans, first of all put Scythians, their king, into chains as punishment for loss of the city, and then chained up his brother, Pythogenes, as well, and packed them both off to the city of Inox. Then, entering into negotiations with the Samians, he swapped oaths of friendship, and so betrayed all the other Zanclaeans too. His reward for this, as confirmed by the Samians, was one half of whatever movables and slaves he could seize within the city itself, together with everything out in the fields, all of which was Sicanus' share. Hippocrates included on the register of slaves most of the Zanclaeans, whom he duly put into chains, but 300 citizens, the most prominent, he handed over to the Samians to be butchered. The Samians, though, did not slaughter them. Scythians, the king of the Zanclaeans, ran away from Inox to Himera, from where he made his way to Asia and onwards inland to King Darius. Darius rated Scythians, of all the various refugees from Greece who came to his court, most highly as a man of honour. The reason for this was that, although Scythians obtained royal permission to return to Sicily, he then came back from there to the king and eventually met his end in Persia, ripe in years and blessed with great riches. So is that the Samians escaped the yoke of the Medes, and without so much as having to raise a finger, won for themselves an incomparably beautiful city of Zanclae. Once the sea battle for Miletus was over, the Persians ordered the Phoenicians to restore Iacles, the son of Siloson, to Samos, as reward for the great services he had done them, and which had proved so invaluable. Because their ships had deserted the Ballot Sea, the Samians were alone among those peoples who had revolted against Darius in not having either their city or their sanctuaries put to torch. No sooner had Miletus fallen than the Persians also seized control of Caria, where some cities submitted of their own accord, whilst others had to be secured by force of arms. Such was the course of events, news of which was brought to Astyages of Miletus in Byzantium, where he was still busy impounding Ionian merchant vessels as he sailed out of the Euxine. The fate of Miletus, however, prompted him to delegate his activities in the Hellespont to Bisaltes, who came from Abydos and was the son of Polypharnes, while Astyages himself sailed with his lesbians to Chios. There, when a garrison of the Chians refused him passage, he met them in battle at a place in the island called the Hollows, and inflicted terrible casualties on them. Then, with the backing of his lesbians, he conquered the remainder of the Chian population, which was still reeling from the after effects of the battle they had fought at sea, and established his base on Chios at Polykne. There was a kind of providence in the affairs of a city or a people that is much given to issuing warnings whenever terrible evils threaten, and just such a portent had been delivered to the Chians prior to these events. For instance, they had sent to Delphi a chorus of 100 young men, of whom a full 98 had then succumbed to a plague and been carried off by it, so that only 2 had ever made their way home. Again, back in Chios itself, at much the same time, shortly before the sea battle was fought, the roof had fallen in on a class of 120 children, as they were learning their letters, and only one of the 120 had been able to escape. It was after the Chians had been given these divine signs that their overwhelming defeat in the sea battle brought their city to its knees. Then, on top of their losses at sea, came Astyages at the head of his lesbians. No wonder, bloody as the Chians were, that he should have made an easy conquest of them.
En daarna ging de Histiaios op legertocht tegen Thasos met een hoop Ioniërs en Ioliërs. En sinds dat hem Thasos omsingelde, kwam het bericht dat de Feniciërs uit Milete kwamen aanveiren om de rest van Ionië te pakken. En toen hem dat hoorde, liet hem Thasos achter zonder het te roven en hij spuide zijn eigen naar Lesbos met heel zijn leger. Maar zijn leger begon honger te krijgen, dus is hem op uitgetrokken om het graanginder uit Aterneus te roven en het graan uit de vlakte van de Caicos in Mysië. Maar het moest lukken dat in die streken een zekere Harpagos woonde, een Perzische vent, generaal van een niet zo klein leger. Die ging de strijd aan met de Histiaios toen die aan land kwam en nam die levend gevangen en mokte gekapt van het grootste deel van zijn leger. En zo werd de Histiaios gevangen genomen. Toen dat de Grieken begonnen te vechten met de Perzen in Malene, in het land van Adarneus, deden ze lang goed tegen. Maar de rawatterij kwam iets later aanstormen en viel de Grieken aan. En dat was dus de bijdrage van de rawatterij. En toen de Grieken gevlucht waren, hoopte de Histiaios dat hem niet door de koning vermoord zou worden voor zijn fout op dat moment en liet zo ongeveer zijn gusting om te leven zien. Toen dat hem tijdens zijn vlucht gegrepen werd door een Perzische kerel en toen dat hem gepakt was en op het punt stond door die kerel neergestoken te worden, riep hem in de Perzische taal en mokte hem bekend dat hem Histiaios de Milesiër was. Als de Histiaios nee, toen dat hem gepakt was, direct naar koning Darius zou zijn gebracht, dan zou hem volgens mij niks ergs zijn overkomen en zou de koning hem zijn schuld hebben vergeven. Maar nee, door al die dingen en om te vermijden dat hem na zijn vlucht terug in groot aanzien bij de koning zou komen, hebben Artaphernes, de satraap van Sardes, en de Harpagos die hem had gepakt, van zo rap dat hem mee naar Sardes was overgebracht, zijn lijf daar ter plekke gespiest en zijn kop hebben ze gebalsemd en naar koning Darius in Susa laten brengen. En toen dat een Darius dat hoorde, verweet hem de mensen die dat gedaan hadden, dat ze die niet levend naar hem hadden gebracht. En hij gaf het bevel om de kop van de Histiaios te wassen en te verzorgen. En die goed te begraven, omdat hij een grote weldoener was voor zijn eigen en voor de Perzen. Dat was het lot van de Histiaios.
Ces villes avaient eu jusqu'alors pour tyran Miltiade, fils de Simon et petit-fils de Stésagoras. Un autre Miltiade, le fils de Kypsélos, y avait antérieurement pris le pouvoir. Et voici comment. Le pays en question appartenait alors à un peuple thrace, les Dolons. En guerre avec les Absinthes et près d'être vaincus, les Dolons envoyèrent leur roi consulter sur ce conflit l'oracle de Delphes. La pitié leur répondit de ramener avec eux, pour en faire le chef d'une colonie, l'homme qui le premier leur offrirait l'hospitalité à leur sortie du temple. Les Dolons s'en retournèrent alors par la voie sacrée, à travers la Phocide et la Béotie. Et, comme personne ne leur avait adressé la moindre invitation, ils se dirigèrent du côté d'Athènes. En ce temps-là, Pisistrate avait dans Athènes le pouvoir absolu. Mais Miltiade, fils de Kypsélos, y jouissait aussi d'une grande autorité. Il appartenait à une famille propriétaire de Cadrige et il descendait d'Éaque et d'Égina. Si plus tard, ses ancêtres étaient devenus athéniens, quand Philéos, fils d'Ajax, s'était, le premier, établi dans Athènes. Ce Miltiade, assis devant sa porte, vit passer les Dolons, dont les vêtements n'étaient pas ceux du pays et qui portaient des lances. Il les interpella, les autres s'approchèrent et il leur offrit le logement et l'hospitalité. Les Dolons acceptèrent et, devenus ses hôtes, ne lui cachèrent rien de l'oracle qu'ils avaient reçu. Après quoi, ils lui demandèrent d'obéir aux ordres du dieu. Miltiade les écouta bien volontiers, en homme qui jugeait pesant le joug de Pisistrate et souhaitait s'en affranchir. Il s'en alla sur le champ à Delphes, demander à l'oracle s'il devait accepter l'offre des Dolons. La Pythie l'y invita elle aussi, et Miltiade, fils de Kypsélos, il avait quelque temps auparavant remporté la victoire aux Jeux olympiques avec son quadrige, prit avec lui tous les Athéniens désireux de participer à l'expédition et s'en alla, en compagnie des Dolons, prendre possession de leur pays, avec le titre de tyran que lui décernèrent ceux qui l'y avaient amené. Son premier soin fut de barrer par un mur l'isthme de la Chersonèse, de la ville de Cardia jusqu'à Pactier, pour enlever aux Absinthes toute possibilité d'envahir et de ravager le pays. L'isthme est large de 36 stades et la Chersonèse, à partir de l'isthme, s'étend sur 420 stades. Après avoir fermé l'entrée de la Chersonèse et contenu ainsi les Absinthes, Miltiade s'attaqua pour commencer aux gens de Lampsaque, et ceux-ci le firent prisonnier au cours d'une embuscade. Mais Miltiade s'était concilié l'amitié du Lydien Crésus, qui, à cette nouvelle, fit dire aux Lampsacéniens de le relâcher, sinon il les anéantirait comme des pains. Les Lampsacéniens, perplexes, se demandaient ce que pouvait bien signifier la menace de Crésus, les anéantir comme des pains. Enfin, après bien des recherches, un vieillard en comprit le sens. Le pin, leur dit-il, est le seul arbre qui, rasé, ne repousse pas et périt tout entier. Effrayés, les Lampsacéniens libérèrent alors Miltiade. Miltiade fut donc sauvé grâce à Crésus. Par la suite, il mourut sans laisser d'enfant et légua son pouvoir et ses biens à Sthésagoras, le fils de son demi-frère Simon. À sa mort, les habitants de la Chersonèse instituèrent en son honneur les sacrifices auxquels a droit tout fondateur d'une cité. Il lui offre des jeux hippiques et gymniques auxquels les habitants de Lampsaque n'ont pas le droit de participer. En guerre à son tour contre Lampsaque, Sthésagoras disparut lui aussi sans laisser d'enfant. Il fut frappé à la tête d'un coup de hache en plein Prytanée par un prétendu transfuge qui, en fait, était un ennemi aux passions quelque peu violentes. Sthésagoras, mort à son tour, et dans ces conditions, Miltiade, fils de Simon et frère du défunt, débarqua en Chersonèse pour y prendre le pouvoir, envoyé par les Pisistratides qui lui témoignaient déjà dans Athènes la plus grande bienveillance, tout comme s'il n'était pour rien dans le meurtre de son père Simon. Je raconterai ailleurs cette affaire. Arrivé en Chersonèse, Miltiade se tint enfermé dans sa demeure pour mener, près d'Andétyle, le deuil de son frère Sthésagoras. Informés de son attitude, les principaux personnages de la Chersonèse quittèrent leur ville et vinrent encore prendre part à son deuil. Miltiade les fit tous emprisonner. Maître de la Chersonèse, Miltiade s'entoure d'une garde de 500 mercenaires et épouse la fille du roi de Thrace, Oloros, et Gésipine. Ce Miltiade, fils de Simon, venait à peine de rentrer en Chersonèse qu'il se trouvait menacé d'un danger plus grave encore que les précédents. Car, 2 ans avant les événements dont nous parlons, il avait dû fuir devant les Scythes. Les Scythes nomades, dont l'expédition de Darius avait éveillé la colère, s'étaient assemblés et ils s'avancèrent jusqu'en Chersonèse. Miltiade ne les attendit pas et quitta le pays jusqu'au jour où les Scythes se retirèrent et les Dolons l'y ramenèrent. Ceci était arrivé 2 ans avant les événements qui l'occupaient alors. À l'époque dont nous parlons, lorsque Miltiade apprit l'arrivée des Phéniciens à Ténédos, il entassa sur 5 trières tout ce qu'il put de ses biens et s'embarqua pour Athènes. Parti de Cardia, il avait choisi de passer par le golfe Mélas, tandis qu'il longeait la côte de la Chersonèse. Les navires phéniciens le surprirent. Il leur échappa et se réfugia dans Imbros avec 4 de ses trières. Mais les Phéniciens poursuivirent et capturèrent la 5e. Or, ce navire était commandé par l'aîné de ses fils, Métiocos, qu'il avait eu non pas de la fille du Thrace Oloros, mais d'une autre femme. Les Phéniciens le prirent avec son vaisseau, et lorsqu'ils connurent sa naissance, ils le conduisirent au roi. Ils pensaient mériter toute sa reconnaissance, puisque Miltiade avait engagé les Ioniens à écouter les Scythes lorsque ceux-ci leur proposaient de détruire le pont jeté sur l'Istros et de s'en retourner chez eux. Mais lorsque les Phéniciens lui amenèrent Métiocos, Darius, loin de lui faire du mal, le combla de ses bienfaits. Il lui donna une maison, de grands biens et une femme perse dont il eut des enfants qui furent reconnus pour Perses. Miltiade, lui, partit d'Imbros et parvint à Athènes. Cette année-là, les Perses ne poussèrent pas plus loin leurs hostilités contre les Ioniens, qui leur durent au contraire certaines mesures des plus utiles prises dans la même année. Le gouverneur de Sardes, Artaphrènès, fit venir des représentants de toutes les cités et contraignit les Ioniens à s'entendre pour renoncer à s'attaquer et se piller mutuellement et régler désormais leurs différends par le droit. Il leur imposa cet accord, puis il fit mesurer leurs terres en parasanges, c'est, en Perse, l'équivalent de 30 stades, et, le mesurage terminé, fixa en conséquence les tribus des cités. Ceux-ci n'ont pas été modifiés depuis ce temps et demeurent, de mon temps encore, tels qu'Artaphrènès les a établis, à peu près conformes d'ailleurs à ce qu'ils étaient auparavant. Telles furent les mesures pacifiques qu'Artaphrènès imposa aux Ioniens au retour du printemps. Le roi renvoya ses généraux, sauf Mardonios, fils de Gobrias, qui se rendit sur la côte avec une immense armée de terre et d'immenses forces navales. Ce Mardonios était jeune et venait d'épouser l'une des filles de Darius, Artosostra. Avec son armée, Mardonios passa en Cilicie. Là, il s'embarqua et partit avec sa flotte, tandis que d'autres chefs conduisaient vers l'Hellespont les forces de terre. Mardonios longea l'Asie mineure et parvint en Ionie, et là, ce que je vais dire surprendra beaucoup les Grecs, qui ne veulent pas croire qu'Otanès, lors du conflit des 7 Perses, avait proposé d'établir en Perse le régime démocratique. Mardonios débarrassa les cités ioniennes de leurs tyrans et les transforma en démocratie. Après quoi, il se rendit en hâte sur l'Hellespont, après avoir concentré là des forces immenses, navales et terrestres. Les Perses franchirent l'Hellespont sur leurs navires et commencèrent leur marche à travers l'Europe, en direction d'Érétrie et d'Athènes.
Hautaimenon svi proschema esan tustolu. Aptare en no ekontes hossas an pleistas nynontai katastrefestai ton heleniton polion, tutom en de tesinoi si tassius udecheiras ant menus katastrepsanto. Tuto de toi pestoi Macedonas pros toisi hybarcusi dulus pros ectesanto tagarentos Macedonon etnea pantas fi en ede hypokeria gegonota. Ekmende tasu di ballontos peren hypoten eperon ecomiston tomekri acantu, ecta cantu hormomenoi tonaton perebalon. Epi person des fi peripleus iborees animos megas de kai aporos carta precheos periespe. Pletei polaston neon ec ballon prostonaton. Legatai gar triacosias men ton neon tas diaftaresas einai, hyper de duo myriadas anthropon. Postegarteriodestates euses tes talasses tautes tes peritonaton, hoi men hypotonterion diafteronto hapas dominoi, hoi det prostas petras arasomenoi. Hoi dauton nein uc episteato kai catatuto diafteranto, hoi det rigei. Omente nauticos stratos hute e presse, mardonio de kai toi pestoi stratopedomeno en Macedonia nyktos brygoi treikes epecheiresan. Haisveon polus, ponosi hoi brygoi, mardonion de auton tromatistusin. Ument hoi udo autoi dulos synne diepygon pros perseon. Ugade proteron, apaneste ekton chroeron, tuteon mardonios brin es feas hypoherius hypoiesato. Tutus mentoi, catastrepsamenos abege ten stratien opiso, hatte toi pestoi te prostaisas prostus brygus, kai toi naticoi megalos periaton. Utus menyn hostolos ais chros agonisamenos apalachte estenasien. Deutero de etei tuton hodareios protamen tassius diapletentas hypoton astugetonon hos apostasin mechano ato pempsas angelon ekeloios peas toteichos periaire ein kai taneas es abdera comistein. Hoigade tassioi, hoia hypohistiaiu tu milesiu poliocretentes, kai prosoton euseon megaleon, echeonto toisichemasi ne aste naupegomenoi macras kai teichos isurotron peribalomenoi. Ede prosodosfi egineto ectetes epeiru kai apoton metallon, ekmengeton ec scaptesyles on ruseon metallon to epipan od donta talanta proseke, ecteton en aute taso elasso mentuton. Suchnade huto hoste to epipan tassiosi eusi carpon atelessin proseia apote tes epeiru caeton metallon eteos hecastu diecosia talanta. Pote det to pleiston proseete triacosia. Eidon de kai autosta metalla tauta, kai macro en auton tom sasiotata ta hoi poinices aneuron, hoi metatasu ctisantes ton neson tauten, hetis nyna po tutasu tu poinicos to unoma esce. Dat metalla ta poinicica tauta estites tasu metaxu ein neuron te choru caliomenu kai koinuron. Antion de samotrekikes. Oros mega anestramenon en te stetesi. Tutum en nyn esti toiuton, hoite tassioi, toi basilei, kelosanti, kai toteichos tos vetron kateilon, kai tas neas, tas pasas, e komisan, es abdera. Meta de tuto, apeperato hotareos ton helenon, hotien no echoen. Contra polemein, hautoi, paratidonis ver autus. Diepempe on cerucas alus, alle taxas anaten elada. Eloion aitein, Basilei gente kai hydo. Tutus mende esten helata epempe, alus decerucas, die epempe estas tu dasmophorus polias, tas paratalasius, keloon ne astemacras, kai hypagoga polia poie estai. Utoite de parascoaston totauta, kai tois in hecusi esten helata, ceruxi poloi men peroteon etosan, ta proisceto aieton hoperses. Pontes de nes iotai, estus apicoiato aetesontes. Heute de alloi nes iotai didusi gente kai hydo da reioi, kai de kai aiginetai. Poiesas i despi tauta ite os atenaioi epecteato. Doceontes de epispisin epechontas dus aigenetas de docenai hos hamma toi perse ois peas stratoontai. Kai asmenoi profasios epelabonto. Poiteontes de esten sparten categoreon ton aigeneteon ta epoiecoien prodontes ten helata. Postauten de ten categorian Cleomenes ho Alexandrideo Basileus eon Spartieteon diepe es aignan. Ulomenos syllabein aigneteon tus aetiotatus. Poste eperatos syllambanon alloite de eginonta auto antixoi ton aigneteon. Ende de kai krios ho polycrito malista. Osuke per auton udenac sen kaironta aigeneteon. Annoigamen toi heteroi basilei el tonta sylambane, elegete tauta ex epistoles tes demeratu. Cleomeneste apelaunomenos ectes aigines eiretot ton crion, hoti hoi eien tounoma. Oder heute eon eprase. Oder Cleomenes prosauton epe, edenyn, catacalcu o criet haceria, hos synoisomenos megaloi cacoi. Ende te sparte, tuton ton chronon, hypomenon de maratos, o aristonos diebale ton Cleomenea, eon basilos, kai hutos spartieteon. Oi qui est tes hypo de esteres, catalomen uden hypo de esteres. Apogar tu autu gegonasi. Kata presbygeneien de cos tetimetai malon he eurysteneos. Lacedaemonioi gar homologeontes udeni poiete legusi auton Aristotemon ton Aristomachu tu Cleodaiu tu hyllu basiloonta agageins pers estauten ten coren ten nyn ecteatai. Alu tus Aristodemo paidas. Metadaconon upolon Aristodemo tekein ten gynaika te unoma eien argeien. Tygateradau ten legusi einai autesionos tu tisamenu tu tersantru tu polyneikeos. Tauten de tekein didyma. Evidonta de ton Aristotemon tatekna nusoi telotan. Lacedaemonius de tus tote eontas uleu sai catanomon basilea ton paidon ton presbyteron poiesastai. Ukon despers ekein hokotron hellontai hoste kai homoion kai ison eonton. Udynamenus de gnonai ekai protuton eperotan ten tekusan. Tende udau ten panai diaginosken. Dyan men kai tocata legentauta, ulumenen de cos ampotroi genoia to basilees. Tuson de Lacedaemonius aporeontas de pempen estelpus peresomenus hoti resontai toi pragmati. Den deputien sveas kelloen ampotra tapaidia hegesas tai basileas. Timan de malon ton gereiteron. Ten men deputien tautas pi anelein, toiside lacedaemoniosi aporeusi uden son hoccus exorusi auton tonte presbyteron. Hypotestai antra messenion, toi unoma einai paniten, hypotestai tuton ton paniten tadde toisi lacedaemoniosi, pylaxae ten geina mennen hocoteron ton paion proteron lue kai sitistei. Kai hen men catatauta paine tai ai poieusa, tus det pan hexen hossonti kai disten tai kai tellusin exorein, hende planatai kai ecene en alax poieusa. Delas piessestai hos ude ecene pleon uden oide, ebalente travestai speas odon. Entauta de tus spartietas, catatas tu messeniu, hypothecas, hylaxantes, ten meteratron aristodemu paidon, labein catatauta, timosan ton protron, kai sitosi, kai lutroisi. Uge dyan ton heineken epilaceto. Labontos de to paidion to timomenon pros tes genamenes hos eon protron trepen en toi demosioi. Kai hoi unomate tenai eurystenea. Doi de proclea. Tutus antrodentas autus de adelpus eontas legusi diaporus einai ton pantachonon testoes aleloisi. Caitus apo tuton genomenus hosautus diateleen. Dautamen lacedaemonioi legusi munoi helenon. Tatete catatat legomena hypelenon ego crapo, tutus tus dorie on basileas mechrimende perseus tu danaes. Tuteu apeontos. Cata legomenus autos hypelenon kai apodrecnumenus hos eisi Hellenes. Edgar tenicauta es Hellenas hutoi et eleon. Elixade mechi perseus tu de heneca al anecaten etiellabon. Potiuc epesti eponymie persei udemia patrostne tu, hospe Heraclei amphitrityon, ede on autoi logoi reomenoi mechi perseos eiretaimoi. Apode dana estes agressiu catalegonti tus anno ae pateras auton fai noiato an eontes hoiton dorieon hegemones Aegyptioi ita genes. Tautaminun catata Hellenes lecosi gegene logetai. Hosto para perseon locos legetai, autostro perseus eon Assyrios egeneto Hellen. Aluc hoi perseos progonoi. Tus de aggressiu ge pateras homologeontas, cat oike joteta persei uden. Tutus de einai, cata per Hellenes lecusi, Aegyptius. Kai tautamen nun perituton resto. Hotti de eontes Aegyptioi kai hotti apod examenoi ella pontas dorie on basileias, alloisica periauton eretai, easomen auta, tadaloi catelabonto, tuton neme poiesomai. Geriat de tate toisi basilosi, spartietai de docasi, hierosynas duo, dioste lacedaemonios, kai dios uraniu, kai Polemon ec peren, ep hen an bulontai choren, tutu de medenna einai spartieteon diacoliten. Eideme auton en toi age enechestai. Stratomenon de protus iennaitus basileas, hystatus de apiennai. Hecatonda antras logatas epistraties pylasse nautus. Probatoisi dechastai entesi exodiesi hokossoisi an on etelosi. Ton de Tyrmenon panton tadermata kaita nota lambanens feas. Tautamenta empolemia tadalata eirenaia katatadesvi de dotai. Hentisietis demoteles poietai protus epitodeipnon istein tus basileas. Kai apotuton proton archestai diplesia nemontas hecatero tapanta et toisi alloisi daitumonesi. Kai spondarchias einai tuton kai ton tutenton tadermata. Neomenias de passas kai heptomas histamenu tumenos ditostai ec tu demosiu hireion teleon hecatero es apollonos kai medimnon alpiton kai oinu tetarten laconicen kai entoisia gosi passi prohetrias exairetus kai proxenus apotei knynai tutoisi prosgeistai tus an etelusi ton aston kai putius haerestai duo hecatron oide putioi eisin theopropoi estelpus Seteomenoi metaton basileon tatemosia. Mel tusi toisi basileusi epitodeipnon apopempestaispi esta oikia alpiton to duo koinicas hecatero kai oinu cotylen. Pareusi de diplesia panta diptostai. To kai pros idioteon cletentas epideipnon timastai. Tas de manteias, tas ginomenas tutus pylassein, syneidenai de kai tus pytius. Dicasten de munus tus basileas, tossate muna, vertruchute pratenu peri. Eston kneetai eken, hen me per hopater auten enguese, kai hodon demosieon peri. Keantis ton paida poiestai etele, basileon enantion poiestai. Kai paristein, bulaususi, toisigerusi eusi duon deusi triaconta. End me eltonsi, tus malistas piton geronton prosecontas ecen taton basileon geria. Diopse hus titemenus tritendeten euton. Pautamens dosi toisi basileusi dedotai ectu koinu tons partieteon, apotanusi de tate. Hippes, periangelusi tot gegonos, catapasanten laconicen, catadeten polingynaikes periius aelepeta coteusi. Epean on tutto ginnetai toiuto, ananque ex oicies ecastes eloterus duo catamiainestai, andrate cae gynaika. Me poiesas ide tutos de miae megalai epiceatai. Nomos de toisi lacedemainiosi, cataton basileon tus tanatus esti, utos cae toisi barbaroisi toisi ente asiei. Ton gar on barbaron oi pleunes, toi autoi nomoi creontai, catatus tanatus ton basileon. Epean gar apotanei basileus lacedaimonion, ec passis dei lacedaimonos horis spartieteon, aret moi ton perioikon anancastus estocedos iennai. Tuton on kai ton heloteon kai auton spartieteon epean sulecteosi estuto polai hiliates symmica teisi gynaixi, coptontai tetametopa protymos kai oimogei diacheontai apletoi, ramenoi ton hystaton ai, apogenomenon ton basileon, tuton de genestai ariston. Hostan en polemoi ton basileon apotanei, tutoide eidolon scoassantes enclinei eu estromenei ecperusin. Epian de tapsosin, agorei deca hemeron uc histatais ut archaeresie synistei, ala penteusitautas tas hemeras. Symperontai dallo utoi totetoi si per se si. Epean apotanontos tu basileos allos enistetai basileus, hutos for esion elotroi hostis dis bartiete ontoi basilei toi demosioi opele. Endau per se si, ho catestamenos basileus ton pro opelomenon poron metiei teisin polisin passesin. Symperontai de kai tate aegyptiosi lacedaimonioi. Hoi cerukes autron kai auletai kai mageiroi ec decontai tas pratroias technas, kai auleteste auleteo ginetai, kai mageiros mageiru, kai cerukos, u cata lamproponien epititemenoi allois peas paracleiusi, alla catatapatria epiteleusi.
Next, we have a video recording from Bettany Hughes. So I will share the screen.
Thank you. Sorry, everybody. Thank you. Herodotus Histories 6.61 to 66. While Cleomenes was in Aegina, working for the common good of Hellas, Demaratus slandered him, not out of care for the Aegyptians, but out of jealousy and envy. Once Cleomenes returned home from Aegina, he planned to remove Demaratus from his kingship, using the following affair as a pretext against him. Ariston, king of Sparta, had married twice but had no children. He did not admit that he himself was responsible, so he married a third time. This is how it came about. He had among the Spartans a friend to whom he was especially attached. This man's wife was by far the most beautiful woman in Sparta, but she who was now most beautiful had once been the ugliest. Her nurse considered her inferior looks and how she was of wealthy people, yet unattractive, and seeing how the parents felt her appearance to be a great misfortune, she contrived to carry the child every day to the sacred precinct of Helen, which is in the place called Thracians, beyond the sacred precinct of Phoebus. Every time the nurse carried the child there, she set her beside the image and beseeched the goddess to release the child from her ugliness. Once, as she was leaving the sacred precinct, it said that a woman appeared to her and asked her what she was carrying in her arms. The nurse said she was carrying a child, and the woman bade her show it to her, but she refused, saying that the parents had forbidden her to show it to anyone. But the woman strongly bade her show it to her, and when the nurse saw how important it was to her, she showed her the child. The woman stroked the child's head and said that she would be the most beautiful woman in all Sparta. From that day, her looks changed, and when she reached the time for marriage, Aegetus, son of Alcidas, married her. This man was Ariston's friend. So, love for this woman pricked Ariston, and he contrived as follows. He promised to give his comrade any one thing out of all he owned, whatever Aegetus might choose, and he bade his comrade make the same promise. Aegetus had no fear about his wife, seeing that Ariston was already married, and so he agreed, and they took oaths on these terms. Ariston gave Aegetus whatever it was that he chose out of all of his treasures, and then, seeking equal recompense, tried to take the wife of his comrade. Aegetus said he had already agreed to anything but that, and that he was forced by his oath and by the deceitful trick, so he had to let his wife be taken. In this way, Ariston married his third wife after divorcing the second one. But his new wife gave birth to Demaratus too soon, before 10 lunar months had passed. When one of his servants announced to him as he sat in council with the ephors that he had a son, Ariston, knowing the time of his marriage, counted up the months on his fingers and swore an oath. "It is not mine." The ephors heard this, but didn't make anything of it. When the boy grew up, Ariston regretted having said that, for he firmly believed that Demaratus was to be his own son. He named him Demaratus because before his birth, all the Spartan populace had prayed that Ariston, the man most highly esteemed out of all the kings of Sparta, might have a son. Thus, he was named Demaratus, which means answer to the people's prayer. Time passed, and Ariston died, so Demaratus held the kingship. But it seems that these matters had to become known and caused Demaratus to lose his kingship. He'd already fallen out with Cleomenes when he brought back the army from Eleusis, and now they were even more at odds when Cleomenes crossed over after the Aeginetians who were Medizing. Cleomenes wanted revenge, so he made a deal with Laertichides, son of Menaris, son of Agis, of the same family as Demaratus. The deal was that Laertichides would go to Cleomenes against the Aeginetians if he became king. Laertichides had already become strongly hostile to Demaratus for the following reason. Laertichides was betrothed to Percalus, daughter of Demaramanenus, but Demaratus plotted and robbed him of his marriage, stealing Percalus and marrying her first. From this affair, Laertichides was hostile towards Demaratus, so at Cleomenes' instigation, he took an oath against him, saying that he was not king of the Spartans by right, since he was not Ariston's son. After making this oath, he prosecuted him, recalling that utterance which Ariston had made when the servant told him he had a son, and he counted up the months and swore that it was not his. Taking his stand on this remark, Laertichides declared that Demaratus was not Ariston's son and that he was not rightly king of Sparta, bringing as witnesses the ephors who had been sitting beside Ariston and heard him say this. Disputes arose over it, so the Spartans resolved to ask the oracle at Delphi if Demaratus was the son of Ariston. At Cleomenes' instigation, this was revealed to Pythia. He had won over a man of great influence among the Delphians, Cobon, son of Aristophanes, and Cobon persuaded the priestess Perialus to say what Cleomenes wanted her to. When the ambassadors asked if Demaratus was the son of Ariston, Pythia gave judgment that he was not. All this came to light later. Cobon was exiled from Delphi. Perialus was deposed from her position.
Given his country a victory at Olympia and the 4-horse chariot race, and was the only king of Sparta ever to achieve this honor. Leochides, the son of Menares, succeeded Demaratus after his deposition. He had a son, Zuchidamus, who is known to some of the Spartans by the nickname Puppy. But he did not succeed to the throne, as he died before his father, leaving a son, Archidamus. After Zuchidamus' death, Leochides married again. His second wife, who is Eurydice, sister of Menelaus, and daughter of Diotrephes, brought him no male issue, but only a daughter, Lampito, who gave in marriage to Archidamus, Zuchidamus' son. Leochides himself did not end his days in Sparta. Demaratus was to be avenged as follows. While in command of the army in an expedition against Thessaly, just as complete success was within his grasp, he allowed himself to be heavily bribed. He was caught red-handed, sitting in his tent on a glove stuffed full of coins, whereupon he was brought to trial and banished, and his house was demolished. He took refuge in Tegea, where he afterwards died. All this, however, took place some time later, and now I must return to Cleomenes.
אני אכתוב להם. משום שהוא גמר כשאני עוד לא הגעתי, שהוא עוד לא הגיע ל-82. כן.
בטח, אני לא מכיר.
לא, אין לי בעיה.
מה, לי יש, אני לא יודע רוסית.
Okay. From where? Hi, Thomas. Hi, everyone. So I'm on 73. I'm using a Russian translation by Georgy Stratanovsky. Клеомен тотчас же после низложения Демарата вместе с Левсифидом выступил в поход на Эгину, распалившись яростным гневом за причиненный ему позор. Теперь, когда оба царя выступали против него, эгинцы не решились сопротивляться. А цари выбрали 10 эгинцев, самых богатых и знатных, и увели их в плен. Среди них был и Криус, сын Поликрата, и Кассам, сын аристократа, самые влиятельные граждане на Эгине. Затем пленных повели в Аттику и отдали заложниками афинянам, злейшим врагам эгинцев. Когда впоследствии обнаружились козни Клеомена против Демарата, Клеомен в страхе перед спартанцами бежал в Фессалию. По прибытии оттуда в Аркадию, он поднял там мятеж, возбудив аркадцев против Спарты. Арканцев он заставил поклясться, что они пойдут за ним, куда бы он их ни повел. Именно он хотел собрать главарей аркадцев в городе Нонакрис и там заставить принести клятву водой Стикса. Близ этого города Нонакрис, как говорят аркадцы, находится источник этой воды. И действительно, вода там стекает каплями со скалы во враг, обнесенный изгородью из терновника. Нонакрис же, близ которого протекает этот источник, аркадский город неподалеку от Финея. Узнав об этих происках Клеомена, лакедемоне не устрашились и возвратили его в Спарту, где он стал, как и прежде, царем. Тотчас же по возвращении его поразил недуг, именно безумие. Впрочем, Клеомен и раньше уже был не совсем в уме. Так, первому встречному в Спарте царь тыкал своей палкой в лицо. За такие безумные поступки родственники наложили на Клеомена ножные колодки. Уже связанный, Клеомен, увидев, что он наедине со стражем, потребовал нож. Страж сначала не хотел давать, но царь стал грозить, что заставит его потом поплатиться, пока тот в страхе от угроз, это был Илот, не дал ему нож. Схватив это железное орудие, царь принялся увечить свое тело, начиная с голени. Он изрезал мясо на теле на полосы, от голени до ляжек и от ляжек до бедер и паха. Дойдя до живота, Клеомен и его изрезал на полосы и таким образом скончался. Большинство эллинов утверждает, что такая смерть постигла царя за то, что он подкупил Пифию, заставив ее дать несправедливое изречение о Демарате. Только одни афиняне приводят другую причину смерти. Именно то, что при вторжении в Элевсин царь велел вырубить священную рощу богинь. А по словам аргосцев, причиной смерти Клеомена было то, что он выманил из святилища Аргуса, бежавших туда после битвы аргосцев, и приказал изрубить их, и даже священную рощу безрассудно предал огню. Клеомен вопрошал в Дельфийский оракул и в ответ получил изречение, что завоюет Аргос. Во главе спартанского войска царь прибыл к реке Эросину, которая, как говорят, вытекает из Стимфальского озера. Озеро же это изливается в невидимую расселину и снова появляется на поверхность в Аргосе, где его воды аргосцы называют рекой Эросина. И вот, подойдя к этой реке, Клеомен принес ей жертву. Однако знамения оказались вовсе неблагоприятными для переправы. Царь заявил, что очень хвалит Эросин за то, что тот не выдает своих земляков, но аргосцев все-таки постигнет кара. Затем он отвел свое войско в Ферею, принес в жертву быка и потом на кораблях переплавился в Теринскую землю и в Нахрию. При вести о его высадке аргосцы выступили с войском к морю. Близ Теринфа, в той местности, где лежит селение по имени Сепия, на небольшом расстоянии от врага аргосцы расположились станом. Открытого сражения аргосцы не боялись, опасаясь только, как бы их коварно не захватили врасплох. На это действительно указывало изречение оракула, данное Пифии им одновременно с милетинами. Оракул гласил так: «Если же в битве жена одолеет когда-либо мужа, дав в изгнание в удел, меж аргивен же славу стяжает. Много аргивенок станет свой лик от печали царапать. Скажет тогда кто-нибудь из грядущих потомков аргосских: страшных в извивах дракон погиб, копьем прободенный». Все это привело аргосцев в ужас, и они решили поэтому подражать действиям глашатая врагов. А решив так, они стали действовать вот как. Когда спартанский глашатай что-нибудь объявлял лакедемонянам, то и глашатай аргостов повторял его слова. Клеомен заметил, что аргостцы делают все, что объявляют его глашатай, и приказал воинам по знаку глашатая к завтраку взяться за оружие и идти в атаку на аргостцев. Так лакедемоняне и поступили. Когда аргостцы по знаку глашатая приступили к завтраку, лакедемоняне напали на них и много перебили. А еще большую часть, которая нашла убежище в священной роще Аргоса, окружили и держали под стражей. Тогда Клеомен сделал вот что. Узнав от перебежчиков имена запертых в святилище аргостцев, он велел вызывать их поименно, объявляя при этом, что получил уже за них выкуп. Выкуп же за каждого пленника установлен у пелопоносцев по 2 мины. Так Клеомен вызвал одного за другим около 500 аргостцев и казнил их. Оставшиеся в святилище не знали об их судьбе, так как роща была густая, и те, кто там находился, не могли видеть, что происходит снаружи, пока кто-то из них не влез на дерево и не увидел сверху, что там творится. Тогда, конечно, никто уже больше не вышел на зов. Тогда Клеомен приказал всем элотам навалить вокруг святилища дров и затем поджечь рощу. Когда роща уже загорелась, царь спросил одного из перебежчиков, какому божеству она посвящена. Тот сказал, что это роща Аргуса. Услышав такой ответ, Клеомен с глубоким вздохом сказал: «О, прорицатель Аполлон, сколь жестоко ты обманул меня своим изречением, что я завоюю Аргус. Я полагаю, что пророчество это теперь исполнилось». После этого Клеомен отправил большую часть своего войска в Спарту, а сам с 1000 отборных воинов отправился к храму Геры совершать жертвоприношение. Когда он хотел начать там приносить жертву на алтаре, жрец запретил ему, сказав, что чужеземцам не дозволено приносить жертвы. Тогда Клеомен приказал илотам прогнать жреца от алтаря и подвергнуть бичеванию. Царь принес жертву сам и затем возвратился в Спарту. По возвращении враги Клеомена привлекли его к суду эфоров, утверждая, что царь дал себя подкупить и поэтому не взял Аргоса, который можно было захватить. В свою защиту Клеомен объявил: «Я не могу с уверенностью сказать, лгал ли он или говорил правду. После взятия святилища Аргуса он, дескать, решил, что предсказание Бога сбылось. Поэтому он счел неразумным нападать на город, пока не принесет жертвы и не узнает, отдаст ли божество в его руки город или воспрепятствует этому». Но когда он стал приносить жертву в святилище Геры, то из груди кумира сверкнуло пламя. Таким образом, он совершенно ясно понял, что не возьмет Аргуса. Если бы пламя сверкнуло из головы кумира, то он, наверное, взял бы город и Акрополь. Но так как пламя воссияло из груди, то он понял, что совершил все так, как желало божество. По словам Клеомена, но эти слова Клеомена показались спартанцам убедительными и правдоподобными, и он был оправдан значительным большинством голосов. Аргос же настолько опустел, что рабы захватили там верховную власть и управляли всеми делами до тех пор, пока сыновья погибших не возмужали. Тогда они вновь отвоевали Аргос и изгнали рабов. Изгнанные же рабы силой оружия овладели Теринфом. Некоторое время у аргосцев с изгнанниками-рабами были дружественные отношения. Затем к рабам пришел прорицатель Клеандр, родом из Фигалии в Аркадии. Этот человек убедил рабов напасть на своих господ. С тех пор началась у них долгая война, пока, наконец, аргосцы с трудом не одолели врага. Так вот, это-то и было, по словам аргосцам, причиной безумия и ужасной гибели Клеомена. Сами же спартанцы утверждают, что божество вовсе не виновно в безумии царя. Общаясь со скифами, он научился пить неразбавленное вино и от этого впал в безумие. После вторжения Дария в их страну скифы-кочевники вознамерились отомстить царю. Они отправили в Спарту послов и заключили союз с лакедемонянами. При этом было решено, что сами скифы сделают попытку вторгнуться в Мидию до течения реки Фасиса, в то время как спартанцы из Эфеса направятся внутрь персидской страны на соединение со скифами. Клеомен же, как говорят, когда скифы прибыли в Спарту для переговоров, слишком часто общался со скифами. Общаясь же с ними больше, чем подобало, он научился у них пить неразбавленное вино. От этого-то, как думают, спартанский царь впал в безумие. С тех пор спартанцы, когда хотят выпить хмельного вина, говорят «наливай по-скифски». Так рассказывают спартанцы о Клеомене. Я же думаю, что этим безумием он искупил свой поступок с Демаратом.
When Cleomenes was dead and the Aeginetans heard of it, they sent messengers to Sparta to cry for justice on Leochides for the matter of the hostages that were held at Athens. The Lacedaemonians then assembled a court and gave judgment that Leochides had done violence to the Aeginetans, and they condemned him to be given up and carried to Aegina and requested for the men that were held at Athens. But when the Aeginetans were about to carry Leochides away, a man of repute at Sparta, Thucydides, son of Leoprepes, said to them, "Men of Aegina, what is this that you propose to do? Would you have the king of the Spartans given up to you by the citizens and carry him away? Nay, if the Spartans have now so judged in their anger, look to it lest at a later day, if you do as you propose, they bring utter destruction upon your country." Hearing this, the Aeginetans stayed their hand from carrying the king away, and made an agreement that Leochides should go with them to Athens and restore the men to the Aeginetans. So when Leochides came to Athens and demanded that what had been entrusted be restored, the Athenians, being loath to restore it, made excuses, and said that, having been charged with the trust of both the kings, deemed it wrong to restore it to the one alone without the other. When the Athenians refused to restore, Leochides said to them, "Men of Athens, do whichever thing you desire. If you restore, you do so righteously. If you restore not, you do so contrariwise. Yet hear from me the story of what befell at Sparta in the matter of a trust. It is told by us Spartans that 3 generations agone there was at Lacomenon one Glaucus, son of Epicides. This man, so the story goes, added to his other excellence a reputation for justice above all men who at that time dwelt in Lacomenon. But in the fitting time this, as it is told, befell him. There came to Sparta a certain man of Miletus, desiring to hold converse with Glaucus, and making him his proffer. "I am," he said, "of Miletus, and hither am I come, Glaucus, to reap advantage from your justice. Foreseeing that all about Hellas and Ionia too, there is much talk of your justice. I bethought me in myself that Ionia is ever a land of dangers, and Peloponnese securely stabilized. And in Ionia nowhere are the same men seen continuing possession of wealth. Considering and taking counsel concerning these matters, I resolved to turn half of my substance into silver and give it into your charge, being well assured that it will lie safe for me in your keeping. Do you then receive the sum, and take and keep these tokens, and restore the money to him that comes with the like tokens and demands it back." Thus spoke the stranger who had come from Miletus, and Glaucus received the trust according to the agreement. When a long time had passed, there came to Sparta the sons of the man who had given the money in trust. They spoke with Glaucus, showing him with the tokens and demanding the money back, but Glaucus put them off with a demurrer. I have no remembrance, he said, of the matter, nor am I moved to any knowledge of that whereof you speak. Let me bring it to mind, and I will do all that is just. If I took the money, I will duly restore it, and if I never took it at all, I will deal with you according to the customs of the Greeks. Suffer me, therefore, to delay making my words good till the 4th month from this day. So the Milesians went away in sorrow, as men robbed of their possessions. But Glaucus journeyed to Delphi to inquire of the oracle. When he asked the oracle whether he should swear and so ravish the money, the Pythian priestess threatened him with these verses. Hear, Epictetus' son, 'twere much to thy present advantage, couldst thou prevail by an oath and ravish the stranger's possessions. Swear an oath wilt, death waits for the just no less than the unjust. Aye, but an oath hath a son, a nameless avenger of evil. Hands hath he none, nor feet, yet swiftly he runneth pursuing, grippeth his man at the last and maketh an end of his offspring. Better endureth the line of the man that sweareth not falsely. When Glaucus heard that, he entreated the god to pardon him for what he had said, but the priestess answered that to tempt the god and to do the deed were of like effect. Glaucus then sent for the Milesian strangers and restored them their money. But hear now, Athenians, why I begin to tell you this story. There is at this day no descendant of Glaucus, nor any household that bears Glaucus's name. He and his have been utterly uprooted out of Sparta. So a good thing it is not even to design aught concerning a trust, save the restoring of it on demand. Thus spoke Leochides, but even so the Athenians would not listen to him, and he took his departure. But the Aeginetans, before paying the penalty for the high-handed wrong they had done the Athenians to please the Thebans, did as I will show. Having a grudge against Athens, and deeming themselves wronged, they prepared to take vengeance on the Athenians. Among these there was now a five-yearly festival on Sinion. Wherefore the Aeginetans set an ambush and took the ship that bore deputies to the festival, with many noble Athenians therein, and put in prison the men whom they took. Thus mishandled by the Aeginetans, the Athenians delayed no longer to devise all mischief against Aegina. Now there is one Nicochrondromus, son of Neothus by name, a notable man in Aegina. He, having a grudge against the Aeginetans for his former banishment from the island, and learning now that the Athenians were set upon doing hurt to the Aeginetans, agreed with the Athenians to betray Aegina to them, naming the day whereon he would essay it and whereon they must come to aid him. Presently, according to his agreement with the Athenians, Nicodromus took possession of the old city, as it was called. The Athenians failed of arriving at the right time, for it chanced that they had not ships enough to cope with the Aeginetans. Wherefore they entreated the Corinthians to lend them ships, and by that delay their business was thwarted. The Corinthians, being at that time their close friends, consented to the Athenians' entreaty, and gave them 20 ships, at a price of 5 drachmas apiece. For by their law they could not make a free gift of them. Taking these ships on their own, the Athenians manned 70 in all and sailed for Aegina, whither they came a day later than the time agreed. But Nicodromus, the Athenians not being at hand on the day appointed, took ship and escaped from Aegina. He and other Aeginetans with him, to whom the Athenians gave Sinium to dwell in, making which their headquarters, they harried the Aeginetans off the island. This was done after the time whereof I have spoken, but the rich men of Aegina gained the mastery of the commonalty who had risen against them with Nicodromus, and have made them captive, led them out to be slain. For this cause a curse fell upon them, whereof for all their devices they could not rid themselves by sacrifice, but they were driven out of the island, ere the goddess would be merciful to them. For they had taken 700 of the commonalty alive, and as they led these out for slaughter, one of them escaped with his bonds and fled to the temple gate of Demeter the lawgiver, where he had laid hold of the door handles and clung to them. So when his enemies could not drag him away for all the striving, they cut off his hands, and so brought him off, and those hands were left clinging fast to the door handles. Thus the Aeginetans dealt with each other. When the Athenians had come, they fought with them at sea with 70 ships, and being worsted in the sea fight, they asked help of the Argives, as they had done before. But this time the Argives would not aid them, for a grudge that they bore the Aeginetans, since the ships of Aegina had been taken perforce by Cleomenes and put on the Argolid coast, where their crews landed with the Lacedaemonians, and there were men too from ships of Sicyon that took part in the same onfall. And the Argives laid on them the payment of a fine of 1,000 talents each people 500. The Siconians owned that they had done wrongfully and agreed to go scatheless for payment of 100 talents, but the Aeginetans made no such confession and were stiff-necked. For this cause, the Argive state sent no man at their entreaty to aid them, but about 1,000 came of their own will, led by a captain whose name was Eurybates, a man practised in 5 contests. Of these, the greater part never returned back, but met their death by the hands of the Athenians in Aegina. Eurybates himself, their captain, fought in a single combat and thus slew 3 men, but was slain by the 4th, Sophanes, the son of Dicales. The Aeginetan ships found the Athenians in disarray, and attacked and overcame them, taking 4 Athenian ships and their crews.
Zut Athens ad Nagina deil parcter Gatoniva, et Persiana zau ogatuba mihochion izupsen, rof miho zervenot zau constanot mamre midna mihot per memriat Atenak, ad net pisistra tidanak warta mihol wop malinio ad Atenak. Moreover, dar Eusdea rizet o taxit pretiat, rof zubwadau, led namak fo Hellas of da tondagiv mitra hiaden retau. Ede simzid morf comaden mardonius, of da de fares dabman, non miho de pio, ad de pochinot reto ronegek, od del miho himrak, against Athens ad Eretria, datis a meditribal, ad miho hion wethen artethrenes, nos fatur tethrenes, et redro de giv met taieto de trapal, zawat avazmak Athens ad Eretria ad briniet avazak, niot miho presenotsen.
Και όταν αυτή η διορισμένη στρατηγία καθοδόν από την παρουσία του βασιλιά έφτασαν στην πεδιάδα των Ελλήνων, στην Κιλικία, φέρνοντας μαζί τους μία μεγάλη και καλά εξοπλισμένη στρατιά. Εκεί στρατοπέδευσαν και τους κεραίευσε όλος ο πλεισμός των πλοίων που είχε ανατεθεί σε κάθε τμήμα. Ήρθαν και οι μεταφορείς για τα άλογα, ότι το προηγούμενο έτος ο Δαριάς είχε ζητήσει από τους υποτελείς του να ετοιμάσουν. Έχοντας ρίξει τα άλογα σε αυτά και επιβίβασαν το χερσαίο στρατό στα πλοία, έπλευσαν στην Ιωνία με 600 τριήρες. Από εκεί κράτησαν την πορεία τους, όχι από την υπηρετική χώρα, και κατευθείαν προς τον Ελίσποντο και τη Θράκη, αλλά ξεκινώντας από τη Σάμο, έπλευσαν προς το Ικάριο πέλαγος και από το νησί σε νησί. Αυτό, κατά τη γνώμη μου, ήταν επειδή φοβόντουσαν πάνω απ' όλα το ταξίδι γύρω από τον Άθωνα, βλέποντας ότι το περασμένο χρόνο είχαν φτάσει σε μεγάλη καταστροφή κρατώντας έτσι την πορεία τους. Και επιπλέον η Νάξος που περιόριζε δεν είχαν πάρει ακόμα. Όταν πλησίασαν την Νάξο από το Ικάριο πέλαγος και ήρθαν στη στεριά, γιατί ήταν οι Νάξος οι οποίοι σκόπευαν να επιτεθούν, πρώτα οι Πέρσες, οι Ναξαίοι, είχοντας επίγνωση το τι είχε συμβεί πριν 2 χρόνια, έφυγαν στα βουνά, μη τηρώντας τον ερχομό τους. Οι Πέρσες υποδούλωσαν όλους αυτούς που έπιασαν και έκαψαν ακόμη και τους ναούς τους και την πόλη τους που έγινε και σαρπάρισαν για άλλα νησιά. Ενώ το έκαναν, οι Δήλοι έφυγαν από τη Δήλο και κατέφυγαν στην Τίνο. Αλλά ο Δάκτης, όταν ο οικοδεσπότης του έπλεε προς τη στεριά, προχώρησε με το πλοίο του και ζήτησε από το στόλο του να εγκυροβολήσει, όχι στα ανοιχτά της Δήλου, αλλά απέναντι από τη Ρίνα που πληροφορήθηκε που βρισκόταν η Δήλη και τους έστειλε ένα κήρυγμα με την διακήρυξη. Άγιοι άντρες, γιατί φύγατε και κάνατε λάθος εκτίμηση για την πρόθεσή μου? Κανένα κακό στη γη όπου γεννήθηκαν οι 2 θεοί, ούτε την ίδια τη γη, ούτε σε αυτούς που κατοικούν εκεί. Τώρα λοιπόν σας προτρέπω να επιστρέψετε στα σπίτια σας και να κατοικήσετε στο νησί σας. Αυτή τη διακήρυξη έκανε στους Δήλους και τώρα το έβαλε στο θυσιαστήριο και έκαψε εκεί λιβάνι με βάρος 300 τάλαντα. Έτσι ο Δάτης απέπλεσε με τον οικοδεσπότη του κατά την Σερέτρια πρώτος, παίρνοντας μαζί τους Ιώνες και Ιωλείς. Και αφού έβγαζε από τη θάλασσα, έγινε σεισμός στη Δήλη. Πρώτος και τελευταίος, όπως λένε οι Δήλοι, πριν από την ώρα του. Αυτό το προμήνυμα στάθηκε από τον ουρανό, όπως υποθέτως, ως προμήνυμα των κακών που έρχονταν από τον κόσμο. Διότι σε 3 γενναίες, δηλαδή από την εποχή του Δάριου, γιου του Σιτράπη και του Αρτοτσέρση, γιου του Τσέρση, περισσότερες ασθένειες έπεσαν στην Ελλάδα από ό,τι σε 20 γενναίες πριν από τον Δάριο, τα οποία ασθένειες προήλθαν εν μέρει από τους Πέρσες και εν μέρει από τους πολέμους για την υπεροχή μεταξύ των ιδίων των αρχηγών των εθνών. Δεν ήταν λοιπόν θαύμα που θα γινόταν σεισμός στη Δήλο, όπου δεν είχε γίνει κανένας πριν από αυτό. Επίσης υπήρχε χρησμός για τη Δήλο που ήταν γραμμένο. Ξεκινώντας τη θάλασσα από τη Δήλο, οι ξένοι μπήκαν στα νησιά, συγκέντρωσαν στρατό και από εκεί πήραν τους γιους των νησιωτών για ομήρους. Όταν το ταξίδι τους για τα νησιά έφτασε στην Κάριστο, οι Καρίστοι δεν τους έδωσαν ομήρους και αρνήθηκαν να ενωθούν μαζί τους ενάντια γειτονικών πόλεων, με τα οποία σήμαιναν την Ερέτρια και η Αθήνα. Γι' αυτό οι Πέρσες τους πολιόρκησαν και ερήμωσαν τις γης τους, όπως οι Καρίστοι πλησίασαν στο πλευρό τους. Thank you.
The Eretrians, on understanding that the Persian host was sailing against them, begged the Athenians to give them help. The Athenians did not refuse help, but what they gave was the 4,000 settled colonists who had taken over the land of the horse-breeding Chalcidians. But the plans of the Eretrians on their side were not sound either. For though they sent for the Athenians, they had divided notions of what to do. Some of them were for quitting the city and taking to the heights of Euboea, but the rest, who looked to the private gains they would make from the Persians, were ready for treachery. Aeschines, the son of Nothan, was one of the chief men of Eretria. Knowing how each of the parties stood, told the Athenians who had come exactly how things were, and urged them to take themselves off to their own country, that they might not add their destruction to that of the Eretrians. When Aeschines gave that advice to the Athenians, they took it. So they crossed over to Oropus and saved themselves. The Persians, in their course, put their ships into the parts around Temenos and Corie and Egile in the land of Eretria. And having secured these places, they disembarked their horses and prepared to attack the enemy. The Eretrians had no intention of sallying out and fighting, for what they chiefly cared for was to preserve the walls of the city if they could, inasmuch as they had resolved not to quit their city. The attack on the walls was strong, and many fell on both sides for 6 days. On the 7th, Euphorbus, son of Alcimachus, and Philargus, son of Caeneus, 2 men of distinction among the Eretrians, betrayed the town to the Persians. So the Persians entered and plundered and burned the temples in retaliation for the temples that had been burned in Sardis. And they enslaved the inhabitants according to the orders of Darius. So they conquered Eretria and stayed a few days there and then sailed for Attica, pressing the Athenians hard and thinking that they would do to them the very same as they had done to the Eretrians. And because Marathon was the most suitable spot in Attica for cavalry action, and the nearest to Eretria, it was to Marathon that Hippias, son of Pisistratus, guided them. On information of this, the Athenians too marched out to Marathon. They were led by 10 generals, the 10th of whom was Miltiades. It was his father, Cimon, son of Stesagoras, whom it had befallen to be banished from Athens by Pisistratus, son of Hippocrates. And while he was in exile, he chanced to win an Olympic victory with his 4-horse team. In this victory, scoring just the same win as his brother on his mother's side, another Miltiades. At the next Olympics, he won again with the same team, but this time allowed Pisistratus to be proclaimed the victor. By yielding victory to Pisistratus, he made terms to gain a return to his homeland. But when he won yet another Olympic victory, still with the same mares, it was his lot to be killed by the sons of Pisistratus. Pisistratus being no longer alive, these men suborned fellows to lie in wait for him by night in the Prytaneum and kill him. Cimon is buried outside the city, beyond the road called Through the Hollow. Right opposite him is buried his team of mares that won the 3 Olympic prizes. Other horses that have made the same win are those of Eurygoras, the Laconian, but otherwise, none. Stesagoras, who was the elder of the sons of Cimon, was at that time being raised by his uncle, Miltiades, in the Chersonese. But the younger one was with Cimon himself in Athens. This younger one was called Miltiades, after the original Miltiades, who colonized the Chersonese. This Miltiades, then, who had twice escaped death and had now come from the Chersonese, was a general of the Athenians. Twice he escaped death, for the Phoenicians had chased him as far as Imbros and set much store on capturing him and bringing him to the court of King Darius. And when he had escaped them and come to his own country and thought that he was at last in safety, his enemies brought him before the courts and prosecuted him on the charge of his despotism exercised in the Chersonese. But he was also acquitted before the courts and was appointed a general of the Athenians, being elected by the people. First of all, when the generals were still within the city, they sent to Sparta a herald, one Phidippides, an Athenian who was a day-long runner and a professional. According to the story of Phidippides himself, and when he told the Athenians, Pan met him on Mount Parthenium above Tegea. Pan shouted his name, Phidippides, and bade him say this to the Athenians: why do you pay no heed to Pan, who's a good friend to the people of Athens, has been many times serviceable to you, and will be so again? This story the Athenians were convinced was true, and when the Athenian fortunes had again settled for the good, they set up a shrine of Pan under the Acropolis and propitiated the god himself with sacrifices and torch races, in accord with the message he had sent them. Now this Phidippides, being sent by the generals, and after, as he said, Pan had appeared to him, arrived in the city of Sparta the day after he had left Athens. He came before the rulers and said, Men of Lacedaemon, the Athenians beg you to help them. Do not suffer a most ancient city in Greece to meet with slavery at the hands of the barbarians. Even now Eritrea has been enslaved, and Greece is the weaker by one distinguished city. So he discharged his orders. The Spartans wanted to help the Athenians, but they said it was impossible to do so at once, inasmuch as they were unwilling to break their law. It was now the 9th day of the first phase of the month, and on the 9th day, they said, they would not go out of Spartan territory until the full moon.
De ventet altså på fullmåne. Men da Hippias, Pesistratos sønn, førte barbarerne til maraton, hadde han natten før drømt følgende. Han syntes at han sov hos sin mor. Av denne drøm sluttet han at han ville komme tilbake til Aten, få sin gamle makt igjen og dø høyt bedaget i sin egen by. Dette sluttet han av drømmen. Men da han nå førte flåten, landsatte han først fangene fra Eritrea på en ø ved navn Aigilia, som tilhørte styrerne. Men så førte han skipet til Marathon og lot dem kaste anker der. Han lot så barbarerne gå i land og oppstilte dem. Mens han drev på med dette, begynte han plutselig å nyse og hoste kraftigere enn normalt. Og aldersstegen som han var, begynte tennene å klapre på ham, og en av dem falt ut under et heftig hosteanfall. Den falt ned i sandet, og han var svært ivrig etter å finne den igjen. Men da den var og ble borte, sukket han og sa til de omstående: Dette land tilhører ikke oss, og vi vil ikke få det i vår makt. For den del av landet som tilkommer meg, det er den som tannen har fått. Hippias mente altså at drømmen allerede var gått i oppfyllelse på denne måten. Mens atenerne sto oppstilt i Herakles hellige lund, sluttet plateierne seg til dem. I det de kom med fullt mannskap for å hjelpe til, plateierne hadde nemlig stillet seg helt under atenernes beskyttelse, og atenerne hadde allerede påtatt seg atskillig besvær for deres skyld. Forholdet var oppstått på følgende måte. Da plateierne ble plaget av tebanerne, ville de først stille seg under beskyttelse av Kleomenes, Anaxandrides sønn, og hans spartaner som nettopp befant seg i nærheten. Men disse ville ikke innlate seg på det og sa til dem: Vi bor for langt borte, og det vil bare bli dårlig hjelp dere kan få av oss. For dere kan bli gjort til slaver både titt og ofte før noen av oss hører noe om det. Vi råder dere derfor til å stille dere under atenernes beskyttelse, da de ikke bor langt fra dere og slett ikke er dårligere hjelpere. Slik rådet altså lakedaimonerne dem, ikke så meget av velvilje overfor plateierne, som fordi de ønsket at atenerne skulle få besvær ved å komme i strid med boioterne. Lakedaimonerne ga altså dette råd, og plateierne avviste det ikke. Da så atenerne en gang brukte de 12 guder offer, satte plateierne seg på alteret og tryglet om beskyttelse. Da tebanerne hørte om dette, rykket de straks ut mot plateierne. Atenerne ilte til hjelp, men da kampen skulle gå løs, blandet korinterne som nettopp befant seg i nærheten seg inn. Med begge parters samtykke avgjorde så korinterne saken på den måten at de trakk en grense om det området som tilhørte plateierne, med den bestemmelse at tebanerne ikke skulle forstyrre de boioter som ikke ville regnes til de boiotiske forbund. Etter denne avgjørelse dro korinterne bort. Men da så atenerne dro bort, ble de angripet av boiotere, som ble slått i den kamp som fulgte. Så overskred atenerne de grenser som korinterne hadde trukket opp for plateierne, og gjorde elven Asopos til tebanernes grense mot Plataiai og Hysiai. Slik hadde altså plataierne stilt seg under atenernes beskyttelse, og nå kom de til Marathon for å hjelpe dem.
The Athenian generals were divided in their opinions. Some were against joining battle, thinking their own numbers were too few to engage the forces of the Medes, while others, including Miltiades, urged that they fight. So they disagreed, and the worst of two proposals seemed to be prevailing, when Miltiades went up to the polemarch at the time, one Callimachus of Aphidna, who had been selected by lot for his office as polemarch of the Athenians. It was he who had the 11th vote, for in the old days the Athenians used to grant the polemarch an equal vote with their generals. Miltiades said to Callimachus, "It is now up to you, Callimachus, whether you will reduce Athens to slavery or ensure its freedom, and thus leave all prosperity a memory of yourself which will exceed even that of Harmonius and Aristogeiton." For from the time the Athenians first came into existence up until the present, this is the greatest danger they have ever confronted. If they bail down before the Medes, it is too clear from our past experience that they will suffer when handed over to Hippias. But if this city prevails, it can become the first among all Greek cities. I shall explain to you how matters really stand and how the authority to decide this matter has come to rest with you. We 10 generals are evenly divided in our opinions, some urging that we join battle, others we do not. If we fail to fight now, I expect that intense factional strife will fall upon the Athenians and shake their resolve so violently that they will Medize. But if we join battle before the rot can affect some of the Athenians, then as long as the gods grant both sides equal treatment, we can prevail in this engagement. All this is now in your hands and depends on you. If you add your vote to my proposal, your ancestral land can be free and city of the first Greek cities. But if you choose the side those eager to prevent battle, you will have the opposite of all the good things I have described. Miltiades' argument persuaded Callimachus, and when the polemarch's vote was added to the tally, the decision was made to join battle. And afterward, the generals in favour of battle, each in their turn, ceded their day of command to Miltiades, when the day came around for each to be in charge. But when Miltiades accepted this, he did not make the attack until it was his day to preside. When his turn came, he deployed the Athenians for battle, with the polemarch Callimachus leading the right wing. For at that time, the Athenians observed a custom that the polemarch always commanded the right wing. Once Callimachus had been in his position, there as their leader, the tribes were posted next to one another in succession, according to their numerical order, and the Plataians were posted at the end of the line, holding the extreme left. In fact, as a consequence of this battle, whenever the Athenians performed sacrifices at their quadrennial festivals, the Athenian herald prays that both the Athenians and the Plataians together will be blessed with good fortune. The result of the Athenians' deployment at Marathon was that the line of the Athenian army was equal in length to that of the Medes, but the centre of the Athenian line was only a few rows deep, and thus the enemy was at its weakest there. Each wing, however, was strong in numbers. After the troops were in position and the sacrifices had been favourable, when the Athenians were let loose and allowed to advance, they charged at a run towards the barbarians. The space between the two armies was about a mile, and the Persians, who saw the Athenians advancing towards them on the double, prepared to meet their attack. They assumed that the Athenians were seized by some utterly self-destructive madness, as they observed how few the Athenians were in number and how they were charging towards them with neither cavalry nor archers in support. So the barbarians suspected that the Athenians had gone mad. But when the Athenians closed with them in combat, they fought remarkably well. For they were the first of Hellenes that we know to use the run. For they were the first of all Hellenes we know of to use running charge against their enemies, as well as the first to endure the sight of the Medes' clothing and the men wearing it. In fact, until then, even to hear the name Medes spoken would strike terror into the Hellenes. They fought in the Battle of Marathon for a long time, the barbarians prevailing in the centre of the line, where the Persians themselves and the Sacae were deployed. And as the barbarians were winning here, they broke through the line of the Hellenes and chased them inland. But at the same time, the Athenians and Plataeans were prevailing on the wings. In their victory there, they allowed the barbarian troops that they had routed to flee, and then drawing both their wings together, they fought those enemy troops who had broken through the centre in this encounter. Too, the Athenians were victorious, and the Persians fled. The Athenians pursued them and cut them down until they reached the sea, where they called for fire and started seizing the ships. It was in this struggle that the polemarch Callimachus perished, having proven himself a noble and courageous warrior. Stesilaus, son of Thracilaus, one of the generals, also died. In addition, Cinyros, son of Euphorion, fell, for while seizing the stern post of a ship, his hand was chopped off by an axe. Many other famous Athenians died in this conflict as well. In their attempts, the Athenians gained possession of 7 ships. The barbarians pushed off the shore with their fleet, and after picking up the captive slaves from Eretria, whom they had left on the island, sailed around Sunion, hoping to arrive at the city of Athens before the Athenians could march there. At Athens, the Alcmeonids were later blamed for having contrived a scheme whereby a shield would be displayed to send a signal to the Persians aboard their ships.
While he fought doftly in the melee, lost the sight of his eyes, albeit neither stabbed in any part nor shot, and for the rest of his life continued blind from that day. I heard that he told the tale of this mishap thus. A tall man-at-arms, he said, encountered him, whose beard spread all over his shield. This apparition passed Epizelus by, but slew his neighbour in the line. Such was the tale Epizelus told, as I heard. Datus journeyed with his army to Asia, and being arrived at Mykonos, he saw a vision in his sleep. What that vision was, no man says, but as soon as day broke, Datus made search through his ships, and finding in a Phoenician ship a gilt image of Apollo, he inquired whence this plunder had been taken. Learning from that temple it had come, he sailed in his own ship to Delos, where the Delians, being now returned to their island, Datus set the image in the temple and charged the Delians to carry it away to the Theban place Delium, on the sea coast, over against Chalcis. This charge given, Datus sailed back, but the Delians never carried that statue away. 20 years after that, the Thebans brought it to Delium, being so commanded by an oracle. When Datus and Artaphernes touched Asia in their voyage, they carried the enslaved Eretrians inland to Susa. Before the Eretrians were taken captive, King Darius had been terribly wroth with them for doing him unprovoked wrong. But seeing them brought before him and subject to him, he did them no hurt, but gave them a domain in his own called Ardarica, in the Scythian land to dwell in. This place is 210 furlongs distant from Susa, and 40 from the well. This is of 3 kinds, whence men bring up asphalt and sand and oil. This is the manner of their doing it. A windlass is used in the drawing, with half a skin made fast to it in place of a bucket. Therewith he that draws dips into the well, and then pours into a tank, whence what is drawn is poured into another tank, and goes 3 ways. The asphalt and the salt grow forthwith solid. The oil, which the Persians called radins, is dark and evil-smelling. There King Darius planted the Eretrians, and they dwelt in that place till my time, keeping their ancient language, Such was the fate of the Eretrians. After the full moon, 2,000 Lacedaemonians came to Athens, making so great haste to reach it that they were in Attica on the third day from their leaving Sparta. Albeit they came too late for the battle, yet they desired to see the Medes, and they went to Marathon and saw them. Presently they departed back again, praising the Athenians and their achievement. It is to me a thing marvellous and incredible that the Alcmenidae could ever by agreement have held up a shield as a sign for the Persians, desiring to make Athens subject to foreigners and to Hippias. For it is plain to see that they were desperate haters, as much as Callias, son of Phinippus and father of Hipponicus. Aye, and even more than he. Callias was the only Athenian who dared buy Pisistratus' possessions when they were put up to auction by the state after Pisistratus' banishment from Athens, and he devised other acts of bitter enmity against him. Are you going to read? Where do I continue?
This Callias is worthy of all men's remembrance for many reasons. Firstly, because he so excellently freed his country, as I have said. Secondly, for what he did at Olympia, where he won a horse race, and was second in a 4-horse chariot race, having already won a Pythian prize, and was the cynosure of all Hellas for the lavishness of his spending, and thirdly, for his way of behaviour in the matter of his 3 daughters. For when they were of marriageable age, he gave them a most splendid gift, and one very pleasant to them, promising that each of them should wed the husband whom she should choose for herself in all Athens. The Alcmeonidae were despot haters as much as ever was Callias. Therefore, it is to me a strange and unbelievable accusation that they of all men should have held up a shield, for at all times they shunned despots, and it was by their devising that the sons of Pisistratus were deposed from their despotism. Thus, in my judgment, it was they who freed Athens much more than did Harmodius and Aristogiton, for these did but enrage the rest of Pisistratus' kin by killing Hipparchus, and did know to the end of the rule of the rest of them. But the Alcmeonidae did most plainly set their country free, if it was in truth they, by whose persuasion the Pythian priestess signified to the Lacedaemonians that they should free Athens, as I have ere now made plain. Nay, one will say, but they bore perhaps some grudge against the Athenian commonalty, and therefore betrayed their country. But there were none at Athens that were of better repute or more honour than they. Wherefore, plain reason forbids to believe that they of all men could have held the shield aloft for any such cause. Indeed, a shield was held aloft, and that cannot be denied, for the thing was done, but who did it I know not, and can say no farther. The Alcmeonidae had been men of renown in old time at Athens, and from the days of Alcmaeon and also Megacles their renown increased. For when the Lydians sent from Sardis came from Croesus to the Delphic oracle, Alcmaeon, son of Megacles, wrote with and zealously aided them. So Croesus, hearing from the Lydians who visited the oracle of Alcmaeon's benefits to himself, sent for him to Sardis, and there he made him a gift of as much gold as he could carry away at one time on his person. Such being the gift, Alcmaeon planned and practiced a device. He donned a wide tunic, leaving a deep fold in it, and shod himself with the most spacious buskins that he could find, and so entered the treasury whither he was guided. There, falling upon a heap of gold dust, first he packed by his legs as much gold as his buskins would contain. Then he filled the fold of his tunic all full of gold, and strewed the dust among the hair of his head, and took more of it into his mouth, till, when he came out of the treasury, hardly dragging the weight of his buskins, he was like anything rather than a human creature, with his mouth crammed full, and all his body swollen. When Croesus saw him, he fell a-laughing, and gave him all the gold he already had, and as much more again. Thus that family grew very rich, and Alcmaeon came to keep 4-horse chariots, and won therewith at Olympia.
A zatim, jedno pokoljenje kasnije, tu je porodicu proslavio Klisten, samovladar u Sikionu. Tako da je ona postala među Grcima još glasovitija nego što je bila prije. Klisten, sin Aristonimov, unuk Mironov i praunuk Andrejin, imao je kćer po imenu Agarista. Nju je želio udati za onoga od Grka za kojega otkrije da je najodličniji. Dok su trajale olimpijske igre, na kojima je Klisten pobjedio u trkama četveroprega, objavio je da svaki Grk koji smatra sebe dostojnim da postane Klistenov zet dođe za 60 dana, a može i ranije, u Sikion, da bi Klisten uglavio svadbu u roku od godine dana, započev od onoga roka od 60 dana. Nakon toga, tko je god od Grka bio ponosan sam na sebe i na svoj rod, dolazio u prosce. Klisten je za njih priredio trkalište i hrvalište upravo u tu svrhu. Iz Italije došao Zmindrid, sin Hipokratov, Sibaričanin, a stigao je kao čovjek preko svake mjere odan raskoši. U to je vrijeme Sibaris bio na vrhuncu svoje moći. Došao je i Sirijanin Damas, sin Amirisa, zvanog Mudri. Oni su došli iz Italije, a iz Jonskog zaljeva stigao je Amfimnest, sin Epistrofov, iz Epidamna. On je dakle bio iz Jonskog zaljeva. Od Etoljana je pristigao Malet, brat onoga Titorma, koji je tjelesnom snagom nadvisio sve Grke i koji je pobjedio od ljudi u najzabitije krajeve Etolije. S Peloponeza su došli Leoked, sin arkivskog tiranina Fidona, onoga Fidona koji je Peloponežanima uveo novi mjerni sustav i koji ih je ponajviše od svih Grka uvrijedio, jer je potjerao elitske suce na sportskim igrama i sam je vodio olimpijske igre. Dakle, njegov sin i Amijant, sin Likurgov, Akrađanin iz Trapezunta i Azanjin iz grada Peja. Lafan, sin Euforiona, koji je, kako se pripovijeda u Arkadi, primio u svojem domu Dioskure. A nakon toga je ugošćivao sve strance i je Eliđanin Onomast, sin Agejev. Oni su dakle došli sa samog Peloponeza, a iz Atene stigli su Megaklo, sin Alkmeona, onoga koji je bio u posjetu kod Kreza, i uz njega Hipoklid, sin Tisandrov, koji se među Atenjanima isticao bogatstvom i izgledom. Iz Eretrije, koja je u to vrijeme bila procvala, stigao je Lisanija. Jedino je on bio Seubeje. Iz Tesalije je došao Diaktorida, Kranonac, iz porodice Skopada, a od Mološana Alkon. To su bili prosci, a kad su oni stigli u dogovoreni dan, Klisten je najprije ispitao svakoga koji je njegov očinski grad i kakva mu je porodica, a zatim ih je zadržao kod sebe godinu dana i iskušavao je njihovu hrabrost, čud, odgoj i vladanje, te se sastajao sa svakim pojedinačno i sa svima skupa. One koji su bili mlađi vodio je u vježbalište, a najviše ih je iskušavao na gozbama. Naime, koliko ih je god dugo držao kod sebe, cijelo je to vrijeme činio sve to i ujedno ih je izuzetno velikodušno gostio. Nekako su mu se od prosaca najviše sviđali pridošlice iz Atene, a od njih dvojice osobito Hipoklid, sin Tisandrov, i zato što ga je prosuđivao na osnovi njegove hrabrosti i stoga što je od davnine potjecao iz porodice Kipselida u Korintu. Kad je došao dan određen za svadbeno slavlje i za Klistenovo proglašenje, koga je među svima odabrao, pošto je žrtvovao 100 goveda, Klisten je zvao na gozbu i prosce i sve Sikionjane. Kad je objed završio, prosci su se nadmetali u glazbi i u zabavljanju društva razgovorom. Kako su nastavili piti, privlačeći uvelike pažnju ostalih, Hipoklid zatraži da mu svirač odsvira na fruli neki ples, pa kad ga je svirač poslušao, zapleše. Plesa je baš nekako po svojem ukusu, a Klisten, dok je gledao sve to što se događa, postajao sumnjičav. Nakon kratkog odmora, Hipoklid zatraži da mu donesu stol, a kad je stol bio unijet, najprije je na njemu plesao lakonske plesne likove, a zatim antičke i napokon, dubeći na glavi na stolu, započne mahati nogama u ritmu. Klistenu se već za vrijeme prvog i drugog plesa nije više sviđala pomisao da bi mu Hipoklid postao zet i zbog samoga plesa i zbog njegove besramnosti, ali se suzdržavao jer ga nije htio glasno izgrditi. No kad je vidio kako maše nogama, nije se više mogao suzdržavati, pa reče: "O sine Tisandrov, otplesao si svoju svadbu." Hipoklid mu odgovor reče: "Baš briga Hipoklida." Odatle potječe ta uzrečica, a Klisten zamoli za tišinu, pa progovori proscima ovako: "Prosci, moje kćeri, svima vama izričem pohvalu i svima bih vam, kad bi to bilo moguće, rado ugodio, a ne bih u svojem izboru izdvajao samo jednog od vas, niti bih ostale odbijao. No nije moguće, budući da imam samo jednu kćer, da vam svima, premda bih to želio, činim po volji, pa dajem svakome od vas, koji će se morati odreći ovoga braka, talant srebra na dar, jer ste me počastili time što ste htjeli uzeti ženu iz moje porodice i što ste bili odsutni od svojih domova, a svoju kćer Agaristu dajem za ženu Megaklu, sin Alkmeonovu, i to prema atenskim običajima. Pošto je Megaklo izjavio da je prima za ženu, Klisten je odredio dan vjenčanja. Takvi su bili događaji u vezi s izborom prosaca, a Alkmeonidi su tako postali glasoviti u Grčkoj. A kad se ono dvoje vjenčalo, iz njihova se braka rodi onaj Klisten koji je uspostavio file i vlast naroda za Atenjane, a koji je dobio ime po svojem djedu, po majci Sikionjaninu. Megaklo je imao još i sina Hipokrata, a Hipokratova su djeca bila drugi Megaklo i druga Agarista, nazvana po Agaristi kćeri Klistenovoj, a ona se udala za Ksantipa, sina Arifronova. Te je, dok je bila trudna, imala prikazu u snu. Činilo joj se da je rodila lava. Nakon samo nekoliko dana Ksantipu je rodila Perikla.
Après la déroute des Perses à Marathon, la popularité de Miltiade, qui était déjà considérable dans Athènes, grandit encore. Il demanda 70 navires, des hommes et de l'argent, sans rien dire du pays qu'il comptait attaquer, si ce n'est qu'il rendrait les Athéniens riches s'ils le suivaient, car il les mènerait contre un pays d'où ils reviendraient chargés d'un or acquis sans peine. Voilà comment il demanda des vaisseaux, et les Athéniens enthousiasmés les lui accordèrent. Miltiade mena son expédition contre Paros, pour la raison que les Pariens avaient les premiers attaqué Athènes en envoyant une trière à Marathon avec la flotte du Perse. C'était un prétexte. En fait, il en voulait aux Pariens parce que Lysagoras, fils de Tisias, un Parien, l'avait décrié auprès d'Hydarnès. Arrivé dans l'île, Miltiade fit assiéger par ses troupes les Pariens enfermés dans leurs murs. Puis, il envoya un héros leur demander 100 talents, faute de quoi, déclara-t-il, ils ne se retireraient pas avant de les avoir anéantis. Les Pariens n'envisagèrent pas un instant de lui verser la moindre somme et ne pensèrent qu'au moyen de sauver leur vie. Entre autres inventions, ils fortifiaient la nuit les points faibles de leurs murailles en doublant la hauteur. Jusqu'ici, tous les Grecs rapportent les mêmes faits. Les Pariens seuls y ajoutent ceci. Miltiade, disent-ils, se trouvait fort embarrassée lorsqu'une captive, une femme de Paros, nommée Timo, qui servait dans le temple des déesses souterraines, demanda à lui parler. Admise en sa présence, elle lui conseilla, s'il tenait vraiment à prendre Paros, de se conformer à ses avis. Alors, sur ces indications, Miltiade gagna la hauteur qui est devant la ville et pénétra par escalade, car il ne put en ouvrir la porte, dans l'enceinte consacrée à Déméter législatrice. Après quoi il gagna le sanctuaire, dans quelques dessins particuliers, pour toucher aux objets sacrés intouchables peut-être, ou pour autre chose. Au seuil même du sanctuaire, dit-on, brusquement pris de panique, il voulut s'en retourner par le même chemin, mais en sautant par-dessus les clôtures de pierrailles, il se démit la cuisse. Ou selon d'autres, il s'abîma le genou. Cet accident le contraignit à s'en retourner, sans argent pour les Athéniens, sans avoir pris Paros, bien qu'il l'eût assiégé pendant 26 jours et eût ravagé l'île. Quand les pariens surent que Timo, la sacristine des déesses, avait guidé Miltiade, ils voulurent l'en punir et envoyèrent consulter l'oracle de Delphes, sitôt leur tranquillité retrouvée. Ils firent demander aux dieux s'ils devaient mettre à mort la servante des déesses, coupable d'avoir indiqué aux ennemis le moyen de prendre sa patrie et d'avoir dévoilé à Miltiade des secrets interdits au sexe masculin. La Pythie ne le leur permit pas et leur déclara que Timo n'était point fautive. Miltiade devait mal finir et Timo lui était apparu pour l'engager dans son malheur. Voilà ce que la Pythie répondit aux pariens. Dans Athènes, au retour de Miltiade, toutes les langues se déchaînèrent contre lui et son ennemi le plus acharné, Xanthippe, fils d'Ariphron, demanda au peuple de le condamner à mort pour avoir trompé les Athéniens. Miltiade se présenta devant le tribunal, mais ne plaida pas lui-même sa cause. Il en fut incapable parce que sa blessure à la cuisse s'était infectée. Il comparut porté sur un brancard et ses amis le défendirent en évoquant longuement et la bataille de Marathon et la prise de Lemnos, en rappelant qu'il avait châtié les Pélages et pris cette île pour la donner aux Athéniens. Le peuple les suivit et refusa la peine capitale, mais frappa Miltiade pour sa faute d'une amende de 50 talents. Puis Miltiade mourut, emporté par la gangrène qui avait rongé sa cuisse. Et Simon, son fils, paya les 50 talents.
The circumstances under which Miltiades gained control of Lemnos are these. Long ago, the Pelasgians were driven out of Attica by the Athenians. I myself cannot determine whether this was done rightly or wrongly. But I can tell you what others say. Hecatius, son of Hegesander, writes in his history that it was wrongly, because when the Athenians saw the land at the foot of Mount Hymettus, which they had given to the Pelasgians in payment for the wall they had built around the Acropolis, when they saw how well cultivated it was, whereas before it had been barren and worthless, they were smitten with envy and greed for it, and drove the Pelasgians completely out of Attica, without so much as a plausible excuse. According to the Athenians, however, it was rightly, because no sooner had the Pelasgians settled on the land at the foot of Hymettus than they used it as a base of operations against them. For example, the Athenians say their daughters used to go to the 9 springs to fetch water, because in those bygone days, neither they nor any other Greeks had household slaves. Whenever the girls went, the Pelasgians would rape them. So lacking they were in common decency and respect for law. But they say the Pelasgians did not stop there because they were finally discovered in the act of plotting to attack Athens itself. The Athenians say that they did themselves were so much more civilized than the Pelasgians. They did not put them all to death for this plot, as they had the right to do, but instead ordered them to leave Attica. Once expelled, the Pelasgians settled in various places, one of them being Lemnos. And there you have what Hecatius wrote in his history, and what the Athenians believe to be true today. The Pelasgians, living on Lemnos, had a strong desire to take revenge on the Athenians, and being very familiar with Athenian festivals, they struck during the festival, which is celebrated by Athenian women for Artemis in Brauron. They waited in ambush with some 50 oared ships, abducted a large number of women, and sailed away with them to Lemnos, where they kept them as concubines. These women gave birth to a great many children, whom they taught Attic Greek and Athenian manners. Their children would have nothing to do with the children of the Pelasgian women, and if one of them was struck by a Pelasgian child, they all rushed to help them get even. In fact, these children proved to be so far superior to the others that they thought they had a right to tell them what to do. The Pelasgians saw what was going on and became alarmed. If these children were already determined to unite against those lawful Pelasgian wives and already trying to lord it over them, what would they do when they grew up? The Pelasgians therefore decided to kill the children of the Attic women, which they did. And while they were at it, they murdered the mothers too. Because of the deed and a previous one in which Lemnian women killed their husbands, as well as King Theos, the Greeks referred to any act of wanton cruelty as Lemnian. After the Pelasgians committed these murders, their wives, fields, and flocks ceased to be as fertile as in the past. Oppressed by hunger and barrenness, they sent to Delphi to beg for some relief from their misery. The Pythian priestess ordered them to make whatever reparations to the Athenians that the Athenians themselves deemed fit. The Pelasgians accordingly went to Athens and declared their intention to make amends for all the wrong they had done. The Athenians then placed a couch in their town hall, bedecked with the most beautiful coverlets they had, and set a full table of delicacies next to them. They then told the Pelasgians to surrender their land to them in a good condition. We will give it to you when a ship borne by the north wind travels from your country to ours in a single day, was the answer they gave, secure in the knowledge that this was impossible, since Attica is very far to the south of Lemnos. That was the end of it at that time. But many, many years later, these events, when the Chersonese on the Hellespont was in Athenian hands, Miltiades, son of Cimon, made the voyage in one day. From Elaeus on the Hellespont to Lemnos, borne on the prevailing northeasterly Etesian wind. On arrival, Miltiades reminded the Lemnians of the oracle they had thought would never be fulfilled, and ordered them to leave the island. The people of Hysta obeyed, but those of Myrina refused to agree that the Chersonese was part of Attica. So Miltiades laid siege to them until they too submitted. Thus, thanks to Miltiades, the Athenians gained control of Lemnos. And that concludes the end of Book 6.